Rommel, Gunner Who, written and spoken by Spike Milligan. HQ, Africa Corps, Tunis, January 1943. Smell of German ersatz eggs, sausages, and Marlene Dietrich. A phone rings. General Stoopnagel salutes it and picks it up. Spielen! Goring. Do you know where von Rommel is? It's urgent. Stoopnagel. General von Urgent? Goring. Don't make with the fuck about. Where is Rommel? Stoopnagel. He's in the shithouse. Goring. What is he doing in there at this time of the morning? Stoopnagel. He's doing the shits. He was bombed all night. Goring. Donner, Blitzen. Stoopnagel. He's in the shithouse too. Goring. Listen. We have had bad news. Stoopnagel. Bad news? That sounds like bad news. Goring. Our spy, Mrs. Ethel Noss in the Algiers Navy, says that the Britishers have brought up the heavy artillery into the Africa. Stoopnagel. Got no. Goring. Got yes. They are going to make shoot-bang fire mit 200-pound shells. Stoopnagel. Oh, fuck. Goring. Tell Rommel the Fuhrer wants him to get mit the Panzer and make mit the Africa Corps. Schnell! Scene changes to a German latrine in a wadi near Shatter el Arab. Enter Stoopnagel. Stoopnagel. Rommel? Which one are you in? Rommel. Number 7. Stoopnagel. You must go to Tunis at once. Rommel. Let me finish going in here first. Stoopnagel. There is a crisis out there. Rommel. There's a crisis in here. No paper. Ah! Stoopnagel. What is wrong? Rommel. Itchy powder on the seat. Stoopnagel. Ach, the British commanders have struck again. Now, read on. January to Feb. Ex-camp, Cap Matafu, Algeria. If you read the first volume of this trilogy, you will know that in January 1943, 19 Battery, 56th Heavy Regiment Royal Artillery had arrived in the continent of Africa, which couldn't have cared less. We were in X-camp. Soldiers under 14 couldn't get in without their parents. Calling it X for security was beyond comprehension, because there, in foot-high letters, was the sign, Number 201 POW Camp. I could hear the Gestapo. Mein Führer, we have cracked the Britisher Code X. It means 201 POW Camp. Soon we'll know what POW means. The camp, situated up a dusty track 50 yards from the main Algiers road, was a rectangle covering 5 acres, surrounded by a double barbed wire fence 15 feet high. The view was beautiful, the light clear, brilliant, like Athens on a midsummer's day. Stretching to our left was a gradual curve of the coast with a latterclave of yellow sand, and finally Algiers proper, barely visible in the distance. To the right, turning crescent-like, was another beach that terminated in a dazzling white lighthouse at Cap Matafu. This was all described in the regimental diary thus: Arrived, ex-camp, Cap Matafu. Whatever happened to poetry? Algeria. The ground was like rocks. The nights were rent with gunners groaning, swearing, twisting, turning and revolving in their tents. Temperatures fluctuated. You went to sleep on a warm evening, and by dawn it dropped to freezing. We had to break our tents with hammers to get out. Dawn whittles caused frost-bitten appendages. The scream, "Help! I'm dying of indecent exposure!" We solved the problem. I stuffed my gas cape with paper and made a mattress. Gunner Forrest strapped old Daily Millers round his body. "I've always wanted to be in the news," he said, and fainted. Others dug holes to accommodate their hips and shoulders. At night, we wore every bit of clothing we had. Then we rolled ourselves into 4 blankets. "We look 9 months gone," said Edgerton. "Any advance on 9?" I cried. We slept warmly, but had overlooked the need to communicate with nature. It took a frantic searching through layers of clothing to locate one's willy. Some never did and had to sleep with a damp leg. Gunner Maunders solved the problem. He slid a 4-foot length of bicycle inner tube over his willy, secured it round his waist with string. He just had to stand and let go. Jealous, Gunner White sabotaged it, as Maunders slept, Fiend White tied knots in the bottom of the tube. Confined to camp. It is night. Gunner Simpson is darning something which is 4/5 whole and 1/5 sock. I wonder when they let us into Algiers. Will you get in, Randy, then? Said Gunner White, because we've all had our last shag for a long time. Are there French birds in Algiers? Yeah, they're red hot. Cert crumpet. You shagged one, then? No, but my dad told me about 'em in the First World War. They're not the same ones, are they? One by one the soldiers would fall asleep. I lay awake, thinking, dreaming young man's dreams. Jazz music would go through my head. I could see myself as Bunny Berrigan, playing chorus after brilliant chorus in front of a big band surrounded by admiring dancers. Suddenly, without warning, Strainer Jones lets off with a thunderous Boston blast. He had us all out of the tent in 10 seconds flat. Oh! One freezing dawn we were awakened by a Lockheed Lightning repeatedly roaring over the camp. "Go and ask that bastard if he's going by road," said Edgerton. I got outside just as the plane made another dive. I shouted, "I hope you crash, you noisy bastard!" The plane raced seawards, hit the water and exploded. I was stunned. The gunners emptied from their tents to watch the flames burning on the sea. "Poor sod," said a gunner, and he was right. Reveille was sounding. "Listen," said Edgerton, cupping an ear. "They're playing our tune." My Day by Gunner Milligan. Dear Diary, oh, what a morning it's been. 06:30, Reveille. We were annoyed. 07:30, breakfast. Oh, yum, yum. 0900, first parade. Good morning, darling. 09:15, daily tasks. Who, me? 1300, lunch. More boiled shit. Oh, yum, yum. 14:15, second parade. Haven't we met before? 14:30, tasks. I've got a backache, Serge. 16:45, fallout. Crash! 1800, guard mounting. Quick! Under the bed! A word about the food. Crap. Hard biscuits, soil ink, bully beef, jam, tea, every day for all meals. The first week we spent route marching. The army works like this. If a man dies when you hang him, keep hanging him until he gets used to it. Marches were made more tolerable by Major Chaterjack insisting that we sing. A message would pass down the column. Gunners Milligan, Edgington, White and Devine forward. We gained the head of the column, and to the tune of Viva la Company we'd sing. The might of a nation was welded by one, all. Viva la Joe Stalin, solo. He hasn't half-kicked up the shit from the Hun, altogether. Viva la Joe Stalin, viva la Joe, viva la Joe, viva la Joe, viva la Joe Stalin. We were young. We were enjoying the new adventure. 90% of the lads had never been abroad, and this was a bonus in their lives, even though it took a war to give it to them. Chalky White invented a new sound. On the first beat of the march, you crashed your foot down, and for the next 3 beats you trod quietly. The effect was crash, crash. We also added a groan at the end. We also go crash, 2, 3, oh, crash, 2, 3, oh. Part 2 orders. Disciplinary action will be taken against other ranks responsible for the stamping and groaning on route marches. Signed, Major Chaterjack. I noted frangipani everywhere, but not yet in flower. Magenta-coloured bougainvilleas were in full bloom. Towards evening, the air was filled with the cloying perfume of jasmine. Belisarius was said to have placed one in his helmet at Trichoramaron, saying, "If I die, I will at least smell sweet." Generals, going into battle, then use perfume of jasmine. Hear what one general says. General Montgomery, "I use jasmine. I couldn't have won El Alamein without it. Get some today." Marches took us through timeless Arab villages, Ruiba, Ain Taya, Fondouk. When we halted, I'd try the Arab coffee, piping hot, sweet, oh, delicious. I watched Gunner White sip the coffee, then top it up with water. I explained the water was for clearing the palate. I thought it was for cooling it down, said the descendant of the Crusaders. Lieutenant Joe Mostyn was Jewish, 5'6", and on bad days 5'2", and no matter how frequently he shaved, had a permanent blue chin. Try shaving from the inside, I suggested. His forte was scrounging grub. One route march, he bought 100 eggs for 12 francs. Having no way of transporting them, he made us carry one in each hand till we reached the camp. Puzzled wayfarers watched as British soldiers marched by, clutching eggs, accompanied by mass clucking. Water was rationed, but we were on the sea. At day's end we'd plunge into the Blue Med. I watched the gunners, unfamiliar with salt water, trying to get their soap to lather. "There's something wrong with it," says Little. "Nothing can go wrong with soap," replied Forrest, who plunges into a furious effort to prove his point. "You're right," he finally concedes. "This soap is off." Naffy managers tried to understand how some 15 gunners all had soap that wouldn't lather. No one mentioned salt water. Dutifully, they exchanged the soaps. Next morning, the soap lathered beautifully. This is better," said Forrest. That evening, at swim parade, I watched Forrest and Little arguing about what had gone wrong with the soap since the morning. We all, of course, bathed starkers. The lads gave some wonderful displays of military tool-waving at passing ladies with cries of "Vive le sport!" or "Get in, Nob, it's your birthday!" It was all good stuff, and bore out Queen Victoria's belief that salt water has beneficial effects on the human body. There were dreadful gunners who floated on their backs playing submarines. At the approaching of a maritime phallus, Gunner Devine shouted "Achtung! Fire and torpedo!" and threw a pebble and hit the periscope, which would sink with a howl of pain. A nasty trick was invented by Gunner Timms. Tie a rock to a piece of string, make a noose at the other end, next dive under unsuspecting, happily swimming gunner, slip noose over end of willy, let go rock, retire to safe distance. Mind you, some gunners liked it. You can get used to anything, I suppose. We had received no mail. "They've forgotten us. Out of sight, out of mind," says Gunner Woods, scratching himself in bed. "You're always moaning," said Hooter Price. "I got a wife and 2 kids, and I bet they haven't forgotten me." "With that bleeding great nose, I don't suppose they can." "Look, a large nose is a sign of intelligence. The Duke of Wellington had one." "Yeah, he had one, but you look like you got 2. And how come you're only a bleeding driver, eh?" "I chose to stay with the men," said Price with great indignation. In the dark, a boot bounced off his nut. Ah! One morning, on Part 2 orders, 0800 hours, Gunner Milligan, S. Golding, Hart E., Wenham B., report to Sergeant Andrews for camouflage course. Now this consisted of climbing over walls, ditches, fences, fag packets, in fact, anything. The course showed how it was possible to climb any tall obstruction. It became known as leaping. I wrote a letter home to my brother Desmond explaining how leaping could be done in Civvy Street. My dear Des, in Africa we are all playing silly buggers. We are on a course teaching us how to leap anything that stands in our way. I think this could be introduced at home to encourage fitness among the wartime civilian population. For example, leaping stones could be installed in the home. The stone, about 3 foot high by 2 foot wide, could be cemented in all the doorways in the home, including one at the foot of the stairs. A leapometer is attached to the ankle of every member of the family, which records the number of leaps per person per day. Those who showed disinterest can have a small explosive charge fixed to the groin, which detonates should the person try climbing round the stone. This will cause many a smoke-blackened crotch, but with our new spray-on crotch hole, a few squirts leaves the groins gleaming white and free of foul pest. Think of the enervating joys of leaping stones. Sunday morning, and the whole household rings with the shouts of "Hoi, hup, hola!" Grannies, uncles, mothers, cripples, all leaping merrily from one room to another for wartime England. Ah, there's true patriotism. We have high hopes that more progressive young politicians with an eye to eliminating senile MPs intend to have a great Westminster leaping stone that will be placed dead centre of the great entrance doors on the opening day. Mr. Churchill could start the leaping, and those failing will of course be debarred. You can try and assist the failed member over the leaping stone by applying hot pokers to the seat. Thus the smell of scorched flesh, burning hairs and screams can bring a touch of colour to an otherwise dull wartime England. I don't know when I'll post this letter. I might deliver it tomorrow by hand, ankle, foot, and clutched elbow. As ever, your loving brother, Terry. To help kill boredom in the camp, I started a daily news bulletin posted outside my tent. Ex-Camp 201 POW Millie News. Libya. Last night, under cover of drunken singing, British commandos with their teeth blacked out raided an advanced Italian laundry. Several vital laundry lists were captured and a complete set of Marshal Gandolfo's underwear which showed he was on the run. China. Chinese troops are reported in the area with their eyes at the slope. Syria. It is reported that Australian troops have taken Cascara. They're trying to keep it dark, but it's leaking out in places, and the troops are evacuating all along the line. Rome. Il Duce told the Italian people not to worry about the outcome of the war. If they lost, he had relatives in Lyons Corner House, from whence he would run the government in exile. Local news. Sanitary orderly Little takes pleasure in announcing his new luxury long-drop Kazi. The word Kazi, by the way, from the Zulu word Mkazi, meaning WC. Secluded surroundings, screened from the world's vulgar gaze by Hessian. Plentiful supply of army form blank, booked now to avoid disappointment in the dysentery season. Here, when are we going to be allowed into Algiers, says Gunner Edwards, who is cutting Gunner Knott's hair and making his head look like a Mills grenade. But they're frightened to let us in. We might get into Casbah and catch Sif. That's all cobblers. They're stopping us so the officers can screw all the best birds first, and that's your democracy for you, said Gunner Thorpe, who was scraping his toenails with a jackknife. You're talking balls. Just because you get first bash at a French tart don't mean you're democratic. I mean, shagging a bird is the same if you're a commie or a fascist. Fucking is real democracy. A solemn cheer greeted this. Look, if none of us ever had a screw again, we had enough Hoggins in Bexhill to last forever. Cries of no, never, resign. A man can never have enough Hoggins. A good shag clears the custard, said Gunner Balfour, as he wrote a tender love letter to his wife. Gunner Maunders, his feet reeking, sits up in bed. They say French tarts can shag all night on one dinner. That's right, said Lance Bombardier Denning. They can shag round the clock in any position. Good, said Gunner Knott. From now on, I'm going to shag laying down. No more banging away standing in Bexhill doorways in the shape of a cripple. The cries of knee trembler! Knee trembler! Discussions on sex took up a large proportion of Gunner's working hours. The nearest thing to it was the estaminet at Jean Bart, a quarter of a mile from the camp. There, apart from the booze, was a barmaid whose bulging bosoms floated along the top of the bar with never less than 100 pairs of eyes to help them on their way. Many hot-blooded gunners ruptured themselves just staring. Try only looking at one at a time, I advised them. There was no shortage of alcohol. We guzzled muscatel, about 80% proof. The real proof was 100% stone gunners spark out in the gutters. Those who could stagger would go down to the beach. Naked, we'd sit waist-deep in the water to sober up. One such night, January the 19th, the port of Algiers had a sudden attack of air raid. Soon the sky was a mass of exploding shells, flaming onions and searchlights. We sat and enjoyed it. It's lovely, said Edgerton. Yes, it's lovely, I agreed. Gunner Roberts took from the waters to don his steel helmet. What German is going to bypass Algiers to bomb you, you silly bastard, said Edgerton. What they say, on a moonlight night an airman can see a bald head from 20,000 feet, said Roberts. You haven't got a bald head, says I. Well, no, but I'm not waiting till the last minute, says Roberts. I go back to the beach and return with fags. Tar, says Edgerton. Nothing like a wet cigarette covered in bloody sand. We sat silent. Edgerton spoke. Milligan, see if your airplane curse still works. I stood up. I waited till a German plane was caught in a searchlight. Then I shouted, I hope you bloody will crash. Nothing happened. Perhaps the pilot's deaf, said Edgerton. I hope you bloody well crash. Look, we're too far away, said Edgerton. Oh, let's forget it. Forget what? See, you've forgotten it already. He, too, forgetting, lay back and disappeared below the surface. He reappeared spluttering. This water's unreliable, he said. We dressed and started to wander back. It was dark. Being nyptolotic, I always carried a torch. Suddenly, in the beam, hopped an animal. "Look," I said. "It's a jerboa." "Jerboa, my arse, that's a kangaroo," said Forrest. "What's a kangaroo doing in Africa?" "There's no such animal," Milligan said. "You made the word up." "On the Bible, it's true." "Bible? You're an agnostic. OK. I swear on Tiger Tim's Weekly." "Halt! Who goes there?" came the midnight challenge. "Hitler," I said. "You can't be. He came in 10 minutes ago." "OK. We don't know who we are. We're Military Amnesics Anonymous. What's the password?" "We give up. What is the password?" "I'm waiting," said the sentry. "So are we. Give us a clue." "The clue is, what's the password?" "Just a minute," said Edginal. "I've got it written down here on a piece of paper. The word is fish. That was last night. Chips? No. Shirley Temple." "I don't know why they put me on sentry duty," said the demoralised sentry. "There's 70 blokes come in the last 2 hours and not one bugger remembered the word. It's a waste of bloody time. Sod Churchill." We gave him a rousing cheer, and he let us in. January the 23rd. Bombardier Harry Baum, nicknamed Hairy Bum, told us, "You lot are to be allowed into Algiers and let loose on the unsuspecting women therein. The passion wagon leaves at 13:30 hours, and you'll be back at 23:59 like all good little Cinderellas." Fly buttons flew in all directions. We set about cleaning up. Boots were boned, web belts scrubbed, brass polished, and trousers creased. It made little difference. We still looked like sacks of shit tied up in the middle. A 3-tonner full of sexual tension rattled us to the Algiers docks. Most of us were looking for women and booze, but not Gunner Milligan. I was a good Catholic boy. I didn't frequent brothels. No, all I did was walk around with a permanent erection, shouting mercy. In any case, I was in the company of Mother Superior Edgington, who shunned such practices. Was he not the one who threw his army-issue contraceptive into the sea, where it was later sunk by naval gunfire? So we entered Algiers with pure minds and the sun glinting on the brill cream running down our necks. We were joined by Bombardier Spike Deans and Gunner Shapiro. Along the main tree-lined Rue d'Islay, we entered a small café, the Delmonico. "That means the Delmonico," I explained. Inside we were shown to a table by an attractive French waitress. We perused the menu, moule marinière, hummus, spigola al forno, sole niçoise, scampi provençal, poulet rôti, carré d'agneau, courgettes. "Eggs and chips 4 times, we said. "Make mine kosher," added Shapiro. "Look, there's no such thing as Jewish chicken," I said. "And I'll tell you why," said Shapiro. "There's no money in it." The eggs arise sizzling in round copper dishes. "Where's the chips?" said Shapiro. "She's forgotten the chips." "Don't be bloody ignorant," rebukes Edgington. "In French cooking, le chips are served separate. Patience." We sat in patience. We sat a long time in patience. She had forgotten le chips. The mistake was rectified, and we ate the meal with quaffs of Thebar rosé. "You'd never think there was a war on," said Dean. "I think there's a war on," said Shapiro. "I notice," said Edgington, "you dip your chip into the yolk first." "True, I cannot tell a lie." We finished the meal. "What now?" says Milligan. "Let's go to the pictures," said Shapiro. "Pictures? We've come all the way from England to Africa, and you want to go to the bloody pictures?" "I like pictures," he said. "They make me forget." "Forget what?" "I can't remember." We decided to wander through Algiers. It was amazing how boring it could be. "Isn't this the place where Charles Boyer screwed Edie Lamar?" said Deans. "Yes," I said. "I'm not surprised," said Edgerton. "There's nothing else to do." We followed the signs, "This way to the WVS canteen, Allied troops welcome." The building looked like a warehouse. We went in. It was a warehouse. Tables and chairs were spread around a massive hall-like room. Behind tea-bearing tables were middle-aged English ladies who also looked like warehouses. They obviously thought being in Algiers was, naughty. We drank piss-poor tea and ate buns made of leather. Gunner Edgington was already slumped over a desk, dashing off a "Darling, I love you, I always will, do you love me," etc., standard soldier's letter for the relief of sexual tension, pausing only to hit his reoccurring erection with an inkwell. I used to write letters to several birds, but hadn't realised my letters were getting stereotyped until one replied, "Darling, thank you for your circular." Edgington wrote reams, average letter, 20 pages. He was the most pure of gunners and faithful to his sweetheart. Mind you, he missed a lot of fun, and his machinery was getting very rusty. I woke Shapiro, who had fallen asleep. "Dreaming of the Promised Land," I said. "No, I was dreaming of East Finchley. It's cheaper there," he said, yawning. Evening. We sauntered out into the main boulevard. All the prettiest French birds were out, chaperoned by what looked like the Mafia and an occasional Quasimodo. We promenaded up and down. "We can get all this bloody route marching at the camp," said Shapiro. "Let's lie down." We repaired to a street cafe. "Cat, verre, cognac," I said to a waiter. "Never mind all that crap," he said. "What do you want to drink?" The brandy arrived. "Here's to a safe war," said Dean, and spilled the lot over his jacket. We downed several brandies in the next hour, and all became decidedly unsafe. Shapiro dozed off again. "He's not asleep," said Edgington. "It's a Jewish ruse to stop paying for the next round." "Wake up, chap," I said. "Your turn to pay." "You're a fascist," said Shapiro, unchaining his wallet. The sun was setting, and so were my legs. No one could remember the way. "Follow me," said Edgington. 20 minutes later, we stopped. "Now do you know where you are?" "It's the cafe we left 20 minutes ago." "See," he said. "Let's go in." By 23:15 hours, we were all in the passion wagon. The noise was incredible. Talking, singing, farting, laughing, vomiting. Versatility was going to win the British the war. It was horrible, but there was a kind of mad, strange poetry to it. That is, ask anyone why they were like they were at that moment, and they would have a rational answer. An hour later, we settled in our beds, listening to the lurid exploits of driver Plunger Bailey. Plunger, because he had a prick the size and shape of a sink pump. He had entered the forbidden Kasbah in search of his Oggins, and gained entrance to an Arab brothel. "They wouldn't let me in till I took my boots off," he said. He had been shown a room where a naked Arab girl had entertained him with a belly dance. Feeling he should reciprocate, he sang her a chorus of the Lambeth Walk, and then, "I got stuck up her." From now on, my illusions of the Arabian Nights were dead. January the 27th, 1943. The services of the battery band were called for. "There's 10x on the bill, and we'd like you to do a twirl," said the district entertainment officer. He had a very high, effeminate voice. "I used to be a countertenor at the Garden," he said. "It must have been Wellingarden," whispered Edge. That evening, a highly polished staff car called for us. "Don't touch it," I cautioned. "It's a trap. It's only for our instruments. We're supposed to run alongside." We were driven at speed to a massive French colonial opera house, where at one time massive French colonials sang. The sweating sergeant was awaiting. "Ah," he said with obvious relief, "I'm Sergeant Hope." "Oh, what a good memory you've got," I said. "I'm the compere. You are the Royal Artillery Orchestra?" "Yes," I said. "Where's the rest of you?" "This is all there is of me. I'm considered complete by the M.O." "Oh, we had been expecting a full orchestra." "We are full. We just had dinner." "That will do," he said, leading us to the wings. On stage, an Army PT instructor was doing a series of handstands, leaps, and somersaults. The conclusion of each trick was standing to attention and saluting. "You don't salute, we're out on you cunt," said a voice from the khaki rebel. Sergeant Hope took down details of our act. "Name?" "Milligan." "Rank?" "Gunner." "Regiment?" "I'm sorry," I said. "Under the Geneva Convention of 1921, all I need to give you is my name, rank, and number." "Look, son, I had a bloody awful day. I'm at the end of my tether," he said. "Saved the jokes for the stage. I was told you were a 20-piece regimental orchestra and you were going to play Elgar's Pomp and Circumstances." He walked away holding his head. I think it was falling off. The PT sergeant finished his leaping act and was given a reception that he had never had before or since. He came into the wings grinning with triumph. "I think I'll turn pro after the war," he triumphed. The next time I saw him was 1951. He was a furniture remover in Peckham. "Changed your mind?" I said. He threw a cupboard at me. The worried compo was now the other side of the curtain saying, Thank you. The next act is the 19 Battalion Royal Artillery Dance Band under its conductor Gunner Spine Millington. Behind the curtains we were rupturing ourselves trying to get a massive French colonial piano onto the stage. I shouted, "We're not bloody well ready!" "Well," said the sweating sergeant, "as you can hear, they are not quite bloody well ready. We're ready, but yet, it won't be long now." And then here he put his head through the curtain. "Hurry up, for Christ's sake!" "Keep ad-libbing," I said. "You're a natural." He continued, "Well, they're nearly not quite ready." Soon we, not waiting for him to finish, we launched into our up-tempo signature tune, "The Boys from Battery D," which Harry Edgerton had written. "We're the boys from Battery D, 4 boys from Battery D. We make a rhythmic noise, we give you dancing joys, and sing the latest melody. Now we make the darndest sound as we send you tracking on down. So if it's sweet or hot, we give it all we've got. Oh boy, we've got enough to go round. We set your feet tapping with the quick step. We've a waltz that would make you sigh. And then the tempo we've got for a slow foxtrot will make a wallflower wanna try. So come along, you, he and she. It's a dancer's jamboree. Come on and take a chance. Come on and have a dance to the band of Battery D." Not exactly Cole Porter, but we weren't getting his kind of money. To our amazement, we got an ovation. 3 more jazz numbers and they wouldn't let us go. To cool them off, I got Doug Kidgel, our drummer, to sing Toselli's Serenade. When he sang the line, "Deep in my heart there is rapture," forgetfully we sang our customary version, "Deep in my guts I've got rupture, but for that, dear, I'd have of upture." We realized our mistake too late, and a great roar of laughter stopped the song in its tracks. We finished up with me impersonating Louis Armstrong, doing the St. Louis blues, and taking unending curtain calls. Old soldiers reading this, or listening to it, may remember that occasion. Driving back in the staff car, we sat silent in the aura of our unexpected success. To our left, the Bay of Algiers was bathed in moonlight. "I never dreamed," said Harry, "that one day I would be driven along the Bay of Algiers by moonlight." "Didn't you?" I said. "The first time I saw you, I said, one day that man is going to be driven along the Bay of Algiers by moonlight." "You're asking for a thud up the hooter," he said. "No, I wasn't. What I said was, the first time I saw you, all right, Milligan, stick this in your dinner manglers," and he gave me a cigarette. Old Sweats will shudder and fall faint when I mention the brand. V's. They had appeared in our rations when we landed in Algiers. "This is," I said, "living proof that British soldiers will smoke shit, and that goes from sanitary orderly Geordie Little up to General Alexander." Alf Files, our guitarist, disagreed. "Little, yes, he lives near it. He'd smoke shit, yes, but I bet a bloke like General Alexander wouldn't wear it." There followed a classical argument on smoking shit that resolved in the agreement that General Alexander would smoke shit provided it was offered to him by the king. The story went round that the V's cigarettes were India's contribution to the war. Churchill asked Gandhi if there was a natural commodity that was going to waste in India, and Gandhi said, "Yes, we've got plenty of cow shit." "Right," said Churchill, "we're sending you ₹1,000,000 to turn it into tobacco." 2 years went by. Churchill anchors for news, phones Gandhi. Churchill, "Gandhi, how's the ersatz tobacco coming along?" "All right, but we need more money." "Good God, man, you've had $1 million. "Yes, you see, so far it looks like tobacco, it smokes like tobacco, but what? It still smells like shit." The long haul to the front. One day, there was the long-awaited news on the notice board. 0600, 11th of February, 1943. Regiment will prepare to move, etc., etc., etc. Great excitement. Packing, renewing kit, selling kit, buying fruit for the journey, writing farewell forever, etc. to sweethearts. The day before the move, I developed a toothache. It started at 2 in the morning. The pain shot up my head, down the back of my neck, and disappeared down my spine, then reappeared in my chest sideways up the tent pole. How could one tiny hole neutralize a whole man? Willpower. That's it, willpower. That would stop it. I did willpower till 3 o'clock. It got worse. Old wives' recipe. Stuffed tobacco into the cavity. I lit the lamp. Edgington woke. he saw what appeared to be Gunner Milligan splitting open cigarettes and poking the tobacco down his throat. "Look, mate," he said, "you're supposed to smoke 'em." Next morning I drove to the dental surgery in a villa on the sea at Cap Matifu. The dentist, a young fair-haired captain, sat me in the chair and drove his prodder down till it got through the collarbone. "Ow! Sir," I said. "You scream very well." "Yes, I'm practising for the front line." I drove back with the left side of my face frozen dead. You may ask, what use is a half-frozen face? Well, it keeps longer. To this day, the left-hand side of my face is 2 hours younger than the right. We were to fill in our wills in the back of our army paybooks. I had no possessions, no money, 2 cheap 50-shilling suits, a second-hand evening dress, a few Marks and Spencer shirts, and a mess of ragged underwear. My trumpet was my only bounty, so I wrote, "I leave my trumpet to my mother and the HP payments to my father." Others made lavish entries. Gunner White, "I leave my gas stove to Sergeant Major so-and-so." To some it wasn't funny. Reg Griffin said, "When millions of perfectly healthy young men have to make their wills out, there's something nasty in the world." "This tea tastes funny," I said. "It's bromide," said Gunner Devine. "It stops you having improper thoughts while you're in action and causing you to lose your aim." "What you saying?" said Gunner Forrest, who was very, very dim. "What I'm saying," said Devine, "is that bromide stops you getting randy, then there's no women about to be the recipient of your desires." The bromide had some effect. The onanists were much less active and we all got to sleep earlier. Gunner Moffat didn't like bromide. He was a Christian Science monitor. He stopped drinking tea in case it interferes with my manhood. Bombardier Dean told him it was also in the food, so he stopped eating and lived on Arab fruits. As a result, he got galloping dysentery and went down to 7 stone before he was weaned back to bully beef. I don't think the bromide had any lasting effect. The only way to stop a British soldier feeling randy is to load bromide into a 300-pound shell and fire it at him from the waist down. Dawn, February the 11th, 1943. Yawning, I threw back the tent flap and felt the chill air run over me in the pre-dawn light. I hadn't been able to sleep. The excitement of the coming adventure had got to me. I had risen first, dressed, and started packing my kit. As the morning grew, my comrades started to stir. The odd voice commenced to break the silence in the camp. After breakfast, I loaded my kit onto the Humber Snipe wireless truck. At 8:30 a.m., the transport of the regiment was lined up, pointing due east. Edgington, late as usual, was swearing. "If I have to pack this bloody kit once more, I'll become affiliated to the Swanicles." "You don't mean that, dark, beauteous Gunner," I said, wiggling me fingers. His kit bag looked as though it had a dismantled gasometer inside. A squadron of Bell aerocopters roared over. "I hope you bloody will crash!" I shouted instantly. "Any luck?" said Harry. "No." "Your power is waning." "Rubbish," I said. "I've got the lowest wanefall in the battery." "Get out before I laugh," said Harry, pointing upwards. Driver Shepherd and I were detailed to drive Lieutenant Button in the wireless truck. We had been standing by vehicles for an hour and nothing had happened, but it happened frequently. Dispatch riders raced up and down the column shouting, "Fuck everybody!" But that was all. We started to brew tea when Lieutenant Button's iron-framed glasses appeared round the truck. "Look, damn you! You're supposed to be standing by your vehicles." "I'm sorry, sir. I'll say 3 Hail Marys." "Give me a cup and I'll say no more about it," he said, producing a mug from behind his back. Lieutenant Button flags down a Don R. "What's the hold-up?" "I tell you, sir, I'm the Don R who follows the Don R in front with a message that cancels out his message." A cloud of dust is approaching at high speed. From its nucleus, formidable swearing is issuing. "It's our signal, Sergeant Dawson." "Get mounted, we're off!" it bellows as it goes down the line, followed by mocking cheers. "Hooray!" I jumped in. Engines are coming to life. The hood is rolled back so Lieutenant Button can stand Caesar-like in the passenger seat. Shouts are heard above the revving of the engines. "Right, Milligan," said Button. "World War II at 25 miles an hour." He looked back at the long line of vehicles. "My God, what a target for the Luftwaffe!" "Don't worry, sir," I said. "I have a verbal anti-aircraft curse that brings down planes." "Keep talking, Milligan. I think I can get you out on mental grounds." "Well, that's how I got in, sir. And don't we all?" There was a throttle on the steering column, I set it to a steady 20 miles per hour. "I said 25, said Button. Sorry, sir, trying to economize. The slower we go, chances are, by the time we get there, it might be all over." "Oh, it will be all over, Milligan," he said. "All over bloody Africa." We rolled along comfortably, the sun warm, scenery magnificent. We stopped for 10 minutes every 2 hours to stretch our legs. I didn't stretch mine, as they appeared to be long enough. At every halt, Arabs materialized from nowhere, bearing eggs, dates, and some long black things that looked like petrified eels or a model of Plunger Bailey's weapon. We pressed on, crossing the river Issa, a thick, brown, tortuous winding affair flowing very fast. It kept company with us until we reached the village of Les Issa, a cluster of mud buildings. Outside a seedy white gendarmerie, an unshaven, seedy off-white gendarme slumbered in his chair. He's pretending the war isn't on," said Button. I shouted, "Oi, monsieur le gendarme! Où est la guerre mondiale nombre deux?" He pointed up the road. "Avant 6,000 kilos!" He grinned and fell back to sleep. Here is an excerpt from Major Chaitidak's letter of the time. "Here I sit in a truck by the roadside. The country is all covered with olive trees, karoo beans, and aloes. There are snow-capped mountains in the distances, and a deep, turbid, muddy river flowing to the centre of a broad, fertile plain. What growing country this is! There have been no vineyards for a long time. A few orange groves, but the crop is nearly over. Mostly Arabs about, herding flocks of goats and some cattle. Some French people in the first few days, but now an Italian strain is showing. That's funny, I never knew the Major was suffering from an Italian strain. 1300 hours. Arrived village of Champ de Marchal. What marshal was it named after? Answer: it had a railway siding, said Edgington. So it must be, altogether, Marshall Yard. 3 out of 10, I said. We sat down to eat the unexpired portions of our rations. Unexpired being a piece of bully beef that is gradually dying for its country. I grabbed my throat, staggered round gasping, "This bully beef's poisoned with food, ah!" and fell to the ground. "Bury me up a tree," I said. "You bloody fool," said Edge. "Why? After I die, I want people to look up to me." 3 out of 10, he said, placing one finger in his ear. Lunch over, and on to battle. Above, the sky was cobalt, cloudless. The Jebel stood out in stark blue-grey in the clear light. On our left, the silt-laden waters of the Cebu thundered in a titanic gorge on its way to the Mediterranean. Donkeys with riders perched on their haunches were passing by and pulling more donkeys, almost lost to view under sacks of produce. The animals looked in a sorry state, but then so did the Arabs. We were nearing a large town with the champagne name of Tizi Ouzou. "What's that mean?" asked student of Arabic Gunner White. "It's an ancient Arab proverb," I said. "No, it isn't," he said. "It's a wog town." "Let me explain," I said. "It means the shadow of the razor falls directly under the ear-roll of Muhammad, but it's cheaper by the pound." "Get off," said Chalky in that Bradford accent. "Where do you think I'm all that bloody crap?" "Any open space," I said. Outside Tizi Ouzou, we pulled off the road among the groves of oranges. That night I slept al fresco, and there's nothing better except sleeping al gelson. Ha ha ha! Next day, according to my diary, I sat in the back of the truck with a huge, pink, idiot youth from Egham. Who, I don't seem to be able to recall. Egham, yes, but him, no, but Egham, yes. Perhaps I was sitting in the back with a huge pink Egham. I was passing the time testing the wireless set when I got, "This is the Allied Forces Network, Algeria." A stentorian American voice said, "Here for your listening pleasures, Tommy Dorsey and his orchestra." Great! I listened all day. I lit up a cigarette. Now, this was more like war. A sign, "Sic en medu." "Sir," I called a Button, "we've just passed a sign saying someone's been sick in the meadow." There was no reply. Just silence, but, dear reader, it was a commissioned officer's silence. Of course, if you were a brigadier, you could command a brigade of silence. There's no end to it. I could feel it getting chilly at nights, and made a mental note where my balaclava was. In the drawer of a cupboard in 50 Rizzaldine Road, Brockley, SE 26. "You'll never need woolens in Africa," my father had said. The movement of the truck had lulled a huge pink-faced idiot from Egham to sleep. When we staged for the night, I woke him up. Where are we?" he said. "Africa," I replied. "Oh," he said, I thought it was Egham. What he needed was a direct hit. The Arabs of this village looked better off than the plain Arabs. 2 plain Arabs and 1 with chocolate sauce, please. Battery Diary. February the 11th, 1943, staged Beni Mansour. If brevity is the soul of wit, this diary was written by Oscar Wilde. My diary. Found a tree with heavy foliage to keep off the dew, and, if needs be, Oscar Wilde. I placed my bedhead towards the trunk between radiating roots. Radiating out from the tree are gunners Edgington, Tume, White, Shepherd's. Total financial holdings, 8 shillings. The night closed in. There was an almighty silence. A distant barking dog became a major sound. The soldiers grew still. There was a loud, painful yell. Ah! Firebug Bennett had dozed off with a cigarette and set himself alight for the umpteenth time. His blankets looked like early piano rolls. Peace was restored, the silence broken only by slow tramping of the picket. Each time he passed, puns from the recumbent soldiers. You'll never get well if you picket. Or keep going, there's a bone in the cookhouse for you. He silenced us with one threat. You've had your fun, and I'll have mine tomorrow morning at 5 o'clock when you'll have an accidental rude awakening with my boot up your ass. Somewhere a donkey was braying in the darkness. Coming, mother, said Gunner White. 8 o'clock, February the 11th. Breakfast. What's this? Porridge? It was porridge. Watery grey, vile, but porridge. So the porridge convoys were getting through. Now this was better. This was more like the suffering we're supposed to have in wars. Porridge. We paraded at our vehicles, small arms inspection, check on ammunition, then off again, and porridge. We were climbing steadily all day. Jagged peaks 3,000 and 4,000 feet ranged on either side. From Major Chetajack's diary of the 12th of February, midday. Very cold just now, as we are high up in the mountains, and I have just halted the column for half an hour. It is still a stiff pull for our vehicles. We climbed up and up, following bend after hairpin bend, through pine woods until we reached the open flat plain between the mountain tops. It is across this plain we are now travelling. Twixt Tizi Ouzou and Beni Mansour we passed mountains each side of 8,000 feet and numerous rock-hewn tunnels. Attention! Ralentir! Signs appeared frequently. We saw camel trains all laden with goods. They followed the ancient camel tracks 200 or 300 feet above us, moving slowly with a dignity no civilization had managed to speed up. At sundown, the Arabs turned towards Mecca to carry out their devotions. A religious people, more than I could say for our lot. The only time they knelt was to pick up money. Hitlergram, number 697312. The scene, a glittering affair in the German Naffy. The band under General Glenn von Miller. Hitler. Ach, meine beautiful. May I have the collapse of France waltz with you? Gunner Milligan. Thank you. Hitler. You dance beautifully. But it is not good enough for the Führer. Petain. Pardonnez-moi, Hitler. This is a Vichy. Excuse me one step. Hitler. Take this old French twit outside and shoot him. Now, what is your name, darling? Gunner Milligan. Gunter Milligan. Where have I heard that name before? I give up. Where have you heard it before? Hitler. Playing hard to get, Hein. Take this woman out and shoot him. February the 12th. Approaching Sétif, a large French colonial town. We passed 50 sweating, spotty French civilians being drilled by a Legion sergeant. Don't look, I said. It might be contagious. A line of black-clad Arab ladies carrying pitchers moved liquidly by. You'd think that there old man would bomb a suitcase, said Chalky White. How are you going to carry bloody water in a suitcase? Look, I only think of the ideas. It's up to the wogs to make 'em work. As we entered this dusty town, the French mayor came out and greeted us with a huge stomach, sweat, a speech, and numerous gesticulations. Major Chetajack's reply was to the point. Merci, bonne chance, and vive la France. I suppose there'll be a grand ball at Versailles tonight, said Edgington. We bivouacked just outside Sétif. We had a good day buying Arab supplies, eggs, potatoes, and chickens, so a great meal was in the offing. We backed 2 wireless trucks together, threw a blanket over the join. Inside we rigged an inspection lamp and picked up the BBC on the set. The food came steaming in the chilly night air as I uncorked the Van Rosé. I can still see the scene, the young faces poised eagerly over their food, all silent save the odd "Cool, lovely," and the clank of forks on mess tins. We listened to the news. "I think it'll be over by Christmas," said White. "You said that last year, and a year before." "Yeah, well, I'm playing the waiting game," said White. But this time he held his fork up to emphasize a point. Like lightning, I snatched it from his hand, scooped a mouthful of egg from his mess tin, and said, "You're right. By the taste of that egg, it will definitely be over this year." I looked at the engravings on the fork. "Devonshire Hotel Bexhill." "Give it here," snatched White. "It's a souvenir of our last supper in Bexhill." "Last supper," said Egerton. "If you were at the Last Supper, Jesus must have kept his bloody mess tins on a chain." "Arrest that man," said White. "Boil his balls in syrup and serve them when cool." We drained the last of the wine, smoked, turned in, turned off. It was a hunter's moon, so we went to sleep shouting "Tally-ho!" February the 13th, 1943. This morning, tired of those coughing, scratching reveilles, I took my trumpet and blew a swing bugle call. Chalky White appeared from under a blanket with a severe attack of face and eyes filled with blood-filled canals. "Whose bloody side are you on?" he groaned. Odd, silent soldiers, hands in pockets, eating utensils tucked under their arms, were making their way to the field kitchen. Our cook, Ganame, a dapper lad with curly black hair and a Ronald Cole moustache, was doling out porridge. He spoke with a very posh voice and porridge. "Where'd you get that accent, Ronnie?" said Gunner Devine. "To eating ale sausage." "Well, I should stop eating ale sausages," said Devine. "Ha, ha, ha." With a flick of the wrist, May sent a spoonful of porridge into Devine's eye. "Good for night blindness," he said, ducking a mug of tea. From Sétif, the road to the front ran fairly straight. During a halt, along comes a pregnant American staff car that gives birth to an American called Eisenhower. The driver was a tall girl with a Veronica Lake hairdo. Eisenhower approached and spoke to, well, I can't remember who, but I recall him saying, "What kind of cannons are these?" Cannons? Cannons? That's like calling the HMS Ark Royal a boat. Eisenhower got back into the car, struck his head on the roof and said, "Oh, fuck," and left. He had shaken hands with Sergeant Mick Ryan, who didn't know who he was. Ryan. Oh, what a ruffian that man was. One night, back at Bexhill, he made for the fish and chip shop. As he reached the door, the proprietor closed it. "Sorry," said the proprietor, "we're closed." "No, you're bloody not," said Ryan, and punched to the glass and laid him out. 1800 hours. Observed squadron of Boston bombers flying very high, headed towards the front. These days, the sound of any plane made one jumpy. Since leaving camp, trucks and lorries had passed us taking mail, etc., and supplies. This day, a truck had arrived with our mail. "Gunner Milligan?" shouted Bombardier Marston. I ran 50 yards to him. "Yes, Bom?" "No mail for you," he told me gleefully. Bastard! I was shattered. What were all those women I had been sleeping with back home doing? I mean, now I'd gone, they'd have time on their hands, but worse, there was no mail from Lily or Louise. First Lily. Milligan tells all. His loves, his desires, his secret sexual codes, and his receipt for aphrodisiacs. Take 600 oysters and porridge, and read it all in the sun. It was 1936. I was aged 17, smothered in pimples. Even my suit had them. I worked in S. Straker's of Queen Victoria Street. My pay was 13 shillings a week. After the train fare from Honor Oak Park to London Bridge, it left 7 shillings and 6,000 pimples. Standing on platform 1 of an evening, waiting for the 6:15, a small crowd of casual acquaintances would congregate. London Bridge Station, grim, grey, like a mighty iron mangle that squeezed people through its rollers into compartments. Yet I fell in love there. 3rd class, mind you. Lily. She was about 5'6", delightfully shaped, dark hair, brown doe-like eyes, a funny nose and slim legs. But I wasn't interested. I was after a girl with green eyes and red hair with fat legs who wore an imitation leopard skin. But Lily fancied me. She made it a point, like General Sermon, of being there firstest with the mostest. The first time we met, I was running along the platform. In comes Lily, and I say, "Take my seat." "No," she smiles, "I'll sit on your lap." She did. Very disturbing for a young man brought up on curry, cod liver oil, and Kepler's malt. The relationship developed rapidly, and so did I. We fell madly in love. She wanted to get married on 13 shillings a week. Well, I couldn't. 13 shillings a week? We'd have to spend our honeymoon on a tram. Marriage, I was so innocent, I had no idea how the sex act was performed. When the bloke said, "You get across a woman," I thought you laid on the woman crosswise, making a crucifix. I was 17, stupid, and a Roman Catholic. Any questions? I had to learn the hard way. Braille. Of course I wanted sex. God, how clumsy I must have been. Finally, after 3 years being fed up with waiting, she went off with some red-headed twit called Roddy. As far as she was concerned, it was over. Not for me. Brought up on silent films with a romantic Irish father who told me I was descended from the kings of Connaught, I played out the scene of the rejected lover. Sitting on a bench in Ladywell recreation grounds, with a quarter of jelly babies, I would slump in the corner of the bench in a series of scorned attitudes, hoping that she would come looking for me, like James Cagney and Shanghai Lil. I would do anything up to 27 dejected poses a night before the park keeper threw me out. What I needed was consolation. All my mother gave me was Weetabix. Playing local dances, I would buy ginger ale, disguise it in a whiskey glass, hoping she would see me taking gulps in between trumpet solos, pretending I was drunk. I was now Robert Taylor. I would play sobbing trumpet choruses until even the Jews would shout, "Stop! Enough is enough!" I would wait at night on the opposite side of the street to her house, with my Marks and Spencer's mackintosh, 5 shillings and threepence in a sale, with the coat collar up, making sure when she came home with a new boyfriend, I would be standing under the gas lamp, smoking a cigarette. When they arrived, I would throw down the cigarette, stamp on it, place my hands in my pockets, then walk away whistling Bing Crosby's "The Thrill Is Gone." And so had I. I did that every night of December. I got pneumonia. Just what I wanted. I wrote and told her I was dying. She sent me a get well card. I thought one evening I would throw myself from the bandstand and crash at the feet of her and her partner. Before I could, she moved her dancing habits elsewhere. On the night I planned it, I sat sweating. Finally, I had to go to the gents and remove the padding stuffed up the front of my shirt to take the shock of the fall. She'd met someone with a car. I used to give chase, shouting threats. After a year of this, I had the shoes resold 50 times, chased the car 1,073 miles, lost hope, and had calves like Nureyev. But I imagined, like Camille, she would return one winter's night to die in my arms at 50 Rizzledine Road, Brockley Rise, SC26. I offered her champagne. Ovaltine, really. She would ask me to play Honeysuckle Rose on my trumpet and then die. It didn't happen. And not only did it not happen, here I was by the roadside of some bloody wog village in Africa, and she hadn't even bothered to write to me. But, chum, living in hope is no reason to go without. I mean, what's wrong with part-time love affairs, which included night occupations from the waist down? I mean, I had to keep fit. To this end, I let other women into my life. I was good-looking, so I went in at the deep end. There was lovely Juno-esque Ivy, her sister Madge, then her married sister. Hat-trick, Eileen. Ivy had taught me how to. From then on, there was no stopping me. I had to go on to vitamin pills. There was Dot on One Tree Hill, Broccoli Doris, who was to get married on the morrow, Deptford Flo, Miss McCafferty of Lewisham Hospital. Once in uniform, I ran into a spate of affairs. Oh, Louise, Louise, Louise. So, no mail. Cheer up, said Gunner Forrest. You can read my letter. My wife's pissed off with a Polish pilot. With eyesight like that, how did he become a pilot, I said. Hitlergram number 27. Adolf Hitler. You realize soon the English people will be crushed. Me. It must be rush hour. Adolf Hitler. There is no need to rush. Soon it will be all over. Me. Hooray! Back to Civvy Street, Adolf. Civvy Street is no more. It was destroyed by the bombs of mein Luftwaffe. We were pressing on down the dusty road towards Sucaris, 100 miles from the front. At Oud Athmenia, we got into a secondary road. We were on a high plateau, the sun overhead. The endless jolting finally made you numb. At the next break, Driver Shepherd took over. Budden emerged from behind a tree, shaking off the drips. "Right, Milligan, off we go." I'm not Milligan, sir," said Shepherd in a hurt voice. Oh, it's you, Shepherd. Good." Voice from the back of the truck. "It's the Good Shepherd, sir. Ha, 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 ha." 19 Battery was now to part from the main body of the regiment. They went to spend the night at Guelma, the dirty swines, while we, the lily-white boys, went on half the distance again into a night bivouac outside Soucarras. Meantime, at number 10 Downing Street, the scene, Churchill in bed sipping brandy. Enter Allenbrook. "Prime Minister, have you seen the bill for Singapore?" "I know. Those Japa bloody knees. Why couldn't they come round the front?" "They're tradesmen. Any news of Randolph?" "He's out in Yugoslavia with that piss artist Evelyn War." 15th of February, en route to Likef. Soucarras lay along the headwaters of the Majerda River, which later swept down and watered the vineyards of the great Majerda Valley. Thought you'd like to know. Everywhere this dusty, light sand-coloured soil reflected the sun's glare, so we used our anti-gas goggles. Everywhere seemed parched, and on this, the 4th day of driving, our faces were sore. The horseflies! These buggers would break the skin and suck your blood. Given 2 minutes, they could make you anemic. You had to hit them the moment they landed. A split second later, it was too late. Men with slow reflexes suffered, like Forrest, who was covered in bites and great bruises where he had hit at them and missed. The more he missed, the harder he hit. "I wish I were Geordie Little," he moaned. "When they bite him, they fall off dead." "Yes," I said, "it's all that shit he works with." About 12:15, Mr. Budden said, "Milligan, we have just crossed the border into Tunisia." "Right, sir. I'll carve a statue of it at once." On the border was Sakit Sidi Youssef, where there was some kind of a mine. A few donkeys and Arabs were at a pithead, or a shaft, out of which ran a narrow rail. From inside the hole, a tipper truck would appear with powder produce, which they shovelled into sacks on the donkeys. Where did you spend your last holiday, Milligan?" Mr. Budden broke in. "I went with some friends to Whitsand Bay in Cornwall." Cornwall. He put his binoculars up. "You can't see it from here, sir." "I'm not looking for Cornwall." The journey had covered us all in a fine white powdery dust, giving us the appearance of old men. Sid Price started to walk bent double like an old yokel. Within seconds, the whole battery were doing it. Africa rang to the sounds of "Oh, yeah, IB 73, IB, I'm for Somerset." At the head of the column, Major Chaitajek sat watching us. "It's going to be a long, hard war," he was saying. I can still see his amused smile, especially as Woods, his batman, was from Somerset. "Not a daft idiot, sir," he said to the Major. "Yes, Woods, a lot of daft idiots, but I fear you and I are stuck with them. The thing to do is to keep them well camouflaged." We were off again, and owing to a laundry crisis, I was living dangerously. No underwear. 15th of February, 1200 hours. Likef, 20 kilometres. The road started to climb at an alarming angle. Hairpin bend after hairpin bend we laboured. Finally, the engine started to boil and Chaitajek called a halt. We were in a defile. The dramatic landscape looked like Dormier's drawings from the Divine Comedy. The rocks around abounded with lizards. To my delight, a chameleon was rainbowing around a tree. Shepherd was amazed at the colour changes. "How in God's name can I do that?" he said. "It's clean living," I said. "If you stopped playing with yourself, you could do it too." Looking along the line, one caught sight of the odd gunner piddling against the wheels. I didn't understand it. They have to clean their own transport, and then, when they've got the whole of Africa, they piss on their own lorries. Battery diary. 1500 hours. Went into hide west of Likef. Cowards. "What's Likef mean?" asked White. "It means the Kef," I explained. I watched some ants moving a dead grasshopper. "What are you doing?" said Eddington, with the tea mug welded to his right hand. "I was watching ants." "I wonder what killed him," said Edge, now squatting. "It would be his heart." "Oh, we'll have to wait for an autopsy." that might be too late. With his heart, an autopsy could kill him. I angered the bull ant with a twig. Careful now, said Edgington. The bull ant was now tugging at the twig. Don't let him get hold of you, mate, said Edge, or he'll beat the shit out of you. All eyes aloft. 2 more squadrons of Boston bombers appeared, the engines groaning under the weight of bombs. How clean it all looked up there. By sundown, we were all pissed off doing nothing. Officers tried to occupy us with things like, do that top button up. They were then hard put to think of something to do next. They settled for, undo that top button. What's the time? Said Gunner Chalky White. You want to know the time? Yes, I thought it would be exciting. All right, I said, it's 5:24. Oh, can I hear that again? I'm sorry it's gone, but I can let you have 5:25. Oh, no. He shook his head sadly. I like the old times better. I wrote a few letters. The one to Louise made me so hot I had to lie down in the shade. I tell you, bromide was useless. Milligan. Hello, Houston Control. Descending for soft landing on Louise. Base. What's it look like? Milligan. Ah! Knickers! Knockers! Cha, says Edgington, handing me a mug of tea. You have interrupted my midday erotic fantasies, I said. Yes, I smelt burning hairs and I was afeard for your trousers. I sipped the tea. How's the journey on M-Truck? Bloody murder. Seats are wood. Only trouble my arse isn't. You know, I miss not being able to play with a band, I said. Me too, he said. At least you can have a blow on your bugle. Me? Where do you get a piano in lovely Flybone Le Kef? Report sick, I said. Tell them you're suffering from piano withdrawal symptoms. Why? He'd only give me one in tablet form. Ah, I said, then this could open up the world of music. And now, Franz Edgington, wearing a hedgehog skin loincloth, will play Grieg's A minor concerto on an upright tablet and scream. It was 5:20 p.m. At this time in Civvy Street, I'd be breaking my soul in the dull-lit boredom at a wooden table in the Woolwich Arsenal dockyard. Mr. Rose, the foreman, would be saying, You call this a day's work, Milligan? And I would say, yes. About now, they'd all be thinking of 5:30 and tucking their little thermos flasks and little cardboard briefcases and folding up the grease-proof paper for tomorrow's sandwiches. Why, even if I got killed, it was better than that. Of course, if I got killed, I might change my mind. Eggs again, said Chalky White. We'll all be bound up soon. There's no happy in between. Back at X-Camp we all had the runs. Now we're all bound up like bloody concrete. True, I said. I suppose the moment we get into action we'll all have the shits. I wonder what it's like. The shits? No, action. We'll soon know all about it. They say it's very noisy. But action? No, the shits. It was night now. Distant flashes of gunfire lit the sky. Men sat in groups, talking, laughing, then one by one crawled into the pit. In the dark, cigarette ends glowed like fireflies. Somewhere, a long way off, a goat bleated, and a lot of good it did him. While we slept, the First Army were having a bloody conflict establishing the character of the campaign. In the mountains there was no scope for dashing armoured divisional pursuits on the flat as the Eighth Army had enjoyed. This was an arduous, vicious, slogging match of small groups of infantry charging up hilltops at bayonet point. And on this particular night, all hell was being let loose in the Kasserine Pass, with the Rommel at his cavalier best destroying the American opposition. Battery Diary, 16th of Feb, 1943. Battery Commander and Gun Position Officer to Elarusa via Le Kef to report to the CRA 6th Armored Div. Battery to move hide west of Gafour. Why do they keep hiding us, said Chalky. I'm not ashamed of being a gunner. We bade farewell to lovely shit-laden Le Kef and set off in our little khaki noddy cars. The sign, dust means death. Shepherd commented, Aye, if you get too much in your lungs, it kills ye, he says. We passed camouflage ammo dumps, rear echelon vehicles, tents, bivvies, etc. Crossing the road ahead were what would seem like bundles of rags on legs, carrying rifles and gas stoves. They're gooms, said Button. Goons, I giggled. No, goomiers, French African troops, you illiterate fellow. Personally, sir, I think it's the Irish Guards in drag. The grooms were accompanied by wives, children, chickens, goats, dogs, and what looked like the entire contents of Harrod's furniture repository. The grooms were right. We should take our women to war, khaki knickers and all. Wake up, darling. What is it, dear? Those awful Germans want fighting again. Not again. I killed 3 yesterday. Here's your sandwiches and rifle. Try not to use the bayonet, dear. You know what a mess it makes on the carpet. We're being waved across by a military policeman. His trousers had knife-edge creases. Even his legs had knife-edge creases. His webbing was blinding white. His brasswork flashed in the sun like gold bayonets. He saluted Lieutenant Button. Try and go slow, sir. We've had 3 straffings this morning. It's the dust. You must get a hoover, I shouted to him and drove on. That, Milligan, said Button, that was what I called real bullshit. Ah, sir, so you can tell the difference. I told him an idea to end the war. All you do is drop 50 English char-ladies on the Führer's bunker. In 1 week, the Hun would be broken. Come on now, I'm not having all those men in jackboots stomping on my polished floor. Never mind about silly old Stalingrad. You sit down, I'll bring you a nice cup of tea and a cheese roll for Mr. Goring. We passed Gafour, another dung village, and pulled up on a flat rocky plateau with stunted trees and scrub, but no porridge. Listen, sir, I said. Gunfire. Yes, said Button. There's a lot of it about. A mile to our left towered the blue-grey shape of Jebel Ike Cheed, rising some 1,000 metres. Moving towards us in a cloud of dust was a flock of goats attended by a small boy whose sole occupation was to hit them and shout, "Yay! Yay!" Growing almost in secrecy were cornflowers. This little flower was the first to bloom in Hiroshima after the Holocaust. So much for the power of the atom. Lurching thither, his hat on sideways, was the great Edgerton. He carried yet another mug of tea. How did he manage to brew up so quick? I'll tell you, he said, it's fear. Hitlergram, number 1560934A. Führer, tea! That is how we will break the Britishers. Messerschmitt, a great idea, mein Führer. Führer, the Englanders, they like make drink tea? This is what I want you should make. You should build ein tank. This tank will have inside a bladder. In the bladder we have the smell of the Nuffy tea. We sneak the tank up the Tommy lines, and at 4 o'clock the gun barrel, we squirt the Nuffy tea smell up the trouser legs. Messerschmitt, squirt the tea smell? Hitler, then Tommy will jump up and run with the mug towards the tea smell tank. Then we shoot bang fire. Messerschmitt, this will finish the Englanders. We listened to the BBC 1 o'clock news. Stuart Hibbert was telling us the First Army troops had successfully disengaged the enemy. This meant we were taking a bashing. Why not British troops confuse enemy by refusing to fight? The little shepherd boy stood watching with eyes like huge brown liquid marbles. "Kilowatt Renom?" I asked. "Mohammed," he said. "Me Spike Milligan," I said. I gave him some boiled sweets, and it came as a shock when I realised he wasn't quite sure what they were. I had to eat one to show him. We take a lot of things for granted. The afternoon was warm. Some lads, shirts off, basking in the sun, white bodies, eyes closed. What were they thinking? Pint at the pub? Watching Millwall at the Den? A walk with a girl on Sunday? See, the lazy sods, that's all they ever think of. Booze, football and sex. The afternoon was passing very slowly. We threw stones, broke branches off trees, played pontoon. We played stones, broke pontoon and threw trees. We walked around, we sat down, we stood up, we smoked. Christ, if only we had an air raid or measles. Spike Deans had bought 2 chickens off an Arab, and for 3 francs each we could partake of them for din-dins. That night we sat dining on roast chicken and drinking the last bottle of the wine. We drank and sang, "I'll be seeing you in all the old familiar places." In the distance we could hear guns. In the shadows our own guns stood silent in their covers. Soon it would be their turn. 17th of February, dawn. Yawning, I slipped the Humber into gear. "A rendezvous map reference 68039, said Lieutenant Button. "You holidayed in Cornwall, you say?" The road was difficult. Come to think of it, so was I. It was marked camel track, and it took us to Elarusa, a small wayside railway station, now a smoking ruin. Around it were the blackened skeletons of a dozen or so lorries. Inside shattered buildings were blood-spattered walls, blood-soaked battle-dress jackets and trousers. An old Arab, all that was left of the station staff, shouted, "Tout mort! Tout mort!" and described how it had happened. Stukas had come early yesterday, and in a few minutes it was all over. "Christ," said Bombardier Sherwood, "what's happened?" "Don't worry," I said, "these are the cheap seats." "Oh, he must have been a bad driver," said Chalky White. The humour was a bit forced. None of us were sure exactly what to say. The officers were now grouped around a map and appeared more excited than is good for an English gentleman. "What are they on?" said Chalky. "A vitamin B," I said. Up the line comes Chater Jack's truck. "Prepare to move! Prepare to move! Yoicks and tally-ho!" We followed him towards Bu Arada. Half a mile on, he turned left across the railway lines, down a bank, over a dusty wheat field, towards a small farm nestling at the foot of Jebel Rihani, nicknamed Grandstand Hill. Behind, the great khaki guns rolled like fat babies as they negotiated the bosomy terrain. The silence was broken by the sharp crack of artillery. "They sound like mediums," said Lieutenant Button. "Oh, they're too small for me, sir," I said. "I take outsize." Ha ha ha! Sergeant Dawson raced past on his motorbike. When we arrived at the farm, he was waiting with the Major. Soon the area was a mass of frenetic action. "Scrim nets on! Disperse trucks! Trucks over under those trees! Monkey trucks, prepare to lay 10-mile telephone line! All guns in the wadi there! Bombardier! Form OP party!" "For God's sake," I said, "there are more orders than men." Eddington joined in. "All gunners stand on one leg and lean eastwards." The guns were towed into a wadi. The command post tent appeared to have been put up by trainee wolf cubs. Bren guns were mounted against aircraft. "Lucky sod," said White. "All they do is to scratch their balls and look up." The 200-pound mustard-coloured shells were being unloaded and stacked. Signallers were lugging communications equipment into the command post. Specialists were putting up artillery boards and all those fiddling instruments that computed which German the shell would hit. Of course, they could have put all the names in a hat. A trestle table was erected for the tannoy control. Next to it were the telephone and the wireless set. Cables were run to the gun positions. Loudspeakers at each subsection connected and tested. It worked like this. Place loudspeaker near gun. Connect wire from command post. Press button on top of loudspeaker at gun position. Immediately, light flashes in command post control panel. "Hello, B-sub. Are you flashing? Can you hear me?" "Yes, but we're not B-sub, we're A-sub." "Oh, fuck. Can you flash again?" "I'm not going to become a flasher for anybody." Signallers are laying a line to the wagon lines, the place for vital supplies, vehicles, cowards, and porridge. It was important to appear busy. Gunner White was cunningly going around with an empty DDT tin. When questioned, he would spring to Eddington and say, "De-lousing, sir," and he got away with it. Major Chaterjack's letter of that time recounts. Perhaps an idea of what my HQ looks like would be possible, but to get the atmosphere is impossible. It's rather like one of the original structures at KK. By the way, I never found out what he meant by that, KK. But there is very much more of it. Tony Goldsmith and I have bedding at one end handy to us, with our wireless, telephone and loudspeaker systems to the guns. In the middle is a table, some charts, and an electric light run by bringing in the headlight of the vehicle outside. At the other end is Woods, my batman, and a few others who are at this moment trying to get a primus stove going for tea, since we have just had stand down as the sun rises. Ridiculous! Sit down, yes, but stand down is impossible. It was late afternoon, and we were hurrying to establish an OP before dark. Battery Diary. By nightfall, guns were dug in and living quarters constructed. In my mud hut, I took out my trumpet and played Lily Marlene. Nazi newsflash. Rommel, hear that? This man must be captured. He has shown considerable initiative to play ein German tune behind the Allied lines. He must have the complete confidence of General von Alexander. We must capture this golden England trumpet spieler. Von Hattertai. How can we use him? Rommel. First, we make him Field Marshal Spike von Milligan and Company Limited, Nazi Holdings, Bankers Hill Samuels. Then he will face the Allied line and play Charge. When the British are almost up to our lines, he will play Retreat. Then they will withdraw. Then he will play Charge again. Then Retreat. After 5 hours, the Britishers will be, how you say? Von H. Shagged out. Rommel. Yeah, shagged out. Von H. Supposing he refuses. Rommel. He won't. I have something here he will do anything for. Here Rommel hands von Hattertime a photograph. Von H. looks. Has 17 premature ejaculations, staggers backwards, forward, sideways, sweat pouring from his field marshal's baton. He speaks. Von Hattertime. Mein Gott! Louise from Bexhill. Rommel. Ha ha, ja. Look at those knockers. Von H. Wunderschön. Now I know, as they call you, the foxtrot of the desert. By now the signallers were all inside the Arab hut, which now glowed yellow with an improvised oil lamp. I checked my Tommy gun for the night. I had continually worked out in my mind the precautions I would take if confronted by Germans. It was simple, but a highly effective plan. I would raise my hands above my head and say, I surrender. Through our doors came Sergeant Dawson. Grinning evilly, he removed the blankets from my weary body. We're looking for our first hero casualty. We're laying a line to the OP. But tonight? Yes, tonight. I was just going to bed. It's Rita Hayworth's turn. Get your bloody boots on. I must get my rest, Sarge. People are saying I'm finished. I'll tell you when you'll be finished. 4 o'clock tomorrow morning, right? I pulled my boots on, got my pliers, Tommy gun, and slid into the dark. The detail was Lance Bombardier and his Bren carrier, Sergeant Dawson, Gunners Hart, Webster, Milligan, and Bombardier Fuller, who knew where the OP was. Dawson told us, silence is imperative. We set off being imperatively silent, which couldn't be heard because of the noise of the Bren carrier. We walked behind with a cable drum that went clinkety-clank, clinkety-clank. Why? The hole in the cable drum was square, but the spindle was round. We all spoke in hysterical whispers. God knows why. To communicate, we had to shout above the engine. As this charade went on, we started to giggle, then outright laughter. "Stop the bloody Bren!" shouted Dawson, himself on the verge of laughter. There was a suppressed silence. Unable to stand it, we all burst out laughing again. "Stop it at once," said Dawson. "Stop it," he said through his own laughter. So we stopped. "Now stop it, or I'll kill the bloody lot of you." A white star shell lit the night. "What's that?" said Ernie Hart. "That only means that a child has been born in Bethlehem," I said. "Well, he's 2 months late and the wrong bloody map reference." Another 2 star shells. "She's had triplets," said Ernie. After an hour we reached the OP hill. "This way," said Bombardier Fuller. Birch and I followed with the reel. "Stop that fucking noise!" hissed an angry Irish voice. "You get us all fucking martyred!" We took the spindle from the drum and unwound by hand. More flares. Suddenly a rapid burst of automatic fire. It was a Spando. A return blast. The unmistakable chug, chug, chug of a Bren gun. A flare silhouetted us beautifully for the whole Africa Corps to see. "Freeze!" hissed Fuller. I had one leg raised when he said it. Somewhere a German OP officer was saying, "Himmel! They're using one-legged soldiers." The flares faded. Fuller said, "I'm lost." "I thought you'd never say it," I said. We groped our way back to the party, who were inside the Bren, practicing fear and smoking. Dawson attached a phone to the line. "Hello, gun position here. This is Sergeant Dawson. Tell Major Chaterjack we can't find the bloody OP. Will it be all right tomorrow?" We waited. "Yes," Chater said. "OK tomorrow, but before first light." "Come on, let's bugger off," said Dawson. We piled into the carrier. I looked up. What a sky! The heavens encrusted with stars. The Milky Way hung like a luminous veil across the firmament. "Halt!" 2 sentries loomed in the dark. "Friend or foe?" "Friends," we all screamed from the grovelling position. "What's the password?" Dawson tried explaining. "Well, we don't know. You see, we're gunners from 56 Artillery. We're laying a line." The fear in his voice allowed us to pass. About 1 o'clock we arrived at the gun position. Our guns were firing. God, what a bloody noise! What in heaven's name did they think they were doing? It was past midnight. What would the neighbours say? I mean, soldiers need rest. They have to get up every morning looking lovely for their regiments. General Montgomery. "Have you seen Gunner Milligan this morning?" General Alexander. "No, why?" "He looks so tired and washed out. The Germans shouldn't really see him like that." "By Jove, yes. I'll ask him to see the M.O. Later at the M.O. Gunner Milligan. "I don't know, sir. Every morning I wake up listless and jaded, and the men are talking." The M.O. "Milligan, you're suffering from night starvation. I want you to wake up 5 times a night and drink 3 gallons of porridge." Next morning, General Montgomery. "Seen Milligan this morning?" Alexander. "Yes, he's back to his old self. thanks to, together, porridge! I got to bed, yawning. I pulled the blankets over me, doused the lamp, and slid into the dreamlit hours of darkness and freedom. To sleep under the ear-shattering blast of our guns seemed impossible, yet, as they thundered in the night towards Medjisalbab, we all slept like babes. It seemed I had hardly put my lovely head to the pillow when the boot of the sentry delicately kicked me conscious. "Milligan? What's the matter? You and Fuller have got to connect the OP line. What's the matter? There's early breakfast laid on for you." I don't like people laying on my food, I said. I was now wide awake. It was 0500 hours. It wasn't fair. Who invented early? The late people were much happier, like the late King George or the late Rasputin. I didn't bother to wash or shave. Red-eyed, I ambled to the cookhouse. "How long have you been dead?" said the cook. The morning air was cool. Light blue mist cast a hazy veil over the landscape. The dawn peace was shattered by the fifth mediums laying down a barrage. Breakfast was a surprise. The new Compo K rations had arrived. Cases of tinned and dehydrated food. We had scrambled egg, sausages, and porridge. "They're just fattening you up for the kill," said the cook. 0600. Bombardier Fuller and I set off. We skirted our guns to avoid the muzzle blast and porridge. The ground was covered with a very light dew that was now drying out. Every 20 yards we stapled the wire to the ground. The sun came up. It was going to be a lovely day. Reaching the foot of the hill, Bombardier Fuller suddenly remembered where the OP was. "We was too far to the left," he said. "We," I said. "You," I said. I walked to where we dumped the cable. Unbeknown, I was under enemy observation. Whoosh! Bang! Behind me a purple and red explosion. I was so surprised I walked to where it had happened, when whoosh! Bang! Another one. I didn't like it. Dropping the cable drum, I made a tactical withdrawal to the foot of the hill. "Oh, they must have seen you," said Fuller, a master of the obvious. 2 more burst behind the crest, 6 more. They were searching for us. Then, all quiet. "Look," I said, "this is bloody dangerous work. I'm going to put in for a rise." "I must get this bloody line finished," said Fuller. I loved the "I" bit. "The OP is straight up to the right of that tree." I paid out the line as he went forward. Nearer the crest, he started to crouch and finally disappeared into the scrub. Now and then I'd feel a tug on the line as he freed it from some obstacle. I was holding the line when 2 Bren carriers of infantry passed down the hill to my right. "Fishing, mate," said a laconic voice. I made a time-honoured gesture. Fuller re-emerged. "Everything okay?" I asked. "Yes." "Who's up there?" "Lieutenant Goldsmith and Bombardier Edwards." "Let's get back," I said. I now produced my new pipe, which I had brought to try and avoid smoking those bloody awful V's. Having a pipe clenched in your teeth seemed to make you feel calm, thoughtful, unflappable. "Major Chetajack." "I see Milligan is smoking a pipe." Sergeant Dawson. "Yes, sir." "He looks very good smoking it." "Yes, sir." "Looks manly." "Very manly, sir." Unflappable." "Definitely unflappable." "What's he like as a soldier?" "Bloody awful, sir." Rather than go back to the gun position, we hung around at the foot of the OP, yarning and smoking. Finally, towards evening, we started back. "It was all a bit of an anticlimax," Fuller said. "Yes, I wonder which bit it was." I felt my chin. I had a 3-day growth. A dust storm was starting to blow up. I couldn't decide whether it was German or one of ours. In the middle of it, a staff car emerged from across the field. "Me. Look, Frank. In the middle of it, a staff car has emerged from across the field." It was General Alexander with some of his staff officers. They got out, pointed in all directions, leaped back into the car and shot off at speed. The rich have all the fun. Dusty and tired, we arrived at the gun position. Lieutenant Joe Mostyn had just returned from a meal with an Arab sheikh. "I had to eat 3 bloody sheep's eyes." "Really?" I said. "Bend down and you shall be able to see me out the back." Poor old Joe. He was not particularly good at gunnery. On his first day at an OP, he scored 10 direct hits on a field. I pointed out that there were no Germans in it. "Ah," he said, "but they may fall into the holes." "Of course," I said. "German division surrenders with twisted ankle." "You've got to miss sometimes," he said. "It's good for business." What a war. There I was just doing well in the schmutter trade, and this schmuck Hitler comes along. So I have to switch from outsize blouses to battle dresses. I'm just starting to do well again when I get called up. Me, a soldier? This Major says, Mostyn, with your head for figures, you're ideal for the Royal Artillery. So here I am wasting shells, 10 shells, that see nearly 400 quid wasted. For that I could have made 310 battle dresses. The Instructor of Gunnery at War. A poem by Lieutenant Goldsmith. I'm Captain Blenkinsop, I.G., sent by mistake across the sea, to land upon this dismal shore, and find myself involved in war. Sad is the tale I have to tell, for a man like me this war is hell. For how can anyone expect my fall of shot to prove correct, when everything I tell the guns is interfered with by the Huns? When bombs are dropping down in rows, how can I make my traverse close, or take a bearing on the pole, while cowering in a muddy hole? It's plain that the opposing forces have not been on the proper courses, but worst of all the other day, when I was checking someone's lay, the Germans rushed the gun position, without the commandant's permission. I had to meet them man to man, armed only with the Tetley fan. Oh, send me back to Salisbury Plain, and never let me roam again. Lark Hill's the only place for me, where I could live at ease and free, and frame with sharpening pencil stroke a barrage of predicted smoke, worked out for 16 different breezes, with extra graphs in case it freezes, for non-rigidity corrected, and on a Merton grid projected. Oh, take me to the R.A. mess, to dwell in red brick happiness, enfold my body leather chair, and let me fight the war from there. 18-20 hours. I retired to our mud hut, threw myself on the bed. My second day in action, and not yet killed. By God, the Germans were bad shots. Next door to us were the Arab farmer, his wife and 2 kids, a boy of 6 and a girl about 4. I knew they must be having a rough time, so I occasionally took them a tin of steak and kidney pudding. What words of comfort did the Arab mother have for her children? How did she explain away the thunder of our guns? What did she say we were? Good? Bad? I suppose the little Arab boy is a man now, and works in the same land. Perhaps he's getting a better life. I wonder if he remembers the gunner who made a rabbit's head from a handkerchief and made it wiggle its ears. He might be telling his children, so this silly bugger comes up, ties a few knots in his handkerchief, and I'm supposed to laugh, silly sod. The oil lamps cast a yellow glow. Shadows wavered on the faces in the playing light. The guns, silent for the past hour, started a harassing fire task. Somewhere, some German was about to receive 200 pounds of exploding iron. Harassing fire has no rhythm. That was the idea. You fired at aggravating intervals. It was the Chinese water torture with solids. Gunner Ernie Hart. What was it like at the OP? Me? Nothing much. I was shelled a bit. What, real shells? Oh, no, just imitations. Were they near? Pretty near. They fell in the same country. We had to take a line to the top of Jebel Yani near the mosque. Mosque? Yes, it was a ruin. Shows you what drink can do. We could see Jerry from the top. Anybody we knew? We could see him queuing up for grub. A voice. What's the time? Me. It's nearly 11. Hart. Feels like 2 in the morning. Me. You must be feeling the wrong part. Ha ha! He pulled the blankets up and moved down into his pit. Me. Just think, if Gladstone was alive today, he'd be 157. Man cannot live by bread alone. What you talking about? Go to sleep, for Christ's sake. Very well, but if Gladstone comes through that door and asks for a slice of bread alone, don't say I didn't warn you. At this, Gunner Milligan rolled on his side, closed his eyes, and dreamed he was fronting a 24-piece orchestra. They all wore black jackets, but he was wearing a white one, playing great trumpet solos that had people crowding the stand. Lily was there, and he ignored her, at which moment Rita Hayworth called for him in a Rolls-Royce that she drove right up to the bandstand. He screws Rita Hayworth in the back of the Rolls, then takes another chorus on the trumpet. Dawn, 20th of Feb, 1943. A khaki creature was shaking me. Come on, Harry James, stand to. Stand to? I can't even stand one, I said. It was 0400 hours. 0400? There was no such time. It had been invented by Hitler to break us. I staggered out into the chill morning darkness. Bombardier Edwards posted me in a trench directly outside the officer's hut. Get in, keep your eyes open, stay in that hole. If you get killed, just lay down and we'll fill it in. Very funny, I said to him. With your sense of humour, you should be on the other side. I was alone in a hole in the ground in Africa. It was very quiet. All the guns had stopped firing. They usually did in the small hours. Even wars get tired. There was the distant yapping of Arab farm dogs. I wondered when the bloody animals ever slept. As eyes focused in the dark, I could see the black shapes that were the block outlines of the huts, the Bren carrier, the wireless trucks, the tracery of the scrim nets. Above, the heavens with stars glittering in the traverse of the sky. The officer's hut door opened. I saw the outline of Major Chetterjack, followed by Goldsmith. Seeing the top half of a human in a hole, he said, "My God, who's that?" "Gunner Milligan, sir." "What's the matter? I thought you were taller, Milligan." "I'm in a hole, sir." I heard Chetterjack chuckle. He said something to Goldsmith, and they both returned convulsed with suppressed laughter. Swines! I was again alone in a hole in Africa. At this moment, among the warring nations, there were literally hundreds of thousands of little men, all standing in holes, in France, Germany, Poland, Russia. What a lot of bloody fools we must look. The door of the officer's hut opened again. The mountainous figure of Chetterjack's batman, Woods, loomed towards me. He handed me a cup of tea. With the boss's compliments," he said. I sipped the tea. There must be some mistake. It had whiskey in it. I'd better hurry. I gulped it down, and as I finished, Gunner Woods returned. "Here, weren't there whiskey in that tea?" he said. I nodded. "Well, bugger I down dead. That were the Major's tea." It's my turn to laugh. Woods had approached me with the mind of a boy of 12 and left with one of 13. Experience ages a man. The first light was quickening the morning sky. Ghostly outlines were gradually turning into detailed reality as the covers of night fell off. We were all thinking breakfast. Loudspeakers crackled into life. "Take post!" Gunners dropped their food and ran to the guns to the cries of "Fuck our luck!" I discovered that some swine had stolen my shaving brush, so I stole someone else's. I had an early breakfast and was detailed to check the OP line. I liked going. It took me away from the mob and gave me a sense of freedom. I told Shapiro I wanted him to come with me. No, he said, "I can't come. My tin hat doesn't fit properly." "Well, you're a hat cutter. It's your own bloody fault." "OK," he grinned, "OK." Battery Diary, 20th of Feb, 1943. Activity of enemy patrols in the hills west of Battery have increased considerably. 6 commanders have come up on division front. Degree of alertness increased to 1/3 stand-to during hours of darkness. Bombing and listening posts established in gully running north into the hills. 936338, War Bombardier Jones, LW, accidentally wounded during action exercise. Shapiro and I trudged dustily along the line. "Some bastard stole my shaving brush," I said. "That's funny," said Shapiro. "Some bastard stole mine." We were walking over wheat fields now flattened by war machines. It was magnificent country. Spring was at hand. The wildflowers were beginning to sprout. The wheat crops were about a foot high, and lush, broad beans were about to flower. Compared with the English variety, these were giants, and there were acres and acres of them round El Arusa flatlands. This was rich and fertile growing country, but dependent upon rain. The ancient Roman irrigation system had fallen into ruin. Another plant, borage, was growing freely in the ditches, as were little blue and red anemones that grew among the wheat stalks. Broom was about to bud. Looking back towards the guns, we were in a broad, flat valley with high hills and mountains to our right, some craggy and precipitous, some smooth and rolling like the South Downs. Among the flat rock faces, lizards, chameleons, and an occasional gecko would be found taking the warmth of the rocks. A few white cabbage butterflies had appeared along with several orange tips. In the evenings, swifts appeared, from where I'll never know. The African sky was like most other skies, save it had the quality of brilliant light. One felt oneself urged to paint, paint, paint. As we trudged forward, I wrote on various stones little messages for those who might be following in our footsteps. "This way for World War II," or "Hello, soldier, having fun?" Another one, "You have passed go, collect £200. Another one, "In shore now with the credentials." Shapiro was patting his pockets. "Got the fag?" "Yes," I said. "Since we've been in action, I've smoked more." "I've got plenty since I smoke a pipe." "Oh, tar," he said. I lit him up and I lit my pipe. "Shapiro, what's it like with a pipe?" "It's a psychological difference." "What's that mean?" "I don't know. I read it in a medical book." "Here, let me try." He took the pipe, drew, inhaled, then burst out coughing. His eyes started to water. Oh, dear. It's fucking terrible. How do you nail that crap? You don't. Now he tells me. I'll stick to fags. Yes, stick to yours. Shapiro. Tell you what. You want to sell me some? You come quickly on the hour, Shapiro. All right, how much? How much have you got? You thieving sod. It's 20 fags for 20 francs. Business is business. We are fighting a capitalist war, so it's 20 francs. Shapiro unbuttoned his left-hand battle-dress pocket. You could tell by the wear and tear on the leading edges it is where he kept his lolly. He took out his paybook, opened it. Laying between the leaves was 500 francs. Have you done a robbery? I said. No. I save it and send it home to my mother, and she buys houses with it. He counted me out 2 tens. You're a bloody robber, he said, smiling. I could but think of the added burden he had, being Jewish. The Germans took him prisoner. Oh, dear. The line tested we made for the Bren carrier at the bottom of the hill. Anybody in? I called. Bombardier Sherwood appeared from under the scrim net. Ah, you're just in time for tea. Bombardier Hart was in the very act of pouring it. He looked up. Cohen and Kelly, you didn't have time it right. We persecuted minorities have to use our nut, I said. I untie my mug from my waist. Whee! Crash! An 88mm. Then another, and another, and another, then lots of others, in all about 20 rounds. We hugged the side of the Bren carrier. The smell of cordite drifted across. Fragments of metal scattered around us. It stopped as suddenly as it started. I think Jerry can see the bloody lot of us all the time, I said. Whenever I come up here, he throws a few over. It's you, Milligan, said Sherwood. You're a Jonah. Get in the Bren carrier and we'll throw you over the side. We drank our tea. After 2 days in action, I knew the most dangerous gun in Africa was the German 88mm. Its low trajectory gave no warning of approach. Who's at the OP, I asked. Tony Goldsmith and Spike Deans. Have they got any tea, I said. No, said Sherwood. Fill my water bottle, I'll take some up to them. Carefully, Sherwood filled it. I fixed it to my belt and started up the hill. I took no chances and kept to the right. As I neared the crest, I lay down and crawled. Where are you, 19 battery? I cooeed. This way, said Spike Deans. We're the good-looking ones. They guided me by talking me down. The view from the OP was magnificent. Below lay the vast Gubalat plain. To our right, about 5 miles on, were 2 magnificent adjoining rocky peaks that rose sheer 500 feet above the plain, Gara el Kibira and Gara el Hamada, christened Queen Sheba's tits by the soldiers. At the foot lay El Kozir, a great salt lagoon 2 to 3 miles in circumference. Around the main lagoon were dotted smaller lagoons, and around the fringe what appeared to be pink scum. In fact, it was hundreds of flamingos. This vision, the name of Sheba, the sun, the crystal white and silver shimmer of the salt lagoon, made boyhood reading of Rider Haggard come alive. It was a sight I could never forget. So engraved was it that I was able to dash it down straight onto the typewriter after a gap of 30 years. Further right of the lagoon were marshes, at the edge of which were burnt-out Panzer Mark III tanks. That shows what a careless cigarette can do, said Lieutenant Goldsmith. Tea finished, I started to crawl back. Thank Mother for the rabbit, Milligan, said Goldsmith. Back at the carrier they were playing pontoon. I arrived as Sherwood had lost his Bren carrier on a 5-card trick. You want to play, said Hart. OK, he's got 20 francs, Shapiro was quick to say. The game reached an alarming level. I'd bet my own mother and 3 francs on 2 picture cards. I made 30 francs on the day, and on paper I still own Sherwood's fruit shop back in Reading. That's me finished, said Sherwood. Who's got a fag? Shapiro, I said. Whoosh, bang. 88. See, I said. They know you're Jewish. 10 more rounds followed. Boom, bang, boom, bang, boom. I'm not that bloody Jewish, said Shapiro, face downwards. Next, a round of marker smoke. It was a guide for a bombing raid. 12 Stukas roared down. The noise of their engines was incredible, like howling wolves. Above them, circling, were ME-109s. The Stukas dropped their eggs on the London ice. The noise was frightening. The earth shook as bombs exploded, and the sky shook as the Bofors hammered away. Patum, 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 patum. When the last bomber dropped, the gunners Shapiro and Milligan, pontoon players extraordinary, shot out from under the camouflage net and rang heroically to a nullah. We sat gasping, looked at each other, and burst out laughing. We didn't say goodbye to them, I said. We bent over the stream and splashed water over our faces. Some of the London Irish had copped it. We saw 3 stretchers loaded onto a Bren carrier and driven away. Hooking on our small arms, we trudged back across the dusty plain. A motorcycle was coming towards us. It was a young paratrooper. You know where the London Irish are? He asked. Yes, so do the bloody Luftwaffe, I pointed. They're spread out along the rear slope of that hill. Tar, he said. What mob are you? Gunners. Are you paras? Yes. You were in the first lot out here, weren't you? Yes. What a scramble. They dropped us on bone, and the bloody Arabs were waiting to buy our chutes as we landed. We had to fight them to make them let go. He laughed, revved the engine, and roared away. He might have been a German spy, said Shapiro, who'd remained strangely silent during the conversation. Don't be bloody daft, chap. He was too scruffy to be a Kraut. He asked questions, didn't he? You told him what mob we were? I didn't. All I said was we were gunners, not the name of the regiment. Oh. You can take your finger off the trigger now. I was just playing safe. He could have been a German. OK, it was a German. But I never let on you were Jewish. Oh, thank you. Thank you very much. That's big. You didn't tell him I was Jewish. What do you want, a receipt for it or something? When we got back, the guns were firing. "Ooh, they're busy," I shouted to Spiro. "Well, it's payday," he said. I sat in my bed, enjoying the evening meal, steak and kidney pudding. This really was a good life if you didn't want to think more than 10 minutes ahead. We got money, grub, clothes, transport, travel, everything bar women, and we could dream of them at night. Some just thought of one woman. I thought of as many as I could. I don't suppose they knew, but I'd had Deanna Durbin and Joan Blondell every night until the fall of Tunis. If I had a good dinner, I used to include Mae West. Other lads were smoking, fiddling with kit, sewing buttons, chatting, or talking to the wall. I closed my eyes. It was time I had some letters. I wonder what Lily was doing. I knew what Louise would be doing. Louise was the girl with the big boobs and the buttocks that had serviced me twice a week. Someone was shaking me. It was me. No, someone else was shaking me. It was him. The sentry comes up. "Stand to, everybody." 4 o'clock already. Somewhere, someone was removing the hours between sunset and sunrise. That, they were bringing 4 in the morning forward to 8 at night. It was chilly, silent. Again, I stood in the hole in the ground in Africa. Let me see. First, I'd face east for a few minutes. Then I'd face northeast. Then southwest and due west. Next, I sat on the edge of the hole and faced north. I then stood and revolved slowly round in a complete 360-degree circle. That is, I covered every known compass point in the world, and all from a hole in the ground. Brilliant! I thought of a bar of soap. I unclipped the magazine of my Tommy gun. I said hello to it. I clipped it back on again. I felt in my trouser pockets. I removed the contents, a broken comb, the pencil stub. I said goodbye to them. I drew Ravel's Haunted Ballroom in the air. Next, I pulled the pockets inside out and shook the dust out. I whistled Van Gogh's Sunflower. I drew an imaginary line on my teeth. Now what? Don't just stand there. Be creative. I reversed my tin hat and stuck one finger in my ear. I felt up the sleeves of my battle wrist and pulled the sleeves of my pullover down over my wrists. I counted my nose. I listened for Germans. Silence, but who was making it? On an impulse, I said, "Fish!" A sentry loomed into sight. "Spike?" "Yes, who is it?" "It's me, Ben Wenham." "We can still be friends," I said. "What's the time?" "It's 0420 hours. Mind you, it's only a cheap watch. By an expensive one, it would now be at least 5:30. All quiet. I faced east. Yes, I stayed facing east. That's where the sun would appear. The sun was rising behind me. I must be facing west. Or was it because I had my tin hat on back to front? Yes, that's it. I was facing east, but my hat wasn't. And all in a hole in the ground. 0600 hours, stand down. Thank God. Another 2 minutes, and I would have been certified. I took breakfast, clobbered Jock Webster and Shapiro. "Sergeant Dawson says we are to go to the OP because we are not Protestants," I said. "Oh, my life," said Shapiro. My diary, 23rd of Feb, 1943. Up at dawn, to OP with Shapiro and Webster. Shapiro reports someone has stolen his shaving brush. This is the 5th day he's reported it. Anything rather than buy one. This will be my 5th continuous day as OP linesman. Arrived midday, shelled again. The blast threw me to the ground. Webster and Shapiro doubled for cover. Like idiots, we ran up the hill and jumped into a trench. Help! It was a mortar pit knee-deep in water bombs. Sitting quietly in the corner smoking a pipe was an old Irish sergeant. I tapped Shapiro. Ask him if he wants to sell his fags. Several more shells fell around us. Christ, if one landed in this pit. Let's get out when it stops, said Shapiro. Oh, you shall be safe in here, lads, said the sergeant. Safe? In a pit full of bombs? Only the Irish. It went quiet. Right, now, I said. Not me, said Webster. Two of us crawled out and down the hill. Then, whoosh, kaboom! Christ, we were caught in the open. Our Father who art in heaven, I started. A German smoke bomb dropped 50 yards to our left. It was a repeat performance of yesterday. The Stukas tumbled out of the sky. We're in the bombing zone, I shouted. You think I don't know, said Shapiro. One by one the Stukas peeled off. Are you insured, chap, I said. For everything but this, he said. The first tick of bombs fell along the crest of the hill, right in the middle of the London Irish again. I couldn't resist looking up and watching the slow, almost lazy majesty of the Stukas as they went on their nose for the final dive. It was all over as quickly as it started. We got up and ran to the bottom of the hill, seeking safety in the wadi. I tapped into the line in case the bombing had damaged it. It was okay. Webster reappeared. You lousy buggers, you pissed off and left me. Rubbish, I said. You stayed behind and left us. After a smoke, we limbered up and set off back. I remember we didn't talk much this time. Perhaps that built-in countdown had started to tick in our heads. Each shell that missed you brought the one that killed you one shell nearer. Back at the guns, the monkey truck, that's the maintenance truck, was up from wagon lines, and my old mate Edgington and I had a get-together. Alf Files got his guitar out. Sitting in a hut, we played a little jazz. Harry minus piano improvised a double bass, making a megaphone out of some artillery board paper. And then we cooked up a song, Ella Russa. Ella Russa, bum bum bum, Ella Russa, dum dum dum. We'll get through, sir, to Ella Russa, dum 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 dum. No more drying, dum dum. No more trying, dum dum. No more dying for Ella Russa, dum dum dum. Up down, lorry carry me through. Watch out, 88's out of the blue. Ella Russa, dum dum dum. Ella Russa, dum dum dum. We got through, sir, to Ella Russa. Ta-da! Crappy, isn't it? Now you know why the war took so long. Don't ask me how we ever learned the Limousin, but the wartime grapevine was highly efficient. Here was a song the Africa Corps brought over, the 8th Army picked up, and now we knew it. Some lads joined in singing. The gun started up. It all sounded very, very strange. We played a few more boring requests like Stay in My Arms, Cinderella, or You're the Greatest Mistake of My Life. Edgington and I did our routine. Edgington, do you know the greatest mistake of my life? Me, yes, you are. Edgington, do you know when the poppies blew again? Me, yes, mid-April till March. Edgington, do you know I'll be seeing you? Me, not if I see you first. Hitlergram number 3961. The scene. The Eagle's Nest Birches Garden. The Wagner Concert Hall. Stage curtains closed. Assembled at the Western World Press. House lights down. Over the speaker a voice. Hello there, Western World Press. Now, for your delight, the old Deutsches Band Hot Shots. From behind the curtains comes the sound of a quartet playing a very dodgy version of Tiger Rag. The curtains part. There, revealed in white monkey jackets, black trousers, are a four-piece band. Martin Bormann, dressed as Tommy Dorsey, walks to the mic. Hello there, Western Press. Let me make introductions. On the piano, Adolf Jerry Roll Eichmann. Storms of recorded applause stolen from Benny Goodman. Bormann. On the drums and vibes, Hermann Milt Göring. Applause. Göring does quick drum break, throws sticks in the air, misses. Bormann. The practice you will have to make after school, Hein? Ha 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 ha. Now then, rated #1 cripple of the year on G banjo und Ace crooner, Slim Goebbels. Goebbels is a hot break on the banjo. Blank, 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 blank. Bormann. A slick trick, Hein? Cool it, Daddy. Now, on cornet, lead and scat vocals, the leader of the Third Reich, Adolf Bix Hitler. Storm of recorded Sieg Heils. The quartet launched into Is You Ain't My Baby. Hitler singing, Is you ain't mein baby, Göring. Yeah! Hitler, is or not mein baby now, Hein? Göring, crazy daddy, want a smoke? The vocal concluded, rallentando, storms of recorded applause. Bormann, cool it, Herren Vaux. Martin Bormann signals. 1,000 Doberman pinscher dogs surround the reporters. Bormann, now, kids, any questions? The Times correspondent stands. Good evening. This new venture by the leaders of the Third Reich, what do you hope to achieve? Goebbels,
I will answer this. Yeah, it is a new scene, man. Gone is the goose step. All that crap is out, out, out. All gehat. In comes the new swinging Third Reich. Unter der Lindenplatz one step. Hitler, yeah, Goebbels, baby. Goebbels, right on, daddy. This is the new Hitler. A smile, a song, a Stalingrad. Times. Mr. Goebbels, who started this new sound? Me, Hitler, me. We heard that ein Englischer battery band by the name of D Battery have got the swing band, and they play on the front line. Shit, man. They can't get away with this. The Hitler hotshots will give the lie. Okay, boys. 1, 2, 3, cut. Hitler launches into a growl cornet solo. It must be jelly, 'cause jam don't shake like that. Flashballs explode. Martin Bormann takes the mic. Bormann. Well, you folks in the USA, this is a broadcast from Germany, the home of good jazz. You have been listening to Bix Hitler and his 3 Reich hotshots. So, good enough to remember, we will destroy you!
The mediums in front of our guns now opened up. We were all firing at an alarming rate. There was a strange tension in the air. Our OP had spotted concentrations of vehicle-borne infantry and Mark III German tanks moving left behind the cover of Grandstand Hill. In burst Dawson. Come on, he said. There's fucking Germans on the other side of this hill and nothing in between them and us. I want you, and you. His finger stabbed in the direction of the victims. Small arms, outside now. And he was gone. Led by Major Chetijak, the party climbed Grandstand Hill. We at the gun position got strafed by a lone ME-109. The bastard, I said. Get his number. We'll report him for willful damage. Geordie a little replied on the Bren gun, but was miles out. You're a good shithouse, orderly, but a lousy shot, we shouted. Hal Little complained about our references to his humble job. It may be shit to you, he said, but to me it's bread and butter. As darkness fell, the OP reported a German patrol had winkled out a gunner OP to their right. Chetijak advised our OP to withdraw half a mile and go back at first light. The listening post come OP was placed forward of our guns. We had a report that Tiger tanks were in our area, and they weighed but 90 tons. How in Christ could we stop them? Simple, I said. I held up my hand. Tiger tanks, stop! The BBC News that night. German forces are concentrating along the line of Medjez al-Bab, down the Majerda Valley, and towards Buerada. About 10 that night, Georgie Dawson and Co. returned, red-eyed with whiskey. Where did he get the stuff? Milligan, he woos, you can have the day off tomorrow. Oh, lovely. I'll drive down to Herne Bay. There was a talk of an early stand-to, so I got my head down. 0300 hours we were awakened. Stand to, I stood to. The sound of small arms fire echoed around the hills. The sky was lit up by repeated flares. Towards dawn, it all went quiet. The first skinny wog cockerels were crowing across the land. Lucky sods, they'd had a night's sleep. I was too tired for breakfast, so I went back to bed. I didn't wake until 11 o'clock. I was desperate for a bath. The river, Siliana, was about 1,000 yards to the rear of our position, so I took soap, towel, Tommy gun, and went. It was a slow-flowing river, about 60 feet across. The water was clean. I walked along the banks until I came to an access spot. I stripped and dived in. The water was just the right side of cold to make it refreshing. Standing waist-deep in the water, alone, I felt like some bird freed from a cage. I swam across, then back again. Free, 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 I shouted. I finally got out and dressed. As I climbed up the bank, a herd of goats came over the top and swarmed each side and smothered me in dust. I walked back very slowly, smoking and thinking that this was all bloody mad. What's going on? I asked Birch, who was oiling his rifle. Everything, he said, without looking up. Where have you been? Oh, I had a bath in the river. What river? It's about a quarter of a mile away. You can't miss it. You keep going, and when you get wet, that's it. I was off duty and therefore not eligible to be killed. That afternoon, with the battle all around, some silly sod says, "Test your wireless sets." Sid Price and I set our trucks 20 yards apart. Sid, hello? Are you hearing me? Over? Me, yes. Hearing you strength 10, but I can hear you without the set on. This is all bloody silly. Over? Sid, have you got any pipe tobacco left? Over? Sid again. Hello, Spike, can you hear me? Over? Hello, Sid, what is it? Sid, listen, Milligan, you can bloody well hear me. I'm coming over. Before he arrived, I managed to stuff all my tobacco into the pipe and smoke a good 3 pounds before he arrived to find me unconscious over my set, dying of nicotine poisoning. Now, I'm not mean, but Price had a pipe, the bowl of which he hid in during air raids.
A Sid Price tobacco refill meant 3 cargo ships. By 8 o'clock I was very sleepy, so I turned in. 1400 hours, and the bloody stand-to again. Getting up at this hour must be something like the dead rising on Judgment Day. We were told a German patrol was behind us. I got into my hole in the ground and cringed. To camouflage myself, I stuffed the branch of a tree in front of my web belt. On the grandstand hillside, there were flares and small arms firing. Lieutenant Goldsmith ushered from the hut. He saw a bush in the hole. "Who's that?" he asked. "It's a gunner Milligan, sir." He walked back into his hut. A pause. The door opened. A torch shone on me. The door closed, followed by hysterical laughter. Not satisfied with humiliating me, they sent Gunner Woods out with the kettle, who starts to pour water into the trench. "Mr. Goldsmith says it's time you were watered." "Bugger off," I said, beating him with a tree. "Tomorrow night, if there was a German attack, I'd point out the officers' quarters personally." 0600. Breakfast over. Shapiro, Webster and I set off. "You know, I feel safer out here than at the gun," said Webster. Suddenly, 3 Me-109s roared at 0 feet over the OP hill. We all panicked, ran in circles, crashed into each other. It was pointless to lie down. As they roared over, I came to attention and gave the Nazi salute. It saves our lives, I tell you. The planes raced at speed towards Elarusa, ack-ack shells tracing their route. We heard their cannons firing. A mighty explosion. It was an ammo dump. Smoke curled up blue-black into the sky. Now, this day, I was carrying with me my gold-plated besom trumpet to fulfill a certain promise I had made to myself. "What certain promise?" asked Shapiro. "I promised the hire purchase agent I would play this trumpet where the fighting and the repayments were thickest." Ack-ack again, sod! They were coming back. I unslung my Tommy gun and let fly my first rounds in anger. What a great feeling! Planes gone, excitement over. We went on checking the line till we arrived at Dead Cow Farm. That was the name I'd given to our OP. I buzzed the OP. Me: "Everything all right, sir?" Lieutenant Goldsmith: "Everything all right? It's a bloody war on." Me: "Yes, sir. What I meant is everything in the war all right?" Lieutenant Goldsmith: "Yes, it's working splendidly. Any tea down there, Milligan?" "I can't tell you, sir. Careless talk costs lives." We dispatched Jock with a bottle of tea and watched as he wormed his way over the crest, backside sticking up all the way. "If there's a sniper watching, he should be able to provide Webster with a second arsehole," said Hart. Whee! Crash! Whee! Boom! Crash! 88 millimeters. They were bursting just above the crest of the OP. It was odds on they'd spotted Webster's clumsy efforts. Whee! Boom! Whee! Boom! What was I waiting for? I unsheathed my trumpet and, laying sideways, I played Mother Machree as a further batch of shells came over. But then the shelling started to creep down the hill towards us, and Milligan stopped playing, didn't he? And Milligan packed up his trumpet and ran like bloody hell towards the waddy, didn't he? "Come back, you windy bugger!" shouted Sherwood. "Windy buggers don't come back!" I shouted. I returned later. Jock Webster came back on his belly. "I didn't like that," he said. "I might have got bloody killed up there." "That was the idea," I said. The phone buzzed. I listened in. OP: "Action left, target tanks." Gun position answering: "Action left, target tanks." I had never seen the real thing, so I scrambled up to the OP trench. Without binoculars, the tanks on the plane looked like toys moving at snail's pace. Our shells were landing short. The tanks were at extreme range and moving across our line of fire. After about 20 rounds, the tanks had made cover behind a hillock to our left, and the fire ceased. With that, I crawled back to the carrier. "What happened?" asked Sherwood. "Tanks," I said. The effect was electric. "Tanks," he said, sitting bolt upright. "How many?" "Millions," I said. "In fact, tanks a million." Ha ha ha! High above us, a squadron of Bostons and Marauders were heading towards Tunis, then turned right towards the 8th Army front. Flak burst around them as they disappeared in the blue distance. While we had been frolicking at the OP, the gun position had been having fun. Here it is recounted by a letter from Gunner Harry Edgington. Major Chaterjack, MC DSO, had told Sergeant Dawson, "I want to test the alertness of the gun position to possible infantry attack, which might occur during the next 24 hours. Get some of your off-duty signallers to put on gas capes, go out in front of the guns, then infiltrate forward through the scrub to the left of the gun positions." So me, Edgington, and 6 of us all put gas capes on and sauntered off, rifles and all. We did what we were told. Suddenly we appeared through the bushes with our rifles at the high port. God blimey, when the gun crew saw us, they all rushed for their small arms, dived into trenches, and were about to let go at us when Sergeant Griffin recognised us. "Don't fire," we hollered, just in time to stop a massacre. He then let us have the length of his tongue. "You silly sods, you nearly got yourself bloody killed. Are you all bloody daft?" "Yes, Sarge," had been the meek reply. Turns out that no one had warned the gun position sergeants of this stunt. But another gun position had seen another group of mysterious enemy, amongst which was Bombardier Jones, and they got fired on, didn't they? And Bombardier Jones gets wounded. Christ, you couldn't see their asses for dust. Anyhow, it all simmered down, and Chedidek knew that the gun position were on their toes. Now the good news. Everybody was on all-night stand to. Hitlergram number 3086142. With our Führer behind the enemy lines. Gunner Hitler. Ach, I hate these stand-tos. I shouldn't be doing that. I should be the sergeant and be in Kip. Gunner White. Assholes. You say assholes to me? In Germany I'm the leader of the Third Reich. You are lucky I only ask you for ein Fag. I thought you didn't smoke. That is silly bugger Goebbels' propaganda. He says you must never be seen mit the fag on. I smoke 57 fags a day. I have to hide in the cupboard, in the closet. It's not easy. I'm human like anybody else. I might burn ein Jew or two, but nobody's perfect, I tell you. What about sex? I mate mit the shag 10 times a day. Oh, poor Eva Braun. Oh, not her. I screw her in the night. She is the greatest. We screw in the shape of a swastika. Then, when she plays Die Valkyrie on the Beckstein, I make mid the backscuttle. Then we are dancing the Tango Stein with the Berlin Novelty Trio, eh? Ha ha ha! You look shagged out. If you're going to win this war, you better get some sleep. Ha! You little cocky foolin'. How can I lose? Look at these good conduct passes. First prize, 5-string banjo at Graz County Fair. 3 times last tango champion in Paris. Admit defeat, Tommy, hein? We were told the situation was grave. What does that mean? Well, how do you feel, Milligan? Grave, sir. Very grave. Small arms firing all around us. The night passed very slowly. I was glad to see the first light in the sky. Here, my diary takes up the story. February the 26th. The storm broke at about 9:30. Our troops pushed off Opie Hill. Lieutenant Goldsmith and Opie party came back. Sergeant Dawson set up an OP directly on the hillock in front of our guns. Position now called serious. How do you feel, Milligan? Serious, sir. Very serious. Sporadic fighting all around in isolated groups. Infantry manoeuvring for position. Major Chedidek was anxiously awaiting orders from Div HQ to move. By 3 in the afternoon it hadn't come, so Cheta took the initiative and gave the order. Move, and quick! I packed everything in 2 minutes, piled on Sherwood's carrier, which was moving out with Lieutenant Goldsmith aboard. What's happening, sir? We're moving, Milligan. Somewhere cheaper? No, somewhere quieter. And if you see a milkman, tell him no milk tomorrow. We were the first vehicle out. Here is another excerpt from Edgington's letter with his version of that occasion. Monkey 2, that's the maintenance truck, was bumping out of a waddy and gathering speed as I came at it with Bill True, Pedler Palmer and Jack White reaching anxiously out over the half-up tailboard. All the equipment had just been slung in. And I finished my run with the most blood-curdling hurdle jump to clear the tailboard sufficiently for Bill, Pedler and Jack to grab enough of me to hold on to, and nearly tearing me cobblers off. I watched as the battery pulled out. We were retracing tracks we had originally taken from Elarusa Road when we reached it. Bombardier Sherwood, swerving, braked his left track and turned onto the tree-lined road leading towards Buarada. A company of infantry were digging in along the railway bank. They were the second line of defence. This was the direction Jerry wanted to come. The guns were now well across the field. As they turned into the road, 88mm shells started to burst among the convoy. It was deadly accurate, and miraculously they didn't hit men or chargers. I watched fascinated as scarlet and purple flashes exploded under the lumbering lorries and guns. It was a lovely, warm, clear day. Pity someone was spoiling it. Up the line comes Sergeant Dawson on his motorbike. I was in the middle of that bloody lot, he said. It suited you, I said. Anyone hurt? Said Goldsmith. No, sir. Well, anyone annoyed, then? The shelling stopped. We had gone half a mile when Sherwood turned right off the road into a copse of acacia trees. The first thing I saw was a grave, a crude cross on top, a helmet with a jagged shrapnel holes. A 1,500-weight truck is leaving the site. The driver stops. You're not staying here, are you? We've been shelled out. Jerry's got this place zeroed in so he can drop 'em in your mess tins. Oh, good, I'll get mine ready, I said. The gunners hove to, gunners grinning, giving thumbs-up signs. Behind comes Major Chedidek, unruffled and smiling, and returning the stopper on his whiskey flask. I'm sorry we had to move, gentlemen, he said. While all this had been happening, at wagon lines a critical situation had arisen. I say, soldier, what's that arising over there? That, sir, is a critical situation. Orders from them to move had arrived at the same time Jerry tanks infiltrated from Tally-Ho Corner. To give the vehicles a chance to get away, Captain Rand, BSM MacArthur, and Bombardier Donaldson went north to a crest to hold off a tank attack with pick handles. Lucky for them, as the Panzers came into view, Churchill tanks of the Derbyshire Yeomanry came through the wagon lines at speed, counter-attacked, knocking out 7 Mark IIIs. My diary, February the 26th. Wagon lines evacuated south of Elarusa. Telephone contact with wagon lines was down, so I was sent to open a wireless contact. I threw my gear into Doug Kidgel's lorry, who was up with the rations. "Mind if I drive, Doug?" Of course he didn't. I took the wheel, put my foot down. "What's the bleeding hurry?" said Kidgel, hanging on grimly on. "I want to live," I said, raising one eyebrow like John Barrymore and crossing my eyes. "I'm young, lovely. I want to feel the wind of this giant continent blowing through my hair." I laughed. "Ha, ha, ha, ha. Happy, darling," I said, as Kidgel shot 2 feet up, hitting his knot on the roof. "Slow down, for Christ's sake." "Oh, he's not in the back, is he? Milligan, stop, or the child will be born premature." "If you saw Jerry's artillery back there, you'd realise I'm not doing this for fun." "I didn't say it was fun," he raged. "We hit a large pothole. Kidgel goes up. While he's up, we hit another pothole. So while he's on his way down, the seat is on his way up to meet him. This time he did a sort of semi-somersault. I had to brake suddenly, and there on the floor in the shape of a granny knot is Kidgel. Ha ha ha! We raced past Elarusa station. Now we are safe from Jerry's artillery. I slowed. "Who taught you to drive?" said Kidgel. "Eileen Joyce. But she's a pianist." That was the trouble. We arrived at wagon lines at 5 o'clock, too late to bivvy, so I kept down in the back of Kidgel's lorry. 27th of Feb, first day at wagon lines. 0700. After breakfast, Bombardier Artificer Donaldson detailed 5 men to accompany him back to the old wagon lines to collect the equipment left behind in yesterday's panic. We drove in silence, except for me whistling, which I often did. It was an innocent pastime, free of malice, honest fun. It just drove people mad, that's all. In the carrier with me was shithouse orderly Forrest. He was illiterate, but he didn't know that because he couldn't read or write. Eh? He had a girl in Bradford called Enid, and in reply to her simple letters, we would reply on behalf of Forrest. "Oh, dearest radiant light of love, here, where I am serving my monarch and country, a great symphony-like yearning burgeons within me whenever I think of you. Enid, the name is magic, and your face. Whenever I sprinkle the quicklime over the crap, it's your dear face I see." She never wrote to him again. Whistling merrily, we arrived at the deserted wagon lines, laying around with the bric-a-brac of a hasty evacuation. "Throw it on the lorry, then let's piss off," said Donaldson, walking up the hill. "I'm going up on the ridge to keep KV." "Where's the piano?" I said to Forrest. "Oh, what piano?" said the blank face of Forrest. The regimental piano." "Regimental piano?" "Yes, where is it?" "I don't know. You're not joking, are you?" "Joke? Me joke about the regimental piano? You've never seen us playing without a piano?" No. Well, until it's found, there's no more dancers. The Germans have captured that piano. We're finished." We threw the last of the salvage onto the lorry. "OK, Bomb," I called up to Donaldson. "You can come down. All the work's done." The return drive was uneventful, except the look the boys gave Forrest when he said, "I wonder what happened to that regimental piano then." At wagon lines, I shared a tent with BSM MacArthur, a regular, but only 5'6½", which made him lack authority to anybody 5'7½". He had a face the shape of a pear held upside down, smoke blue eyes, a straight, fleshy nose, and under this hung a brown handlebar moustache. Head on, he looked like a motorbike. He had advanced piles and slept face downwards. He greeted me with, "Good news. You're being promoted to Lance Bombardier." I wasn't expecting this, but I was quick to capitalise. "We non-commissioned officers must stick together." "Wait till tomorrow. I'll put this bloody lot through their paces," I said. He was new to the regiment, having joined a week before we sailed from England. Apparently he had gained the disfavour of someone and been banished to wagon lines as a sort of a khaki limbo. That night he talked. I thought I was Walter Mitty, but this man was a congenital liar. He started. I am born of noble birth, you know. My forebears were Scottish barons. I have royal blood. One of my forebears slept with Prince Charlie. For that a child was born, and I am in direct line from that union.
Oh, jolly good, I said. I mean, what else can you say to a short, sallow Herbert laying face downwards in 3 grotty blankets, total value about £3.10? He didn't stop there. There were his yachts. I have one tied up at the Pool of London. Oh, yes, if I had one, I'd tie it up, I said. You see, I married a millionairess, he said, lighting a dog end. Oh, why didn't she buy you out? Oh, no, I couldn't let the old country down. Why not, I said. Everyone else has. He was still rambling on when I fell asleep. Next day I dug a slit trench and roofed it with a small tent and installed the wireless. The gun position was nearly 14 miles away. If we move any further, we'll have to get in touch by medium, I said. Throughout the daylight hours, I would contact the gun position every hour. We had a sudden outbreak of squitters, and Gunner Forrest had to dig a second latrine to take the overflow. We all had it very bad, and no one dare go more than 20 seconds away from the Kazi without jeopardizing your underwear. The MO gave us all some foul-tasting pills that left you feeling like you'd slept with an Arab's toe in your mouth. After a few days, it all cleared up, but during the attack, Bombardier Marsden ran a sweepstake. BSM MacArthur swept the pool with 24 visits to the Kazi in 8 hours. He got 200 francs and a sore ass. My diary, February the 28th, 1943. Torrential rain, wireless, trench flooded. Contact gun position. Milligan. Hello? Tell Sergeant Dawson I need a relief. Gun position. What do you want? Over. Milligan. Paulette Goddard. Over. Gun position. What will be her duties? Over. Milligan. Her duties will be me. Over. The rain. Not only did it come down, it went up 6 feet and then came down a second time. It's good for the crops, said MacArthur. Well, I haven't got any, I said. I have 100 acres in Somerset and 300 in Canada. It's not raining there. I know, he said, pacing up and down, and it's very, very worrying. March. The Germans launched an offensive called Ochsenkopf. Now, that means Oxhead. With names like that for a major offensive, they just couldn't have a sense of humour. It went on from the 26th of February to the 5th of March. They nearly broke through at Hunt's Gap, but an incredible resistance by the 5th Hampshires and 155 Battery Royal Artillery, who for over 12 hours, the latter were finally overwhelmed, decimated the Boche so much he had to stop. March the 13th, 1943. Early closing in Lewisham. United States Bulletin. The scene, a highly camouflaged American ice cream refrigerator in the battle zone. A phone rings. Eisenhower. Who's that? Voice. I'm General Patton, second in line to John Wayne. Eisenhower. It's Ike here. We've taken a thrashing from the Germans at Kasserine. Patton. Germans? I'll put them on my list, but first we got to get rid of these bloody limeys. Eisenhower. Remember, form the tanks into a circle with the women and kids in the middle. 12th of March, 1943. Quarter bloke Courtney says, we've got to move to a place called Beja. So we all started packing this bloody kit again. Finally, the convoy lined up, BSM MacArthur on his motorbike. Where's the rolls? I said. It was 44 miles to Beja. En route, we passed a glut of POWs, and without fail, we gave them Nazi salutes and morale-sapping raspberries. The Germans looked baffled. Was this rabble the army they were fighting? And what was this strange farting noise they made? Goebbels' newsflash. Hitler. What is this farting noise the Britishers are making? Himmler. It's ein Raspberry spielen. Hitler. Raspberry spielen? Was ist das? Himmler. According to our secret agent, it is ein farting noise. Hitler. How can ein Raspberry make the farting noise? Himmler. Is it ein mystery? Hitler. That is not good enough. We must form ein Raspberry spielen panzer unit. We will show them who is master of the farting noise. A mile outside Beja, on the verge of a tree-lined dusty road, we parked our vehicles and draped scrim nets over them. Flanking us were fields of ripening corn that rattled in the afternoon breeze. The afternoon was good drying weather. I had to wash my denims and battleless trousers because they pleaded with me to. I hung them to dry and repaired in my shirt and socks to sleep in Kidgel's lorry. I awoke to find the lorry a mile away at an ordnance depot, about to be loaded with blankets. I was hoiked out of the back, accompanied by wolf whistles from the soldiers. An RSM spotted me. Oi! Oi, you, ear and double. It was a rare sight, me running across a busy square. I came to an unclassic attention. What the bloody hell do you think you're doing? It was an accident, sir. What kind of an accident? Dysentery, sir. I'm excused trousers during attack."
"If the Arabs see you, they'll think we're all bloody queer."
He took me to the quartermaster's store.
"Fix this nudist up with trousers, will you?"
Kidgel was bent double with laughter as we drove back.
"You swine, Kidgel. I hope on your honeymoon your cobblers catch fire and roll down the bed."
The roads were alive with reinforcements. A squadron of Churchills, all spanking new, were trundling towards the front, their gear stowed immaculately. Divisional signs freshly painted. Along the Bija Uadzaga road we travelled. The sun was shining, the land was green. We didn't have a care in the world. Was there really a war on? We sang songs, those nostalgic, slushy, moon-June love songs that had fucked up my generation. I was brought up to believe that the answer to all my problems was a Red Rouge, moist-lipped Alice Faye romance. I wasn't in a war, really. I was Robert Taylor in Waterloo Bridge, and Louise of Bexhill was Vivian Leigh. Life was a series of weak-joke, crappy dialogues one could hear in any Hollywood film from 1935 to 1945. If I made a wisecrack, I was Lee Tracy. If I sang a song, I was Bing Crosby. If I played trumpet, Louis Armstrong. If I kissed a girl, I was Clark Gable. If I was in a fight, James Cagney. But who was I when I was washing my socks out? Hollywood didn't recognize reality. The escapism was almost evil, yet I was looking for the happy ending with Judy Garland and Mickey Rooney marching triumphantly and singing "They Call Us Babes in Arms." It never happened. It never will. Hollywood sold us short. My generation have suffered withdrawal symptoms ever since. But here we were, singing gaily. It was ridiculous. A thin soldier in outsized denim trousers held up at strings singing, "You stepped out of a dream." Doug had a new trick. On the first beat of the bar, he'd hit the accelerator, and the lorry would lurch forward like this. Stepped out of a... March the 13th. The mail had arrived. Everyone went mad. I had one from Mum and Dad, and one from Lily, and 3 from Louise of Bexhill. Help! I'm going blind! My father had rejoined the army as a captain in the RAOC. He was over 50, but using Glazier's putty and blacking his bald head with boot polish, he looked 49. My brother Desmond was working as a runner come slave to a press photographer's in Fleet Street, and was in the middle of all the fire raids, and frequently came home smoke-blackened but whistling cheerfully. This caused my mother to worry. She got Dr. O'Brien to prescribe whiskey to relax her. Every evening she would open the front window, sip whiskey, and listen for Desmond's whistling. By the time he arrived, Mother was so relaxed she was stretched out in the passage. All the mail didn't bring good news. Sergeant Dale said, "Here, my missus has run off with a bleeding Polish airman." "That's funny. So is mine." "Well, they must be short of planes," I said. Other letters were from Beryl Southby, a Norwood girl who had a crush on me. And then there was one from Kay in Hurstmansoe. I must have pulled the birds in those days, but I don't remember working at it. However, it got complicated, as this letter of Harry Edgerton recalls. Then, how about the night at the Delaware Pavilion, when it took 7 of us to get all your birds safely out of the place at the end of the evening, whilst you peeled off secretly with the 8th, the latest, Kay, the dazzling blonde from Hurstmansoe, who had been waiting behind the dressing-room door with a pair of scissors clutched in her hands during the interval. Did you know about that, Milligan? Doug was first man into the room in the interval, and walked right into her. As Alf arrived, he was needed to help Doug in the struggle to unarm her, and as I came in, she was crying, and they were trying to mollify her. You never showed up. If you were out in the auditorium, you were still taking your life in your hands, for they were all there. The 2 Bettys among them, flexing long fingernails. Even Pearl the Naffy girl was looking very unhappy, and there was one of the sergeant's wives, I remember. It's all lies, folks, all lies, I tell you, it's all lies. Anyway, came the finish of the evening, with Jimmy, Chalky, and I nervously shepherding 3 of them up the left-hand raised aisle or galley where we were all sitting. Well, we were just getting towards the far end of it, and there was some 3 rows of triple cinema seats already pushed up tight against the wooden wall that overlooked the dance floor. As we were coming up to these, I saw an army boot sticking out from a mass of steel legs. There must be another one somewhere, I thought. Being on the inside, nearest to the chairs, I took one step rather more quickly and stopped and turned to the girls, so as to keep their attention up at me. I wished to look down at where the head that belonged to the boot ought to be. Sure enough, there it was,
at the right distance from the boot. The Milligan features all screwed up in the usual huge grinning wink. Remember? It's a pity you didn't get that one into the book, for it has, despite all the shagging that was undoubtedly going on, a far happier and a more humorous ring to it than all the other yarns about your amours. Well, folks, if that's all true, I didn't know when I was well off. Beeger, Wagon Lines, 17th of March, 1943. A velvet night, as against last night, which was Donegal tweed. Midnight, around me the silent, sleeping wagon lines. I was reading a Mickey Mouse comic printed in Arabic. I shouldn't be doing this. I understood Mickey Mouse, but Arabic. No, mice didn't speak Arabic. This was nonsense. I should be on the floor of the Hammersmith Palais de Dance, wearing a blue chalk-striped suit with well-padded shoulders, doing the Susie Q with, what's-her-name with the big boobs, who used to go out with Roy Fox's singer Denny Dennis, who had become the British Bing Crosby. Whereas I was the British Bing Crosby. Didn't I win the Bing Crosby contest at the Hippodrome Lewisham, wearing a shrunken sports jacket with 4 and 6 penny Marks and Spencer's flannels? And again, didn't I win the EPNS Solid Silver Crooners Cup at the Lady Florence Institute, Deptford, singing East of the Sun? And was chased by the bloke who came second? Anyhow, I settled down to a comparative easy life at Beeger, sitting in a hip bath and eating dates. March the 18th. We were to take returnable salvage to the RASC depot at Souk El Kemis. Kidgel, Edgington and I, a perfect trio, all balmy and none of us queer. On the way, we stopped to exchange old battle dresses and see-through blankets with Arabs for bunches of dates. The stickiness. By the time we got to the depot, we were stuck to each other. Kidgel had to prise his hands off the steering wheel. It was even on his boots, 6 feet away from the eating area. A stark white sign with the red letters, Beeger, no admissions, typhus. I wonder what typhus is like, said Edgington. Typhus is an Arab village, I said. Then what's a Beeger? A Beeger is a dread disease that has struck down the people of typhus. You noticed that the Wogs didn't have these diseases until we arrived. We drove in silence. What did one date say to another, said Edgington. I don't know. I'm stoned, he said. Ha ha ha, I went. Souk El Kemis was a pile of mud with windows. In the main street we entered an Arab cafe called Out of Bounds. We drank a bottle of warm Thebar white wine. Arabs in 1s and 2s were seated around coffee tables. Above, a 3-bladed fan turned slow enough to count the blades. It was intended to disperse flies, but in fact they were riding on it. We drained the bottle and left. Midday. Arrived at service depot, stopped at gates by small red-capped, 2-striped military Hitler. What is your business? I'm a vicar's mate, but the war has spoilt it. We want to play a little game, do we? Good. I like little games. Now, we are going to play a little game called Vicar's Mate waiting at the gate for 1 hour. Where do they find people like him, said Edgington. You take a pig's offal, said Kidgel, and make it a corporal. Finally allowed in, we drove to the salvage bay, unloaded our junk, and got a receipt for it. Why does anybody have to sign for a load of crap like that, said Edgington. Why? It puts the responsibility for all that crap onto someone else. Life is all bits of paper. You don't exist until you have a birth certificate, and you're nameless until you have a baptismal certificate. You have never been to school without a school-leaving cert. You can't get insurance without a clean bill of health certificate, and you're not legally dead without a death certificate. And, added Kidgel, you can't do a crap without one. Before departing, I spied a pile of American 2-man pup tents. I approached them respectfully, saluted, placed one under my arm and said, This is for wounded knee. It's also for wounded teeth, wounded ear, and ulcerated tongue. 1 pace back, onto the lorry, and away. A brilliant tactical move, and my first blow against General Patton. The wind blew pleasantly through the lorry window. Did you know, said Edgington, now covered in date sticky, there's a man in St. John's Road Archway who keeps a whole egg in his mouth for a year without taking it out. He must be bloody mad, I said. Maybe, but he's still a civilian, he said, sliding dates down his throat. We finished the dates and felt sick. We ourselves felt pretty free. Alone, and no authority, knowing where the next meal came from, and young, all that had a certain freedom too. Since then, none of us have ever felt that particular type of mental and spiritual liberty. The gall of it is, at the time, we didn't know it. It appears memories always have to be forced on us. Suddenly,
At an alarming speed, the skies overcast, turned black, and a thunderous torrential downpour descended. The land became a sea of red-brown mud and water. The force of the rain neutralized the windscreen wipers, and we had to pull up. "It will do BSM MacArthur's crops in Canada good," said Kidgel. Almost as quickly, the rain stopped. The sun shone, and that peculiar musk of drying earth permeated the air. The trees were a shade greener, the air fresher. God was very good when he wanted to be. In 20 minutes the world dried out, and no trace of rain remained. "What is that?" Edgington pointed to something moving along the road. We pulled up. "There, that thing." It was a large, black, scarab-shaped beetle, about half the size of a matchbox. It was standing on its head, with its hind legs, pushing a round ball the size of a small tangerine. "That's a dung beetle." Edgington gets out and stands over the creature while it moves up the road. "Why are they called dung beetles?" said Doug. "Because the ball he's rolling is dung." "What's he wanted for?" "He lays his eggs inside." "Caw, what a start in life, being born up your neck in shit." I picked up the beetle and placed him in a safer position, where Kidgel stepped back and flattened it. We passed another batch of POWs. "Ein Reich! Ein Führer! Ein Arsehole!" we shouted. "Lucky sod," said Kidgel. "They're all out of it." "Here, Milligan," said Harry, with surprised recollection. "Today's St. Patrick's Day. Any messages?" "Yes. Fuck the English." That evening I erected my new tent and invited Edgington to share it with me. Suddenly the rain. "Oh, Christ," said Harry. "I'm on guard in 5 minutes," he moaned. "Right," I said. "Off you go and stand at the pissing rain for your king and country." He went off groaning and rustling in his gascape. I lit the oil lamp. "Now, where are my old pornographic photographs?" "It's all lies, officer. I bought them as art studies. I'm a keen art student of 21, etc., etc." Pouring rain. Everything was damp. Cigarettes went out. Matches wouldn't ignite. I was asleep when Edgington returned. "You asleep?" he said. "Of course I am. You don't think I make this noise when I'm awake, do you?" He groaned as he came in. "These tents are made for dwarfs." "I am a dwarf, but I'm tall with it," I said. "Oh," he said, "what's the bloody time?" "The bloody time is 0200. Got a fag?" "Yes." Here there was a long pause from Edgington. Mind you, I took part in the pause, but it was he who started it. With great strength of character, I brought the pause to an end. "Well, give us one, then," I said impatiently. "You must make yourself clear, Milligan. If you ask me, have you got a fag, the answer is yes. I have got a fag, but have you got a fag for me has an entirely different connotation. Well, give us a fag, or I'll break out in running sores and make 'em gallop all over you, infesting your basilicans." "Is this the language of the race that gave us Joyce, Yeats, O'Casey, Old Mother Riley?" he said. Edge had contorted himself into the letter Z to pull his tin of cigarettes from his pocket. He hands me a curved, flattened thing. "What's this?" I said. "It's Players' Turkish for smoking round corners," he said. Edgington was going through the gyrations of getting his battle dress off. In a confined space, this meant you got his elbow in your ear roll every second. "Let's face it, Edgington, this is only a one-man tent." "I am only one man," he said. "But I was the only one man first," I said. "Lies. I am the first one only man," he said. "What?" Finally we settled, doused the light, rolled left and right into our blankets. Up front, the Germans had opened an attack along the line. We all slept to the sound of rain. It was a good arrangement. 19th of March, 1943. I awoke in the wee hours, but not for a wee, no. Something was crawling on my chest. My first thought was it must be an 11-foot king cobra. It was moving slowly towards where women affect you most. If he bit me there, some 20 women in England would take the veil. I called very softly, "Harry? Harry? Harry?" He moved and mumbled something like, "It's all right, Mother. I've known her for years." "Pay parade," I said. This got his eyes open. "Now listen, Harry. Don't move. There's something on my chest." "Yes," he said. They call them blankets." "I'm serious," I said. "It's moving downwards. Can you carefully take the blankets back and get it?" He lit the oil lamp and very carefully peeled off the blankets. He gasped. "God, bloody hell. Never mind that." I said, "What is it?" "It's a black scorpion." "Rubbish," I said. "It's an 11-foot king cobra." "It's a 2-inch scorpion. Now keep still. I'm going to knock it to your side. What's wrong with yours?" With a sweeping movement, he whisked the scorpion off, smashed the tent pole, collapsed the tent, extinguished the lights, spilled the paraffin, and set fire to the blankets. From then on, the evening lost its splendour. We stood in the pouring rain amid smouldering blankets, trying to avoid the scorpion and retrieve our kit. The night was spent in the gay, carefree interior of Kidgel's lorry. "You clumsy bugger," I said, "you've wrecked our little love nest." "Thank you," he said. "Thank you very much. Next time you knock your own bloody scorpions off." "It wasn't a scorpion. It was 11-foot king cobra," I said. March the 22nd. The morning of March the 22nd dawned. The rain had stopped. The sun ascended. We strung our damp gear out on a makeshift clothesline. "Milligan, pack your kit. You're going up the line," said BQMS Courtney. "But my kit's soaking wet." "Oh, stop the wall. Mr. Milligan's kit is wet." I massaged my steaming belongings into a kit bag and boarded the Russian truck with driver Wilson. "What's all those bloody stains on your back?" I said. "It's not the old trouble. Last night I was driving back from the guns and I found a Donnard lying by the road with his legs nearly off. A Jerry patrol got him with a machine pistol." Wilson was a doer Scot, sporting pebble glasses. Only the British Army would have made him a driver. I think he drove in Braille, and peacetime he'd been a shepherd. He rarely spoke, but sometimes in his sleep he bleated. "Where are you taking me?" I'll take you to Muncher." "Muncher?" "Aye, Muncher. It's a bomb village." And so it was. I was to relieve Lance Bombardier Wenham at the command post. He'd come up in strange splotches and was reporting sick. Munchar was a French colonial farming village now deserted. The whole village lay in the shadow of Jebel Munchar, a gigantic razorback rock looking like a fossilized dinosaur. Cast by nature in grey-white granite, it reflected the colours of the day, pink at dawn, blazing white at noon, and scarlet at sunset. By moonlight it looked awesome, like the hump of a colossal killer whale. Beyond it, waiting, lay the enemy. I arrived at about 9:30. The truck waited to take the ailing Wenham back. He was covered in dabs of some purple medicine. "It's lurgy," he grinned, throwing his kit into the back. "You'll like it here," he said. "We've done fuck all for 3 days and it's been pissing down." "Now the bad news?" I said. "I've tested the sets, the dags are charged, the Don 5 is working. All you got to do is play with yourself and drink tea." The billet was a bombed farmhouse minus a roof, but the first floor kept off the rain. I entered the building. Inside was a room about 20 foot by 20. To the left, a burnt staircase. Lying on the floor were 2 of the flowers of English manhood, Gunner Arthur Toome and Gunner Payne. "Hello, Spike," said Toome. "I've just been reading the Daily Mirror." "Oh, you always were a daredevil," I said. "You'll be glad to know, according to this paper, that they've evacuated all our lads safely from Dunkirk." "Thank God," I said. "One of them owes me money." I dumped my kit in the corner. "Who's on duty?" I said. "I am," said Payne. "I've got my tin hat on." He was cleaning his nails with a small hammer. "As you're both laying down, I think I can break the news. I am now Lance Bombardier Milligan." Toome lowered his newspaper. "Oh, Christ, no," he said. The phone buzzed. "Hello," said Payne. 19 battery all-action pack command post." "What?" "Yes, he's arrived, and he says he's a Lance Bombardier." There was a howl of laughter from the other end of the line, and Payne hung up. The overcast sky was clearing and the sun shone. I reported to Lieutenant Budden. "Ah, Gunner Milligan. No, it's Bombardier now, sir." "Bombardier?" He turned and looked out the window. "Oh, dear," he said. "I'll put you in the picture. We're in support of the OP." He laid out a map and indicated the spot. "Lieutenant Goldsmith and Bombardier Deans are up there, where the tea stands are, and they're pissed out of their minds. We are the carrying party for food, ammo, mail, fresh batteries, etc., line testing and relief. You understand?" "Oh, do we have to take the dog for a walk as well, sir?" I said. I spent the morning exploring the house. Burnt stairs, but still strong enough to support one. I got up to the first floor. Pitiful traces of happier days. A lady's slipper, a burnt doll, some women's magazines, a prayer book in French, and of all things still hanging on the wall, a picture of Monsieur Renner. But lo, and behold, in the room at the back was a piano, still playable, but the floor adjacent had given way, so I made no effort to play my attractive version of Chopsticks, which was no better than any other version, except I did it blindfolded, standing on one leg with my trousers down. Oh, I know it would mean nothing at a Chopin recital, but it had been well received in the Naffy canteen on Christmas Eve 1942, and who's to say, during those long nights at the Carthusian monastery in the Val de Meuse, Chopin didn't drop his trousers to compose the E minor nocturne. It was common knowledge that when he played in the relative minor key of C, his legs overheated, and at one time Georges Sand's hands were a mass of burns. One afternoon, the line-laying truck, that's Monkey 2, halted by the door, and a long thing called Harry Edgington drew nigh, giving our special choked scream. I greeted him in my drawers cellular. I was counting my legs to see how near to Chopin I could get. "And why," he said, wriggling his fingers in the air, "are you in a state of dishabille?" "I'm practising to be Chopin's legs," I said. "Good. I'm training to be George Sand's teeth," he said. I told him about the piano. Gleefully he ascended the blackened stairs. As I dressed, I heard Edgington plunge into the keyboard, big, fat, romantic chords, G augmented 9th, 11th, 13th. Then the music stopped. It started again. I went upstairs. It was very sad. I found him with the burnt doll propped up on the music stand. "Blimey, this is sad," he said, taking the burnt doll in his hands. "It says the whole war, doesn't it?" "Ah," he said, "you brought your trumpet. Great. What is it?" "Honeysuckle Rose?" I nodded. As I drew near the piano, it became apparent the sagging floor would not take our combined weight. So there was a strange scene of Edgington and the piano in the far corner, and me in the doorway blowing a trumpet. We played a few of our favourite tunes, like What's New, Have You Met Miss Jones? Came a loud beeping from Monkey Truck, signalled the call for Edgington to return. "Come on, Paderewski," came the irreverent voice of Pedlar Palmer. "Hitler wants you to tune his piano. Ha 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 ha!" Hitlergram number 3369, the scene, midnight at Birch's Garden. In bed are Adolf Hitler, Eva Braun, and her mother. The light goes on. Hitler. "Why is that man saying my name in Jebel Muncha?" Eva. "Your fame is spreading, darling. That man was in Africa." "Oh, tell that old bowler your mother that." Hitler's mother-in-law. "I heard you, you swine. So, they know your name in Africa, Russia, and England, but you still not given it to my dear little Eva. Stop that crying, or I'll promote you to father-in-law." The Monkey 2 truck bumped and bounced away. Edgington in the back, hat on sideways, posed, eyes crossed, and shouting, "I am Napoleon, I tell you! I am!" "You know, Milligan," said Button, "one of these days someone's going to believe him." I believe him now, sir." From the back room came the most terrifying tearing of wood, falling of masonry, and the most god-awful crash, followed by swearing and twanging. The piano had fallen through the floor into the batman's room, just missing Gunner Pill, who was polishing his boots when the instrument arrived at his side. We rushed in to see him covered in dust, a gaping hole in the ceiling, the ruins of a French colonial piano on the floor. "Oh, bloody hell," said the astonished Pill. "You never told me you were musical," I said. Under the circumstances, his reply was remarkably controlled. "Just missed my fucking head." It's not often we had to be detailed to clean up the mess of the French colonial piano, will you? The area abounded with hot springs. To utilize this resource, we dug a huge hole, dropped a canvas gun sheet in, and diverted the waters thereto. One day I observed a gunner bathing in it when suddenly it started to rain, at which he rushed from the water to take shelter. Early one sunny morning, some 50 yards from the billet, skulking in the long grass, was a canine-like creature. Are there any wolves in Tunisia, sir?" I asked Button. There are no wolves in Tunisia, Milligan," said Lieutenant Button, looking at me very strangely. Through binoculars I saw it was a dog, a cross between, I think, an Alsatian and a something hairy. He was very thin, but then, by God, so was I. Every night I put some bully beef on a plate and left it out for him, and every night he would eat it, save for the nights I went out and ate it myself. I got hungry too. After a few days, the dog had enough confidence to let us all touch him. He was nervous about coming into the house, so I knocked up a kennel for him. I made it so nice, Gunner Chum asked if he could sleep in it, and the dog sleep in his room. We named the dog Havelock Ellis. Don't ask me why. Lieutenant Button enters from his room, his face obscured with shaving soap. "Is today the 26th or the 27th, he said. "It's the 25th, sir, and you are at this moment shaving, and your name is Lieutenant Cecil Button. And I also know there are no wolves in Tunisia." He peered at me. He liked a good peer. He had cut himself in several places. "Am I bleeding?" he said. "Yes, sir." "You're bleeding awful," I replied. He walked vaguely round the room, pouring blood and humming a bark air, and then exited. Between snatches of bark, he was speaking to Havelock. There, did darling like that biscuit?" This was followed by growling. "Milligan, this dog is still half wild," he said. We'll only stroke the other half, I said. In any case, your bark is worse than his bite. 29th of March, night. Loaded with supplies, I drove the Bren carrier in torrential rain towards our OP on Frenchman's Hill. Next to me, a sodden cigarette in his mouth, sat Lieutenant Budden. "I'm not looking forward to relieving Goldsmith," he said. I did not like driving at night because I'd suffered with night blindness. I kept walking into things, falling down holes, and treading on sleeping comrades. I'd trodden on Gunner Maunders so many times he asked me should he change his name to Axminister. But this night I didn't tread on Gunner Maunders, no. I just drove straight into a minefield. "Don't worry," I said. "It's one of ours." "For God's sake, Milligan," said Budden. "You've only just been promoted." "I'm sorry, sir." A wolf ran across the road. Using the masked cigarette lighters of the occupants, I backed out of danger. "Ah," I said, "I see where I went wrong, sir. I should have stayed a civilian." With everyone praying for divine guidance, we arrived at the foot of Frenchman's Hill. "If this is the foot, he must be a big fella," I said. We loaded ourselves with rations and batteries and set off along a goat track. The rain had temporarily stopped, inviting virilights into the sky. We were all soaked to the skin and bloody miserable. "Someone up there doesn't like us very much," said Ernie Hart. "And someone down here doesn't like him very much," I said. "I think it's on the cards that God is a German." "Whoever he is, he's got a weak bladder," said Hart. We stumbled and fell. Sometimes we fell and stumbled, which is exactly the same, only the other way round. Eh? We reached a swollen stream and crossed it on a narrow plank of wood. With Hart halfway across, the plank started to wobble, but by using his superb balancing skill, he fell in. We toiled up the final slopes and eventually arrived at the observation post trench, which was covered with a tent and camouflaged with brush. We hammered on the tent pole. "Who's there?" said a voice. "It's a band of highly trained nymphomaniacs." The tent flap flew open and an unshaven face that appeared to belong to Bombardier Deans appeared. "Ah, you must be the one that goes round frightening little children," I said. We all squeezed into the tiny dugout. Hart, saturated, sat quietly steaming. "I see you brought your own water with you," said Lieutenant Goldsmith. He opened his new bottle of whisky and took a swig, passed the bottle around, saying, "Anyone for gingivitis?" We sat cramped, passing the bottle to and fro. I was on the fro side and didn't see much of it. We passed what little news we had, smoked our cigarettes, waited for the rain to stop, but no. Out into it we slithered, retracing our steps to the Bren, and by midnight we were back at the GP billet with a very weary Lieutenant Goldsmith and a pissed Bombardier Deans, who were welcomed back by a snarling Havelock Ellis. "Who does he belong to?" said Deans. "Himmler?" April. April the 1st, a Mussolini-gram. The scene, the kitchen of a fascist HQ in the Via Veneto. Count Ciano, Claretta Petacci are all eating spaghetti. Mussolini has just been told of the Italian surrender. "Mamma mia, that the Montgomery, he knocked the shit out of my lovely army." Claretta Petacci, "Never mind, come to bed, have a jig-a-jig." Mussolini, "It is that swine Churchill, is all his fault. What can I do?" Claretta Petacci, "Come to bed, jig-a-jig." Count Ciano, "Have some more spaghetti." Mussolini, "Call the Pope. He must pray for my army to knock the shit out of the British." Claretta Petacci, "Come to bed, jig-a-jig." Air raid sirens go. Mussolini, "Quick, under the table." Petacci, "It is easier in the bed, darling." A bomb explodes 12 miles away. Mussolini, "Quick, give me another medal." Count Ciano crying, "I want my mama." Mussolini, "Oh, shit." Claretta Petacci, "Come, jig-a-jig." The war was now an accepted daily routine. We had periods of utter boredom, then bursts of sudden excitement, as Colonel Grant had told us. From then on, we went about saying, "Hello, Dick, are you in an utter boredom period?" Or, "No, I'm right in the middle of a sudden burst of excitement." My own deranged friend Edgerton wakes me up at dawn, saying, "I've just come off guard and I'm having a sudden burst of excitement." Of course, when it came to those sudden bursts of excitement, Colonel Grant got his share. On April the 1st, he was bitten by an Arab dog and was rushed back to England, barking and foaming at the mouth. Some say he's still in Battersea Dogs Home. Colonel Grant, "Woof, woof! Let me out of this pen, I tell you. Woof, woof! I tell you, I'm Colonel of the Royal Artillery. Woof, woof, woof!" Attendant, "Sorry, sir. According to our record, you are a stray Arab dog, some 70 years old." "Lies! Woof, woof!" he said. The night of April the 4th, the rain was thundering down. We heard Havelock Ellis suddenly barking and snarling. There was a pistol shot. I doused the lights, grabbed my Tommy gun, and got out the back door. Jerry patrols were famous for throwing grenades into rooms. A lone figure at the front door was saying, "Please, open the door." Someone said, "It's Charles Boyer." And it wasn't. It was the French farmer who owned the house. He'd come back to ask if we'd seen his dog, which was, in fact, Havelock Ellis, who, in the dark, attacked him, and the Frenchman had shot him. It was very sad. We found Havelock in his kennel, a bullet in his head. God knows how he managed to get back. It's the homing instinct, even if home was only made from charge boxes. We were all broken up about it. The Frenchman had brought us a bottle of wine. We drank it and cheered up a bit. Lieutenant Goldsmith invited us all into his room, where he opened up his whiskey. Alf Files got his guitar out, and I played my trumpet. I played Parle-moi de Mort. A strange evening, but then weren't they all? Next day, we buried Havelock. I washed the blood off his face, and we lined a large charge case with an old blanket, dug a respectably deep grave, and over it we mounted a board, and I wrote, "Here lies the body of Havelock the dog, shot in the head, and dropped like a log." He was a very good dog. April 1943. I suppose Havelock's still there. April the 6th, 1943, Battery Diary. Battery Commander to Sidi Mahood OP as a CRA and departed for 71 Field Artillery Group. Muncha, Command Post, 0800 hours. Pouring rain and other things. Sergeant Dawson's motorbike arrives, which he drives straight into the room. "There's going to be a big party tonight," he grinned. "A party?" I said. "I can't go. I haven't a thing to wear." It's for nudists." He proceeded to give details. Major Chaterjack, Gunner Woods, Gunner Choom, Lance Bombardier Milligan, oh shit, Bombardier Edwards, OP assistant, and Bombardier Andrews from the recently arrived 54 Heavy Regiment. "He's coming along for the experience," said Dawson, referring to Bombardier Andrews. He grinned evilly. It was deluging. The rain dripped in from every crack and seeped up through the floor. "The wireless truck will collect you at 1900 hours," he said. 1900, I said. "That's a pity. My watch only goes up to 12. He passed a damp cigarette. "Tar," I said. "I'll have it valued later." I donned my gas cape and with Dawson prepared to dash for the cookhouse. "Right, now," he yelled. Giving Red Indian war whoops, "Woo, woo, woo!" we splashed across. Fuck. I'd left my bloody mess tins behind. "Borrow mine," said Smudger, licking his tin clean. The room was a dark, damp mess of muddy gunners, all chomping away at breakfast, all very gloomy. "Hands up, those who haven't been killed yet," I said, cheerily. The replies were, "Get stuffed, bollocks, and up yours." A grand bunch of lads. "Good news, men," said a mud-soaked creature. "Look." He held open a Radio Times and pointed at it. He showed an advert for the Dancing Club. Victor Sylvester, the well-known band leader and dance expert, writes for the new series which starts on the BBC. "Oh, hooray," I said, and grabbing Gunner Choom, I swept him into an ankle-deep mud waltz. "God, you look lovely, Gunner Choom," I said. "Get stuffed," he said, breaking free. Hitlergram number 361. The scene, the Eagle's Eyrie. In the bath are Hitler, Admiral Donitz, and Goebbels. Donitz is playing with the German Navy. Hitler. "What do they mean, get stuffed?" Goebbels. "They are having the breakfast, and he is wishing them get stuffed mid the food." Hitler. "So, we have broken another of the codes. Now, what is this bollocks, and up yours?" Goebbels. "I do not know, mein Führer." Hitler, foaming at the mouth. "Why don't you know, you little crippled creep?" He smashes the bathwater with his fist and hits Donitz below the plimsoll line. Admiral Donitz. "Ach, meine bollocks!" Hitler. "Wunderschön! Another British code has been broken. I promote you from Admiral Donitz to Field Marshal Göring." A knock on the door in Nazi. Hitler. "Who is that?" Voice. "Martin Bormann. I have the message for you." Hitler. "Slide it under the door." Sound of Bormann grunting. Bormann. "It won't go under." "Why not? It's in mine head." Hitler goes into a fury, bites his sponge to pieces, stops when he notices Goebbels doing something which will sorely drive him blind. Hitler. "Stop that! I'll never go to the pictures with you again." A wafer-thin head, covered in blood, comes straining under the door. Martin Bormann. "I have done it, mein Führer." "What can you do?" lamented shithouse orderly Little. "This bloody rain has flooded the Kazis. There's Richard the Turds floating everywhere." We all had our troubles. Little was a dedicated latrine orderly. His 20-seaters were immaculate, the squatting poles sandpapered to a fine degree. Not once was there a complaint of splinters. It wasn't the subject I'd choose for breakfast, but there you are. "So, we're going to a party then," said Gunner Payne. "Yes, it's somewhere in Sidi Mahmoud." "Oh, that'll be easy to find in the bloody dark." "Don't worry. A wog with a white stick is leading us. What's for breakfast? It's powdered eggs. Christ, how do chickens lay 'em? I eased into Tume's chair as he dashed off for his breakfast. Are you on this thing tonight? Asked Gunner Payne. Yes, I'm going with Major Chaterjack on this thing. Did he ask for you? No, I asked him on this thing. My diary. 6th of April on this thing. Howling gale, intermittent rain. Gunner Tume, Bombardier Andrews from 54th Heavy RA left at dusk. Chater in high spirits, Johnny Walker. Asked me how Highland Laddie goes. Me, it goes dum-da-dum-dum-da-da-da-dum with intermittent rain. Major Chaterjack, thank you. I can manage on my own now. We moved off at dusk into the approaching darkness, the noise of the wind making conversation difficult. I switched on the set. The red contact in the working light came alive. I donned headphones, tuned into the battery network. The interference was appalling. The voice of Shapiro at the command post barely audible, so I went on to Morse key, known as tickety-da-da. The night was pitch black, the mud a foot deep, with the differential constantly coming in contact with rocks. I tuned into the BBC News, passed spare headphones into the cab. It's a very bad reception, shouted Chaterjack. Yes, sir. Shall I write and complain? He said something, but was drowned out by the elements. At once, sir, I said smartly. 2 miles on, we reached Sidi Mahmoud and started up the hill. Driver Robinson puts his stamp on the evening. He lands us in a minefield. Sorry, sir, his squeaky voice was saying. I didn't know what Actung Minen meant. It means instant bloody death, man, explained Chaterjack with remarkable control. Hanging over the tailboard, I directed him back on our own tracks, and my face was splattered with yellow mud. You've got mud on your face, ha 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 ha, said Bombardier Edwards, who was not noted for his wit. It's not mud, I explained. This is what happens when the shit hits the fan. How does it go again? Called Chater. I re-sang the opening bars with intermittent rain. Da-da-dum-dum-da-da-da-dum. Doesn't he know any other tune? Said Edwards. Any others? Christ, he doesn't know this one. He brings me along as an amanuensis. Amanuensis? Yes, it's what Eric Fenby was to Delius. The dirty sod, said Edwards, who was not noted for his wit. When we arrived at the OP, the rain stopped, but the war didn't. Chaterjack ensconced himself in a splendidly roofed observation post on the forward slopes of Sidi Mahmoud. It was reached by a communication trench. There to meet him were 3 artillery officers from 71 Field Artillery Group holding maps. The truck was 50 yards from the OP. To avoid detection, we had to run the wireless remote control to the OP, where I stayed on the truck to relay the orders. Meanwhile, Tume and Andrews dug a trench. Midnight, the wind almost a gale. In the back of the truck, we sipped tea and played Twilight Pontoon, me with headphones on, listening onto the infantry network. The silent attack was to go in and take its objectives by 0400. We were standing by if they called for gunfire. At 0350 hours on our right, an artillery barrage was to support the 78th Division attack on the Munchar Medjez El Bab front. As the hour came, I thought of those young men going forward into the darkness towards death or mutilation. At 0350 the sky sang with flashing lights. A thunder of iron artillery rolled through the night. My wireless came alive with urgent voices. Hello, Dog, Charlie Fox. We're pinned down by mortars at Wog Dog Farm. Every call was life and death affair, and here I was in comparative safety. Hello, Milligan. It was Major Chaterjack. Yes, sir. It goes dum-da-dum-dum-diddly-dee-dee. No, I want to speak to Sunray. Sunray was the code name for the battery captain. I moved the dial towards our own net. As I did, the opening bars of Bach's Toccata and Fugue filled my headphones. It was too much. I burst into tears. What's the matter? Said Driver Robinson. It's a piece of music, I said. Must be fucking horrible to make you cry. The music soared, the barrage raged on, turning the night red, green, orange and purple. Gunner Tune relieved me on the set. There's tea in the OP, he said. I stumbled along the communication trench. The wind had dropped. I looked up. The sky was clearing. In the dim light of the OP, Chaterjack and 3 officers were sipping tea. I saluted. To a man they ignored me. 2 signallers squatting on the floor, clutching telephones, writing messages, and handing them to the officers, who, to a man, ignored them. Gunner Woods, slaving over a hot primus, filled my mug. The officers were talking. I don't like hybrid strains, one was saying. It's too much like having a queer in the garden. Ha 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 ha. What a crowd of bloody fools, I thought. You should have come earlier, whispered Woods. They were on about the price of tennis shoes. Chater was passing his whisky flask around. Suddenly at 0459 the barrage stopped. The phones buzzed. For you, sir, said a buck-toothed signaller. "Hello," said Chater. "Right." He put the phone down. "Gentlemen, the North Irish Horse are going in." He looked at his watch. "Dead on time," he grinned. "How's the attack going, sir?" I ventured. "I haven't had one yet, Milligan," he ventured. The junior officers laughed. They had to. They peered through the slits into the night, where a myriad permutations of muzzle flashes told the story. Woods grinned at the sight of the officer staring into the darkness with binoculars. "They're our leaders," he whispered, tapping his head. Dawn was emerging from our right, which was a good arrangement. Soon the battle panorama was revealed. In front, a large valley. On the far slopes, tanks of the North Irish Horse were fighting their way up to Jebel Kachibia. To our left, the second Hamps were attacking the slopes of Jebel Mahdi. "We've got to get the set out of the truck," said Tume hurriedly. "We've got to pick up something." "Oh, shit," I said. "Oh, it could be that, yes." We had no to the set. Blast. The remote control cable wouldn't reach the slit trench. Oh, shit, too. So we had to leave it on the open ground. Then the bad news. A series of 88 shells burst around us. We moved at considerable speed into the trench and huddled on the bottom. I let out a yell as a piece of red-hot shrapnel fell onto my hand. "There's bloody luck," said Tume. "Hit by the enemy and no blood." That was my blighty one," I said, "and it didn't work." Bombardier Andrews was sweating and pulling at his lower lip. "I don't know why. It looked long enough." "How long does this go on?" he said. "Until the war is finished," I replied. "Don't take any notice of him," said Tume, seeing that Andrews was frightened. "Sometimes a few minutes, sometimes a few hours. It depends which German's on duty." The wireless came to life. Bravely Tume crawled out and put the headphones on. Bravely I watched him do it. Luckily the shelling stopped. The battle was moving away. Sergeant Dawson had arrived, dismounted and let off. "That's better," he said. "Only for you," I said, running clear. "Come back, you coward," he shouted. "It's one of ours." The rest of the day was a bore, save for sudden rushes to hide from ME-109s and periodic visits to watch the battle. We dined well on hot stew, brought in vacuum containers. By sunset the battle had left us behind. We packed up and returned to Muncha. Divertissement, September 1973. As I sit in a suite on the 13th floor of the Euro buildings in Madrid, writing this volume, I reflected on that time 30 years ago, and the emotional analysis of those khaki days have left such a deeply etched impression that the whole spectrum actually re-inhabits my being with such remarkable freshness that the weight of nostalgia is almost too much to bear. Feelings that I incurred in those days towards people, incidents, nature, which I thought of as almost trivial, were really of titanic proportions, and ones that I now realize were to stay fresh and become more poignant as the years passed, and the desire to experience them all once again, be they good, bad, or indifferent, became a haunting spectre that suddenly, during the course of a day, takes you unawares. A particular word, a scent, a colour, or a song could trigger it off. It could be at, say, Ronnie Scott's club with a companion. Without warning, someone plays a tune, and immediately the surroundings and the companion become total strangers, and you long for those yester-ghosts to snatch you and rush you back to that magic day it happened. I used to scoff at my father looking forward to his annual World War reunions, but now I know better. You have to have them. In fact, I was instrumental in getting our own D-Battery reunion started, and lo and behold, the attendance increases every year. Despite the friendships I've made since the war, it is always those early ones that have weight, understanding, confidence, and mutual experience, and that's the things I cling to. Though my best friend Harry Edgingham has emigrated to New Zealand, we are closer than ever. I know that a particular tune will automatically make him think of the time we played it together, and that same applies to me. Our correspondence is prodigious. His letters fill 3 box files, likewise recorded tapes in which he sends me his latest compositions, asking my opinions. He sends me tapes that send me into gales of laughter, and yet all these occasions are not really happy, and yet I welcome them. They give a most soul-warming effect. It savours of satisfaction, and yet emotionally it's inconclusive. It's become like cocaine, addictive. Is it because with the future unknown, the present traumatic, that we find the past so secure? April the 8th, 1943, this way to another battle. At sunset we drove to a rendezvous with Captain Rand, Bombardier Edwards, gunner Maunders, in a Bren carrier, driven by Bombardier Sherwood. It was dark when we met. "We'll sleep here tonight," said diminutive Captain Rand in a voice like Minnie Mouse. We slept fitfully by the roadside as trucks, tanks, etc. rumbled back and forth but inches from our head. April the 8th, 1943, Jebel Mahdi. Up at first light. drove in the wake of a hurried German retreat along the floor of a hot, dusty, choked valley. We passed still-burning vehicles, some ours, some theirs, a few carbonized bodies, brew-ups, as tank men call it. We stopped to pinpoint our position. To my left, laying face downwards, was the body of an Italian long dead, the blood on his neck still oozing. Lovingly, I removed his watch. The Bren carrier stopped at the foot of Jebel Mahdi. The 2nd 4th Hamps were still digging in when we arrived. I followed Captain Rand and Bombardier Edwards uphill, unreeling the remote control from the wireless. Fuck! It didn't reach. Rand and Edwards dropped on their bellies just below the crest. I had to run back, fix them a telephone that reached back to the remote control, so they shouted fire orders to me by telephone, and I passed them on by wireless. We didn't have time to dig in, and Christ, a German stonk at us. The stonk was an artillery barrage. It was a rain of shells. To stay where I was meant death, so I ran to an infantry officer's foxhole. "Any room for one more?" I said frightenedly. "Sorry, old boy, this is a one-man trench. I dived in head first as fresh shells landed. Well, now it's a bloody two-man trench. I tell you, they were willing to let me die rather than move over." The shelling stopped. I got out and returned to duty. More shells. I found a small depression in the lee of some rocks. "Where are you?" shouted the voice of Edwards. "I'm in a depression," I said. "Aren't we all?" was the reply. So far we hadn't passed any fire orders. It was very hot. I asked Maunders on the wireless if he had any water. Yes. I started to run down to get some. A fresh mortar barrage. I lay face down, sweating with fear. It stopped. An infantryman stopped by me. God knows where he came from. God. He came from the 2nd 4th Hampshires, my son. Me. Ta. The soldier delighted in telling me, "It's no good hiding there. He'll get you no matter what. If you haven't got a trench, any minute now he'll start his mortars. He dropped some this morning just where you were lying." All this got my back up, which by now was down by my ankles. "Why don't you fuck off and join the German army?" I said. I thought he was going to shoot me, but he cleared off. I was learning the strange quality of the human race. His kick was to find somebody who looked scared and then try to make him terrified. I suppose he liked feeling little girls' bicycle saddles. A Hampshire private popped his head up from a funk hole. "If they attack, do you think we can hold them?" "Yes," I said confidently. "There's a barrage going down at 2 o'clock. "Oh, good," he said. I got some water from Maunders, then dashed up to my remote control in time to pass fire orders. 13:59 hours, and at 1400 the barrage went over, followed by the infantry attack. From the crest I watched the poor bloody infantry going forward, down the slopes of Jebel Mahdi, across the valley, and up the slope opposite. Men fell sideways and lay still. No one stopped. They reached the forward German defence lines. From this distance it looked comic. Men jumping out of holes with their hands up. Men running behind trees, leaping out of windows. It took about an hour. By 3 o'clock they had taken the position, but Jerry counterattacked. We shelled him and broke up the attack. Around a hill comes a British officer clowning at the head of 50 prisoners of war from the 1755 Grenadier Regiment. The young officer in front was goose-stepping and shouting in cod German, "This is your last territorial demand in Africa." Behind him, a stiff-faced, bitter-faced Africa Corps Oberleutnant marched with all the military dignity he could muster. None of his men looked like the master race. As they passed, our lads dutifully stood up in their foxholes, farting and giving the Nazi salutes. Recalling the ritual of ancient conquerors riding on a palanquin and parading their prisoners of war behind them. Here there were shouts of, "You square-headed bastards! And I bet we could beat you at fucking football as well!" Behind us across the valley, Churchill tanks were attacking a low hill. Then, up the valley came a squadron of FW-109s. We all let fire with our guns. We were feeling good. Suddenly, the leader burst into flames. Bombardier Sherwood shouted, "Look, Spike, look!" The plane left the formation, went on its back, and in slow death agony, then raced to the hills opposite and exploded. "Whoa-ho, Mohammed!" we yelled, which was the First Army battle cry. "Whoa-ho, Mohammed! That's for my brother," said a bitter Irish voice. We were not out of mortar range, but we kept getting small stonks of 88mm landing behind the crest. I suddenly heard a scream. "I can't stand it any longer! I can't stand it any longer!" A young infantry lad came past, his face buried in his hands, accompanied by 2 old sweats. There, lad," one was saying, as they led him away. Poor bastard, sitting in a hole in the ground, just waiting, hoping the next batch of shells won't get you. That night I slept fitfully in my shallow hole. The trauma. I was smoking a cigarette when the mortar bomb hit me. When I regained consciousness, I was laying on my side. My left shoulder and my arms were laying 20 feet away. My lung was protruding from my chest.
Flies were swarming on it. My sight faded, even though I knew my eyes were open. I couldn't see, couldn't talk, couldn't move. I heard the voice of stretcher-bearers. Thank God, if they hurried, I might have a chance. "There's one here," said a voice. Another voice replied, No, he's dead. Get the wounded ones first. Bring him in later." "Spike, Spike, Spike!" The voice of Maunders was shouting in my headphones. It was morning. "Hello, Alf, yes?" "Why didn't you answer?" "I was waiting for the stretcher-bearer." "What?" "Nothing. What do you want?" "I've got some tea." "Right, I'll be right down." I scrambled like a hunted beast to the bottom of the hill where all was peace. I sipped the tea luxuriously. I have never tasted the like of it before or since. The next day was reasonably quiet, but one expected things to happen. I was glad when at sunset we were told to close down the OP, as our guns were now out of range. We packed up our gear. "Had a nice day," said grinning Sherwood from his 7-foot funk hole. "Why did you stop?" I said. 3 feet more down and you'd have come out on the northern line." "I think you did very well today," he said. "I enjoyed watching you running about. You must be very fit." "Your turn will come, Sherwood," I said. "Ah, no. I'm one of His Majesty's military drivers, and I do not partake in violence or running about like a scared rabbit. On my pay, it's not worth it." Captain Rand and Bombardier Edwards came down, both grinning. Strange. After sticky situations, men always grin, even burst out laughing. We climbed into the Bren. It was sunset. The land was bathed in red. The dust from our tracks looked like powdered blood. Perhaps it was. Lorry loads of reinforcements passed us. Some of them were singing as they disappeared into the dusk. "Singing songs going into battle is supposed to be old-fashioned," said Captain Rand. "Ah," I said. They don't do any fighting, sir. They are specially trained singing soldiers who drive along the front singing merry songs to keep up morale. Indeed, there is a great trainee singing camp at Catterick, where men are selected for the vocal control under shell fire." I went raving on. I was mad, I know. Under these conditions, it was advisable. Darkness settled. We seemed to have been driving a long time. Rand gave a polite cough. "Where are we, Sherwood?" Sherwood gave a polite cough. "I was just going to ask you that, sir." I gave a polite cough. "May I be the first to congratulate you on getting lost in the world record time of 1 hour 20 minutes. With a failing torch, Captain Rand perused the map. We were 7 kilometres adrift. In Stygian darkness, we arrived back at Muncha. I groped my way to the cookhouse. "The caviar's all gone," said Cook May, "and the Dover sole is off." "It always was," I said, shoveling cold McConaughey's into my face. "I must put myself down for an MM, I added. "You done something brave?" said May. "Yes, I'm eating this bloody stuff." "Oh!" The sound of an approaching Edgington. "Something tells me Field Marshal Milligan is nigh," he waffled. "Nigh dead," I replied. "Edgington tells me there's mail." Mail! And offloads 3 letters and a parcel. A parcel from Mother! I'd heard of such things in Virulin songs. The parcel contained fruitcake, a comb, holy medals, writing paper, brill cream, 3 pairs of socks, 3 Mars bars, a holy picture of the Virgin Mary, 3 packets of passing cloud, 6 bars of soap. Lovely, marvellous, except when you smoked the fags, they tasted of carbolic soap, and you went giddy. An hour later, full of Mars bars and wearing a necklace of holy medals and 3 pairs of grey socks, sick with soapy fags, I wearily pulled my blankets over my powerful Herculean frame and had the first good night's sleep I'd had for 5 nights. As I lay there on the floor, back in England, Churchill was sitting in bed writing a letter to the Ministry of Agriculture, and I quote, "I understand. You have discontinued the small sugar ration, which was allowed the bees." I won't go on, but supposing I wrote to the Minister of Agriculture, "Sir, I understand that you have discontinued the sugar icing that Gunner Milligan used to have on his doughnuts." At the same time, the BBC were hitting the enemy pretty hard. We saw in an old copy of the Radio Times, "Community whistling. Every evening at 6:30, join in and whistle with Rommel and his boys." Oh, how we enjoyed a good evening's whistling after being in a trench for 3 days and nights. April the 11th, 1943. I awoke to a sunny morning at 900 hours. A lizard was sunning himself on the window ledge. Gunner Pills did a noble thing. He brought me breakfast and bread. "Why did you do it? You're not queer, are you?" "Oh, I don't know," he said. "Waiting on an officer's duty. Well, I was off duty, and I thought I'd do a good deed for the day, and I seed you was sleeping, and I thought he's had a hard time, or he'd have gotten up for his breakfast, so I'll get it for him." Then he added, "You won't tell anyone, will you? Or they'll all bleed and want it." A bath. 10 minutes later, I stood naked by the thermal spring, soaping myself, singing and waving my plonker at anyone who made rude remarks about it. "With one as big as that, you ought to be back home on essential war work," said a voice. It was nice to have these little unsolicited testimonials. The animal delight of sitting in a rock pool of running warm water, under a blue sky and a brilliant sun, is one of life's bonuses. I dried myself on what once had been a towel, against what once had been a body. I was a wiry 9.5 stone. I tried to think of myself as a sun-tanned, lean Gary Cooper, but I always came out a dirty, white, skinny Milligan. "You look like a bag of bones held together by flesh-coloured tights," said Spiv Convine. "Don't go," I said. "Stay for my description of you, you short-arsed little git." A letter home. My dear Mum, Dad and Des, thanks for the parcel, but for God's sake don't put soap in with the fax. Out of action for the day, hence the letter. Weather is hotting up, about 70 degrees. It's shirt sleeves. How silly we look, naked except for 2 shirt sleeves. I believe they are shortly to issue Tropical Kit, or KD's, khaki drill, which will bring memories of Poona. I still remember those boyhood days with remarkable clarity. I think if you enjoy a childhood, it is indelible for life. Clearest are memories of hearing the strident bugle and drums of the Cheshire Regiment playing When We Go Marching into Georgia, and the regiment swinging by, so impeccable, bayonets and brass buttons flashing light signals to all directions. The blinding white webbing, boots like polished basalt, trousers crackling with starch, the creases with razor edges, the marks of sweat appearing down the spines of the men, the pariah dogs slinking from the path of the column, and the silent resentment of watching natives. I don't think we can retain it as part of the Empire much longer. I give it unto, say, 1950. Can't tell you much because of censorship. So far, miraculously, no one in this battery has been hurt by enemy action. Not much chance to play jazz at the moment, but listen regularly to AFN Algiers. I hope my records are okay. I put them in a box under my bed with a cardboard sheet between each record. If you move, please be careful of them. We're billeted in a war-damaged house. It's in a bad state, and we're trying to get a reduction in our rates. I hear distant screams saying, "Lunch will be served in an empty cowshed," or is it cows will be served in an empty lunch shed? So I'll be off. Love to you all, your loving son, Terry. P.S. Send more cakes, chocolates, fags, pile ointments, but for Christ's sake, no more holy medals. Last days at Muncha. "Fresh flowers from the fields of Tunisia, sir." "Oh, Milligan, how nice," beamed Lieutenant Button, his solemn face journeying to a smile. "I don't like plucking flowers, sir, but I recall Lady Astor visiting Bernard Shaw, remarking it was summer, and yet he had no flowers in his house. 'No, ma'am,' he replied, 'I like flowers. I also like children, but I do not chop their heads off and keep them in bowls around the house.' A great man. She was a twit. She filled Parliament with bon mots and put progress back 100 years. "Put them in this," said Lieutenant Button, filling a broken jar with water. We placed the flowers on a rough square wooden table. "They do brighten the place up," said Lieutenant Button, standing back to admire them. Crushed, I thought. The English are so bloody civilized. And I made a mental note to forgive them for the dispossession of my family farm in Ulster during the plantation. "I think these are ranunculus." "Oh," I said, "I thought they were flowers." The phone rang. I beat Button to it. "Hello, Bombardier Milligan here." "What, any chicken shit?" said a voice. "Who's that?" I said. "Rhode Island Red." A gale of laughter, then a click. I suspect the joker was Bombardier Sherwood, who was given to such pranks. He was one of 5 brothers, a first-class driver, a clean soldier, a good footballer, and a bloody awful pianist. I think it was the beer. April the 11th and 12th. The front line is out of range. Officers are recceing new positions. The 5th mediums were settling into a new one on a farm when a gun lorry runs onto a mine. It blows off the front axle. The driver jumps out to inspect the damage and has his legs blown off. He bled to death before they reached hospital. Discussing it that night, I said, it might have been a blessing in disguise that he died. "Oh, no, no, no," said Gunner Maunders, rising from his blankets like Lazarus from the dead. "But worse looking. People live with their legs off. There are even advantages." "Like what?" "For a start, he hasn't got so far to bend down." He wasn't joking. We rendezvoused at map reference 4940, a grove of ancient olive trees, and we hid up there all day. The terrain was rocky white outcrops, sudden valleys, chasms, tortuous for man and machine. I tuned into Allied Forces network. Round the back of the truck comes Edgington's grinning face, with a paper moustache held to his lip. Otherwise he appeared to be in control. "Arg," says he.
This looks like the interval of World War II. Ah, says I, absolutely right. I'm just casting the Battle of Tunis. Oh, says he, what part do I play? Ah, I say, you play a crippled granny with identical matching plimsolls. He took my hand. You look lovely in the moonlight, Samantha, says he. What's a nice gunner like you doing in a war like this? I'm the duty homosexual, says I. I gave him a set of headphones and we listened to the music together. Tee up, shouts a voice. Edgerton leaps out of the truck and nearly decapitates himself. Say after me, says I must remember to take off my headphones. Nonsense, says he. It's your duty to get me a 30-mile extension so I can wander freely with my headphones on a magnetic vanilla-flavoured truss that points due north. Come in, Gunner Edgerton, I said. Your time is up. The Tunisian night closed in. The sky turned pink, purple, then rapidly into the fathomless black. Then the stars. Stars, stars. Dinner was nigh. We knew by the clanking mess tins of those who carried clocks in their stomachs. His name? Driver Kidgel. How do you time it to the second, Kidgel, I said. I parked my lorry near the cookhouse, he said. I suppose, Harry said, after the war you'll sleep in the kitchen. Kitchen, I said, you'll sleep in the food. If his guts were on the outside, they'd look like worn-out suit linings. It was a sing-song night. Driver Files strummed his guitar, and our voices echoed into the feline darkness. Lieutenant Goldsmith joined us with 2 bottles of rosé and a silly grin. I've brought along Major Chaterjack's pink voice improver. A sort of cheer greeted this. I have a request, he said. What is it? Shut up? No, it's a tower for you, Milligan. Thank you, sir. I'll move in tomorrow. I have a request for you, Smudger Smith, to sing Old King Cole, complete with all foul and bawdy references. Smudger stepped forward, 5'8", chunky, blue eyes, a disarming grin. Smith grinned at those Germans and disarmed them. He was the breath of Cockney London, this boy, a Smithfield porter during the peacetime. He launched into the song. Oh, King Cole was a merry old soul was he. He called for his pipe and he called for his bowl and he called for his fiddlers 3. Now every fiddler had a fine fiddle, a very fine fiddle had he, and so on. There was a late moon. It reflected on the trunks of the olive trees, standing ghost-like, their aged limbs extended like tired wooden arms. Did you know, Harry, the ancient Greeks thought that these were the tortured souls of the departed? Yes, I did, he paused. Ah, it's so peaceful, he said, puffing his cigarette. It makes a nice break, I said. I don't like the war anymore. I wish right now I was on the stand at St. Cyprian's Hall, Brockley, SE3, and there was Jim Cherry on alto, Billy Mercer on tenor, and I was doing Bunny Berrigan's chorus in Song of India. And all the little darlings are looking at me, especially Ivy Chandler with the lovely legs. Oh, roll on, de mob. No more bloody woolish arsehole for me. It's straight to Joel Oscar asking for an audition. You'd make a good chauffeur, said Harry. Shut up. Heaven is a 14-piece band with me on second trumpet, and the money would be good. All money is good, said Edgerton. All money is not good. Take the Chinese money, for instance. Chinese money is good if, he added, you're Chinese. Ah, yes, I said, it's no good being Chinese with Chinese money. You can't go to Cheeseman's of Lewisham and put Chinese money down and ask for 10 woodbines or woodbines. Aye, said Edgerton, I was thinking of the Chinese in China, not bloody Cheeseman's of Lewisham. And I said, I say, even if you're Chinese with Chinese money and you go into a Chinky Poo fag shop, you still couldn't ask for 10 woodbines. Oh, why not, said he. They don't sell woodbines in China. I see. What proof have you got, he said. If you say there are no woodbines in China, you must be backed up by facts. All right, I said, don't shout. The baby's asleep. Now, have you ever seen a Chinaman? Yes, he said. Where, I said. Limehouse. Oh, I said, have you ever seen him smoking? Yes, sideways. How many, I said. Oh, about 10. Right, I said. 10 Chinese. How many brands of fags are there? About a score. So, without going to China, you've seen 10 Chinamen smoking. Now, out of 20 brands of fags, 1 brand is woodbines. Therefore, on the law of averages, at least 0.5% of the Chinamen are smoking woodbines. Whoever saw half a Chinaman smoking, I said. Why don't you bleeding idiots go to sleep, said a weary voice. It was a good idea. So these bleeding idiots went to sleep. Not before a German plane dropped a parachute flare, bathing our faces in an eerie green light. You're going mouldy, said Edgerton. No, I'm not, I said. I'm inventing penicillin. Another flare, this time red. Lovely. He's trying to make us think it's Guy Fawkes night. Now, said Harry, he's taking photographs. Say cheese, then. The flare faded, and the plane droned away. I suppose the pilot was as pissed off the war as we were. In half an hour, he'd be in bed smoking a fag and playing with himself. Or if rumours about the Jones are true, playing with his fag and smoking himself. You still awake, Harry?
No, I'm dead asleep. This is a recorded message, he said. I yawned one of those yawns that makes the back of your head touch your shoulder blades and push your chest out. Tomorrow, the new gun position. Oh no, not tomorrow. At midnight, we are beaten awake with rifle butts, our erections smashed down with shovels, and we are to move now. This isn't war, screamed Edgerton. It's sadism. S-A-D-S-E-M, etc. Convoy crawled along in pitch darkness, the moon having waned. Where are we going, sir? I asked. It's a place called map reference 517412, said Lieutenant Goldsmith. Oh, sir, I said, they don't like numbers like that anymore. We passed the bomb-shattered village of Tukubur, full of booby traps. 7 sappers were killed during the clearing of it. Outside the village was our new position. At night it looked like the surface of the moon, or Mae West's bum the moment her corsets came off. In front of us was a rocky multi-surfaced outcrop 80 feet high and 100 yards long. Behind us, a ledge dropping sheer 50 feet to a granite plateau 50 yards away. Then another 30-foot drop into a deep valley. In fact, 2 giant steps. The canvas command post erected, I pitched my tent on the edge of the first drop, because shells falling behind me would drop 50 feet down, and I would avoid being subdivided by the Third Reich. However, if shells landed in front of me, I'd suffer the consequences. What? The guns are pulled, heaved and sworn into position. Wireless network opened with 78 div HQ and 46 div OP line laid and contact made. Jerry dropped an occasional chandelier flare. Crash, crack! Our first rounds went off at 2200 hours. I was on command post duty all night. In between fire orders, a running argument developed between Lieutenant Bowman Smythe, Gunner Thornton and myself. Thornton: there's been a lot of casualties on Boo Dis. Me: well, I'm glad it's not me. Bowman Smythe: that's a selfish view. Selfish, sir? All I said was, I was glad it wasn't me that died. Bowman Smythe: that's not something to be glad about. Thornton: I think me. Sir, you want me to say I'm sorry it wasn't me that got killed? Bowman Smythe: it's better that being not sorry. Someone's got to get killed in the wars. Me: well, someone was. It just that it wasn't me. Thornton: I think, Bowman Smythe, I still say your attitude to death was selfish. Me: look, sir, Mother went through a lot of pain to have me. I was a 12-pound baby. 11 pounds was my head. My father spent a fortune for a sergeant on my education. Some days it was up to 3 a day. I'm not throwing all that away. My father still goes round with a begging bowl. Thornton: I think, Bowman Smythe, I still say your attitude to death was selfish. Milligan: shellfish? Thornton: I think. Me: what do you think? Thornton: oh, Christ, I've forgotten. Me: well, be a good boy. Go outside and get killed to cheer up Lieutenant Smythe. Off duty at 0600 hours, went straight to bed, and I think I died. Trauma. Panzers, hissed her voice. I could hear the bogies screeching on the iron tracks. Suddenly it loomed above me. The track pinioned me and crushed my feet. I felt the bone snap. It was coming up my thighs. I screamed blood. The monster was pushing my stomach up into the chest cavity. I could feel my intestines being forced up my throat. The blood was being squeezed up into my head. My skull burst under the pressure. My eyes were hanging on my chest. I was vomiting my intestines. April the 14th, Wednesday, 1943. Midday. Guns didn't wake me up, but lunch did. In daylight, our newly painted green and yellow guns stood out dangerously against the chalk-white surroundings, but by ingenious draping with the dark and light grey blankets, they blended in splendidly. "It would have been better if we painted the bloody rocks yellow and green," said crazed voices who had to wait all day to get their blankets back, and then rise at dawn again to give them up again. Our OP was in a dodgy situation on Jebel Chawash, being under mortar fire, hence the small sign by the OP trench, for sale. No reasonable offer refused, owner forced to sell, apply Fear and Company. At short notice, I was rushing up to Chawash OP to collect some dead batteries. The idiot driver, Cyril Bennett, parked so while I struck in full view of Jerry, who mortared to hell before we drove to safety. "Why did they shoot at us?" said Driver Bennett. "They could see we weren't armed." Today that driver is Anthony Barber, MP. Another parcel from home. Fruitcakes, holy medals again, and soapy cigarettes. I divided the cake among the poor of the parish. We ate the lot in 20 minutes flat. It was a question of getting as much down as soon as you could before the word got around. Major Chetidek had got wind of it and entered the command post to find men with bulging cheeks. What are you eating?" he said in a voice slightly strained. Lieutenant Bowman-Smythe said, "Eating some Milligan's cakes," sending out a stream of airborne crumbs into the Major's face. Chater Jack scanned the cake-flecked maw. "Any left?" he said hopefully, but with dignity. I held up the empty tin. "All gone," I said. Chater Jack paused, clenching and unclenching his fists. "Next time, Milligan." He never concluded the statement. Like a Napoleon at Waterloo, he turned and left. 15th of April, 1943. Hooray! I've discovered a hand-hewn rune in the face of a cliff below our command post. Safety at last! I moved in. Oh, dear. I awoke at 3 a.m. to the patter of tiny feet. I was crawling alive with fleas. I suppose delicing by the light of a candle could be considered non-essential war work. 0600, on duty again, a mass of bites and scratches. "What in Christ is wrong with your face?" said Gunner Thornton. "There's nothing wrong with it," I said through 1,000 blotches. "It's the new Helena Rubinstein Gunner's Dawn Kiss make-up. It'll be the rage of the First Army. What's it called? It's called Stage 1 leprosy. Let me describe Thornton. 36, old for a gunner, but young for an Englishman. 5 foot 11 inches, about 11 stone. The removal of his boots brought him down to 8 stone. A handsome-ish face in the Gregory Peck mould, but obviously there wasn't room in the mould for him. Blue eyes with an honest, frank look, even an honest Jim. He smoked a briar pipe that only rested when he washed or slept. He never laughed out loud, primarily because his teeth shot out. He had a habit of scratching the back of his left hand whenever he was thinking. That's why he never scratched the back of his left hand. The phone buzz. "Command post answering," I said. It was the OP. "Action stations, moving target range 11,500, angle of sight 45 degrees, AT-119 charge for fire." The guns burst into shuddering iron monsters, just as the dawn in all its majesty was coming up like thunder. I couldn't have cared a fuck less. I returned to my rocky room with a tin of DDT to put in fresh straw. Later that day, I arranged to allow Gunner Shapiro to move in with me during air attacks at 2 fags a raid. Through the hot afternoon we lay in our cool stone bar playing battleships. Suddenly, an air raid explodes in the area. 2 fags, I said. Guns were going off in all directions. The sky was a mass of explosions, shouts and yells, sounds of men running like the clappers. "It must be hell out there," said Shapiro calmly. We looked at each other. The thought of all that shit flying around outside, with everybody crashing into each other, was too much. We cried with laughter. I loaded my captured German rifle and loosed off a few rounds at the plane. "It's one of ours." "Never mind," said Shapiro. "You tried." Our safe harbour soon became known. The next air raid there was a thunder of approaching boots, and 20 gunners dived into the tiny hideaway. "2 fags a time," I shouted from underneath. Meantime, with Tito in Yugoslavia, the scene, a British military mission drinking club. It's made from packing cases. Inside, behind a hand-cranked gramophone, 2 British officers are drinking buggery and pissed out of your mind champagne. Randolph Churchill. "When I grow up, I'm going to sue everybody for a living." Even War. "I'm braver than you." Randolph. "No, you're not. My daddy's Winston Churchill." War. "He's a silly poo." Randolph. "Step outside and say that." War goes outside and says it. "That got rid of him," said Randolph. War. "He's not out here." War returns, having buggered a sheep. "Ah, that's better. I'm braver than you. I wear a woolly outer garment. I'm braver than anyone. When a German plane comes over, I never take cover. You know why?" Randolph. "Yes, you're a cunt. Don't talk to me like that. When you write your daddy's biography, I won't help you to spell Dardanelles." Enter Tito. "Haven't you 2 Herberts cleaned up this naffy yet?" Randolph. "Sorry, sir, but we're waiting for the SAS to parachute in brooms." A bottle of champagne explodes. All lay on the floor and shout, "I'm braver than you are," while War buggers the lino. Friday, April the 16th. April the 16th, my birthday. I'm 25 years old. I've requested the guns to fire a 21-gun salute. They said, "Happy birthday, piss off." My family have sent me a birthday card and another 3 holy medals. I now have 103. I use them as currency with the Arabs. There was bitter, bloody fighting at Jebel Tangoush, Haidous, and Jebel Ang, all of them changing hands several times throughout that terrible day. In support of them, we fired continuously. The gunners were out on their feet, but knew that their lot was easy compared with the poor bloody infantry, so they never complained. There was, however, the occasional cry of, "Fuck this for a living." Lieutenant Goldsmith at the observation post did some deadly accurate shooting and remained stoically calm throughout the most blistering mortaring. In between shoots, he would phone command post. "Hello, Milligan. I'm going to have a nap. Would they turn the volume down on the guns?" He had 8 days of his young life left. Something had held up our rations. Rumour has it that the rail link to the front was bombed, the rations were bombed, the Arabs stole it and were bombed. Whatever, we were put on hardtack for 4 days. It's the first time in the war we felt peckish. One night, Files, myself and Hart were told to drive to a deserted farm at Chasset Tafaha and pick up Lieutenant Tony Goldsmith and Company. We were told to watch out for Jerry patrols. It was midnight when we arrived. The whitewashed walls of the deserted farm showed blue in the moonlight. The engine stopped. The silence that followed was very eerie. We were in a quiet valley, the sound of guns blocked by the surrounding hills. "Christ, it's quiet," said Files. "Bang!" I said. "Is that better?" "Don't take the piss, Milligan. From now on, I'll only play in the key of F sharp." "Steady, Driver Files. You are speaking to one of His Majesty's non-commissioned officers, of 2 months standing and 4 years laying down." "Christ, it is quiet," said Gunner Birch. "I'll sing a song then," I said. Very softly I commenced, "O God, our hope in ages past, and thy bright throne above," and ever so gently the lads joined in. We did one chorus. "Well, that has passed," I said, looking at my watch. 1 minute, 3 seconds of World War II in a most peaceful, harmonious manner. "I've got a pain in the balls," said Driver Bennett. "So have I said. "His name is Lieutenant Joe Mostert." "Is it safe to smoke here?" said Gunner Poole. "No. No matter where you smoke, it's dangerous. It destroys the lungs and stunts the growth." "Well, I've smoked 40 fags a day since I was 16 and I'm 6 foot 2 inches. I said, "But if you hadn't smoked, you'd have been 18 foot 3 inches and a thriving window cleaner." "That's a lot of balls." "True. If you're 18 foot 3 inches, you might need a lot of balls." "Where is Lieutenant Goldsmith? It's nearly 1:30. "Are you missing him, darling?" I said. We got out of the truck. It was getting chilly. We got back in the truck. We had a cigarette. Then, asphyxiated by the smoke, we all got out of the truck, where it was chilly again. 2 o'clock. Where the bloody hell is he? "Well, you're in charge, Bombardier Milligan. Do something." "Stand at ease," I said. "Now, men, I suggest we get out of our blankets and kip down in the farmhouse in homage to our king." "How did you get a stripe?" "I put the wrong jacket on." We laid on the stone floor. "Supposing Goldsmith turns up?" "Well, he can lay on the floor as well. There's no class distinction down here," I said. "Christ, I do feel hungry." "So do I said. "I'd love a good dinner now." "So would I said. Driver Bennett says, "You know what I would like now? A large steak with chips, big long golden ones. Fried tomatoes. Turn it up, I said. With onions, crispy fried." "With onions crispy fried," I said. "Shut up! You drive us all bloody mad, you two. Now, I want to hear his dinner again. Carry on." "Then beans. Big heaps of beans." "Stop it! Stop that grub talk," shouts Files. "It's torture. It's torture," I said. There were 30-second pause, pregnant with rumbling stomachs and gastric juices looking for food. "Eggs. 3 big, fresh farm eggs fried in butter." "Stop it, or I'll thud you up the cobblers." The menu stopped. But after 10 minutes, a misery-laden voice said, "You sod. I can't go to sleep thinking about grub." "I don't think we should go on kipping here," said Alf Files. "They'll all be waiting for us to report back." "OK, lads," I say. "All right, Alf's right. Back on the truck." What a bloody life. This isn't war. It's silly buggers. Right now Churchill will be laying in bed, swigging brandy, smoking cigars. Driver Cyril puts his boots on. "Here. My feet have swelled." "No, they haven't, you can't. They're my boots." Things righted, we drove off. It was 3:30ish. "Where the bloody hell have you been, Bombardier?" said ashen-faced Bowman Smythe. We were at Chasset Far, sir. We've been waiting for Lieutenant Goldsmith in the prone position." "That was 5 hours ago. He didn't show up, sir, and I'm sorry I wasn't killed." He grinned. "I'm sorry," I shouted at him. "I'm not getting much sleep. It makes me niggly, you know. You better get some sleep now. You have to go on again at 0600 hours. "Oh, lovely. In 40 minutes' time," I said. The fighting continued. Confusion existed as to who, what and where. Only those lonely men crouching in holes on the rocky jebbles knew the score. A note in the diary of Driver Alf Files simply says, "Slept with trousers on for a change." It's showing the careless rapture of the time. The duties were pretty heavy, guns firing almost non-stop in the day and harassing fire at night. Saturday, April the 17th. I'm 25, and 1 day old, and I smoke soapy cigarettes. Yuck! Gunner Edgington is out on M2 truck, laying a line to the OP. They stopped for tea. It was infusing to a nicety when down came a blackbird to peck off his nose in the shape of half a dozen Messerschmitts, all taking it in turns to bomb and strafe them. As one man, our brave lads, pop-eyed with fear and nicotine-stained shirt-tails, are on the truck which goes from 0 to 60 miles an hour in 3 seconds. Edgington, showing the phlegm of his island race, runs back for the tea. He overtakes the truck when the Messerschmitts let him have bullets to the seams of his trousers, at which moment Edgington removes his tin hat and places it over the tea. Save shrapnel-pitted mudguards and flattened tyres, they escaped unharmed. Questioned later about his heroic action, he replied, "Well, I didn't want any bits to get in it." Sunday, April the 18th. Weather getting very warm, all stripped to the waist. Gunner Woods and driver Tibbs digging trenches. Woods, 6 foot 2 inches. 0 far down. Tibbs, 5 foot 3 inches, 3 feet. Woods, 6 foot 2 inches. That's no good. You want to go down 6 feet. Tibbs, 5 foot 3 inches. How the bloody hell am I going to get out? Woods, 6 foot 2 inches. Dig another hole coming up. Ha ha ha. It's a dark night, a heavy dew. The order rings from the tannoy speaker. Fire! Daddy Wilson echoes back. Fire! A colossal roar. The gunners lean away to avoid the blast, some with hands over their ears. The earth shakes. The momentum of the crew carry them automatically to put another shell in, to discover that the great gun was missing. They stood, knit-like, poised for action. "The bloody thing's gone," said the sergeant. It had indeed gone. Bouncing backwards over a cliff and crashing 50 feet below, just missing the tent of a sleeping gunner Seacombe of 321 Battery, 132 Field Regiment. Like the Nazarene, the sergeant, carrying an oil lamp, he was given to going among 25-pounder gunners, and he said, "Blessed are they that have seen a 7.2 gun." "What colour was it?" It was the reply. "And he hit it then." Sunday, 18th of April, 1943. Visited by a suspect Irish Catholic priest. I was sitting in the command post drawing naked women on a message pad when he parted the canvas curtain. "Are there any Catholics in here?" I stood up. "Yes, Father, I am, and so are these nude women I've drawn." He was about 5 foot 4 inches and painfully thin. His little pink neck thrust out the top of his battleless jacket like a ventriloquist dummy, his neck not touching the collar. I don't think his body was in touch with his battle dress either. When he sat down, I nearly had hysterics. The neck disappeared down the jacket, the collar coming up under his nose. He had bright blue eyes, which blinked very slowly like an owl. He sat there with a huge grin on his pink face. He looked at me and grinned. He looked at Lieutenant Bowman Smythe and grinned. Finally, he looked at Bombardier Deans and grinned. "Would you like a cup of tea, Father?" said Lieutenant Bowman. "Oh, no, thank you. I just had one at the 5th mediums, and another before that at 155 field, and another with the 6th anti-tank, and before that, Well, would you like a tot of whiskey?" interjected Bowman. "Oh, no, that would be nice. That would be very nice," he said, and took his hat off. He's going to stay, I thought. Bowman Smythe drew from his buttock pocket, used to be his hip, but his braces had stretched, and poured a measure into the silver cup. "Now, this is nice. This is very, very nice," said the little priest. He sniffed it. "Ah, that smells real nice." Then, my God, in a flash, he threw it down his throat. Bowman Smythe was so stunned, all he could say was, "Are you all right, Father?" "Well," he said, getting to his feet, "I'd better be going." Yes, you better, I thought. We stood up. He left. Bowman Smythe was thunderstruck. "Are all Catholic priests like him?" he said. "No, sir. Some much taller," I said. Mortars, light machine guns and 88mm shells were making it almost impossible for our OP to direct fire. To help out, an air OP was allocated to us, an Ostercraft containing pilot-gunner officer, the late Tom Sloan of BBC TV. We started fine, and then suddenly our radio contact went on the blink. The infuriated pilot flew over our command post and shouted to the window, "Your wireless is all balls!" and then rattled off a series of fire orders. And that's how it went on, him flying over, shouting orders, me belting outside, belting in and shouting the orders over the tannoy, then belting out to shout, "Guns ready!" He would shout, "Fire in 20 seconds from now," then rush off to observe the fall of shot. By midday I was shagged out. He was polite enough to fly over us and shout, "Thanks, I'm off." I thought you never bloody will go!" He raised his hat in mock acknowledgement. "You must have had a good education," Edgington remarked later. "I mean, controlling the plane and issuing fire orders at the same time." "Oh," I said, "education isn't everything." "Well, you're right," he said, "for a start. It's not elephants." "Eh?" 19th of April, 1943. On duty at command post from 2200 hours till 0200. Awakened at dawn by German planes dive-bombing 25-pounders in the valley below us. We all sat and enjoyed it very much. Up front, the fighting raged for the peaks, dominating the way to the plains before Tunis. Boston bombers, 60 at a time, went over and blasted the peaks. So much high explosives were rained on Longstop, it changed the contour of the summit. 24th of April. Fighting on Longstop at a crescendo all day. Observation post under murderous fire. Support group at the bottom of the hill also under heavy shell fire. Gunner Collins hit in the hand. At about 11:10, I heard the dreadful news. Lieutenant Goldsmith had been killed. Alf Files noted in his diary, "Learn with regret we have lost our best officer." I went back to my cave and wept. I remember calling his name. After a few minutes I straightened up, but the memory of that day remains vivid. Apparently he and Bombardier Edwards were sheltering in a foxhole. To quote Edwards, "We were under mortar attack. We sat facing each other, our knees touching. Tony had the map board on his chest, his arms folded round it. Suddenly I was blown out of the trench. I went to get back in and saw that Tony had been hit by a mortar bomb in the chest. He died instantly." All the boys came back very shaken. God knows how the infantry stick that for 2 or 3 weeks at a time. Bombardier Dodds was so bomb-happy he was sent to hospital and never came back. For someone as splendid, kind, intelligent and witty as Tony to be killed outraged my sensibilities. His friend Terence Rattigan wrote a personal obituary for him in the Times. I remember his last words to me. He was about to leave for Longstop. "It won't be long now. I'd say Tunis in 10 days. He was patting his pockets. "Blast, I'm out of cigarettes." I gave him 5 of mine. "Here you are, sir. Have 5 of my soap-saturated passing clouds, and a holy medal in every packet." He took them, smiled, tapped the driver on the shoulder, and said, "To battle." The evening of the 25th of April, the Major called us all around his tent. He was well disposed towards the world and his fellow men via a distillery at Kirkintilloch in Scotland. In contempt of the Hun, he ordered a bonfire to be lit, gathered us around and told us, "The last battle is nigh. Alexander has offered the Boche unconditional surrender or a watery grave. We'll give him Dunkirk without the evacuation facilities. Now let's have a song." We sang. There was a smell of victory in the air. Next day we heard that the 8th Argyll and Sutherland Highlanders had taken Longstop at the bayonet point in one incredibly heroic charge led by Major John Anderson, who was awarded the V.C. 3 days of slaughter for the peak had ended. Almost immediately we got orders for a hurried move to take up new positions somewhere in Longstop. In the rush, Edgington hands me a piece of paper. It read, "Stalin's order of the day. 2 lagers, a packet of crisps, Stalingrad." "This is vital information, Comrade Edgington. This must never fall into the enemy hands. It must also not fall into enemy feet, teeth, legs or ears. This must be burnt, and you must swallow the ashes," I said, whereupon he snatched the paper and ate it. "Delicious," he said. "That's called the Reader's Digest," I said. "Hurry up!" comes a yell. "We're moving!" Burdened down by kit and sacks of souvenirs, we staggered to the monkey truck. "What's been keeping you?" says Bombardier True. "My mother and a small pension," I told him, at the same time hitting him with my big pack. "Oh, dearie me," said Edgington. "You have laid a non-com low with a blow." True reappeared from behind the kit bags. "Curse, he's still alive," I said. "You silly sod." Before True got further, Edgington's kit bag hit him amidship, and with a yell, True disappeared again. We jumped onto the truck, and a great wrestling match twixt the 3 of us ensued. An interesting spectacle it was, as the truck bumped and bounced, hurtling the kit and the wrestlers in the air. We finally overpowered the reluctant True. "Say Feynights," I said, as Edgington put undue pressure on his scrotum. "Feynights," he screamed. "If it weren't for the fact you bastards owe me money, I'd arrest you," said True, from the depths of his kit bags, where we had buried him. "That's a terrible insult," I said. "We must tie him up." We both dived on the hapless True again. Using telephone cable, we bound him hand and foot. Edgington decided to complete the task. A gag would add to the fun, so an unwashed gunner's handkerchief was poked into his mouth. "The least he can catch is smallpox," I said. "What's going on at the back there?" shouted Driver Bennett. "We're carrying out essential readjustments to British Army punishment systems." Said Bombardier True. "Don't mumble, man," shouted Eddington. "If you want the screen, say so." It was dark as the guns were pulled into the new positions. German planes were active, lots of parachute flares. Bombardier Deans offered to help me dig a dugout if he could share my tent. Oh, what it is to be a man of property. We dug furiously in the dark, throwing ourselves down when the odd German shell landed. It was 04:30 when we got the tent over the top and our kit moved in. "If there's no jobs after the war, we could become gravediggers." "Ha, ha, ha, ha," I said. "No point in going to sleep now," said Deans. "It'll be stand to in a minute." We were all posted in pairs around the periphery of the gun position. It was me and Bombardier Deans behind a pile of rocks and scrub. I yawned. He yawned. We yawned. He blew his nose. I didn't blow mine. "I wonder," said Deans, "why we've got two nostrils." "Well," I said, "I should imagine one is reserved in case of malfunction of the other." "Ah, yes," said, "but a single nostril would look neater." "Yes," I said, "but dangerous. When I was a kid, I got a bead up my nostril, so what's my mum do? She shuts me gob, blows in the clear nostril, and the bead shoots out the other and hits the cat." There was a silence. "I wonder what Jerry's up to," said Deans. "He must be up to chapter 2. They're slow readers," I said. "It's all them big German words like Trockenbeer Auslays that slows them up." The odd shells kept plopping around us, but strangely were nearly all duds. "They sound as if they come from Cheeseman's of Lewisham," I said. Bowman Smythe visited us. "There's the chance of a counterattack by Jerry. If he does, we'll be in the middle of it, so keep KV." "Thank you for cheering us up, sir," said Deans. "They do attack, sir," I said. "Do you want me to get killed right away, or shall I fight for a bit first?" He forced a laugh. Chater Jack had got us in a very forward position for heavy guns. We were in front of all the field and mediums, and in full view of Jerry. Dawn came and went. Our camouflage must have been good because no ranging rounds came over. We were told not to move about too much and to keep in our particular fold in the hill in which the guns were secreted. Some of the lads wandered out into view and were immediately fired on by an 88mm battery. Spiv Convine found a heavy German machine gun which he tried to sell to Lieutenant Mostyn. "I'll have to have it valued first," said Mostyn. "You never know, it might be a fake. I must also arrest you for not handing in enemy weapons, thereby contravening King's rules and regulations." Convine staggered back and held his head. "What's wrong, man?" said Mostyn. "I think I got an attack of anti-Semitism coming on, sir." "Good heavens," said Mostyn, "I must be a carrier." "Has anybody seen Bombardier True?" said Sergeant Dawson. A nasty feeling came over me. True was found purple with fury where we'd left him the previous evening, underneath the kit bags. Edgington and I later saw him stalking around with an iron bar in his hand and kept well clear. That morning, Lieutenant Bowman Smythe is wrecking our area for a better position. Like Bexhill, I tell him. When 4 Germans with hands aloft came out of the dugout. "Kamerad," the spokesman said. Smythe, unfamiliar with Saxons, was embarrassed. "Shoo," he said. "Clear off." "Kamerad," head general insisted. "You nix prisoners. Me busy. You clear off," he said in his best rugby referee voice. However, the Germans followed him like lost children. "Oh, Christ," said Bowman. "Get them on the truck and drive them away." "Where to, sir?" said Bowman. "Anywhere. Take them somewhere, tell them to get off. Say shoo, then drive away." So Bennett drives them out into the vicinity of the 5th Medium Regiment, drops them off and leaves them, whereupon the hapless Germans were immediately fired on by the gunners. 26th of April. Gunner-driver Alf Files writes in his diary, "Spike kindly sleeps all day, while I use matchsticks. 5 hours sleep in 2 days. I think I'll hand my blankets in for the duration." Now, for the love of me, I don't remember sleeping all day. My diary says, "Files kindly sleeps all day, while I use matchsticks. 1 hour's sleep in 8 weeks. I can't go on like this. Worse still, last night I caught Alf Files copying something from my diary. In the morning I'm going to tell teacher." The observation post reported a 5-hour tank battle, some using flamethrowers. 6th Armoured versus the 10th Panthers. ME-109s bombed vehicles using the Medjez El Bab Tunis Road, but ran into well-concealed Beaufort guns that shot down 2 in flames amid whoops of jubilations from the lads. Part 2 orders. The Sheikh from Medjez El Bab has complained to General Anderson that chickens are being stolen by Allied troops. This practice will stop forthwith. Anyone seen in possession of chickens will be questioned and will have to show proof of ownership. "Oh, fuck," said Chalky. "There goes 2 months' free dinners." The swelling had started on my knee. I said so to Lieutenant Budden. I said, "Sir, The swelling has started on my knee. It's got to start somewhere, he said. True, I said. I hope it's nothing trivial. I hobbled about, dropping hints. Oh, dear. There it goes again. I hope it doesn't get any worse, or, dearie me, I will have to stop serving my king and country, and he will have to serve himself. The knee got worse. I reported to the M.O., a laconic Canadian, who looked like Charles Boyer and dribbled. You, got some kind of infection. I think it's a blind boil. Does that mean I've got to see an optician? He wrote something on a bit of paper that looked like asparagus tentonized scrotum. To a field hospital I went, a series of tents on an arid plain near Bija. A man disguised as a female nurse said, "Undress, lie on the bed and die." I pulled on blue military pyjamas that had remained unchanged and I suspect unwashed since the Crimea. The tent was 100 foot long, beds lining the walls, filled with various non-combatant ailments like boils, piles, flat feet, dandruff, varicose veins, and cowardice. To my left, a grenadier guardsman with bunions. To my right, a corporal with mange. Nurses go around every morning at 4 o'clock and stick thermometers in your mouth, or up the anus. I had mine orally. I prayed every morning I'd get it before the first of the rectums. A red-faced, pissed, sandy doctor stopped at my bed, looked at my chart. "You suffering from Milligan?" "No, sir, that's my name." Next day he said, "Bad knee, I see." Next day he said, "Must have a look at it." Next day, "What's the matter with you?" I said, "I'm suffering from a reoccurring amnesic sandy-haired doctor, sir." I was given massive doses of the new drug penicillin. The knee subsided, but I started to swell. My temperature soared. What luck! I was allergic to penicillin. I spent 3 wonderful days in clean bedsheets and visits from the WVS ladies. "What are you ill with?" "A penicillin poisoning, ma'am." "You brave boy. Your parents must be so proud of you." "No, they think I'm a silly bugger." She smiled. She was deaf. The ground temperatures were about 100 degrees as she gave me a woolen pullover, scarf and gloves. "It gets chilly in the evening," she added. Kind old dear, but the wrong kind. I think her name was Trowler. She was about 160 and always carried a shovel. There was one magnificent nurse, Sheila Francis. She had red hair, deep blue eyes, and was very pretty, but that didn't matter because she had big tits. Everyone was after her. I didn't think I had a chance. She fancied me. I got lots of extras, like helping me get her knickers off in a tent, and she eased my pain no end. It was all very nice, but had to end. One morning I was loaded onto a truck, driven back to the regiment for a well-deserved rest. Every night after that I would face the direction of the hospital, take all my clothes off, and howl. Trauma. I couldn't move. Something terrible was about to happen. Something so awful that only in dreams could it be conceived, and yet it was about to become a reality. The German 115mm shell was in orbit and on collision course with my body. It was going to explode when it touched my groin. My bowels were going to be blown out of my back, yet I'd still live long enough to turn over and see my entrails traced fan-like from my stomach. I would hear a high-pitched scream. It was my mother. She was standing in the front room, and I lay on the carpet, outrageously mutilated. Battery Diary, April 27th. Lieutenant Goldsmith buried on Long Stop. My diary, April the 30th. Back from hospital and recovering from sexual coma with nurse. Early duty in command post. Duty officer, Lieutenant Bowman Smythe. The battery was heavily engaged in counter-battery fire. We silenced German 88mm guns at Montressier and again at Jebel Bou. "Why must we always drop bleeding great shells on them to shut 'em up?" This is Lance Bombardier addressing the command post. "Well, what do you suggest? We could write to them and say, 'Look, you are causing a disturbance. Please keep quiet, otherwise we will drop heavy explosive things on you.'" "Look," said Signaller Birch, "the Germans are thick, thick, thick. If you belt a Kraut over the nut with a sledgehammer, you have to tell him to fall down." "Well, give me a cigarette," I said, "and I will agree with you." "God, you still scrounging fags. How many do you smoke a day?" "Well, as many as I can cadge," I said. "In Civvy Street I smoke 60 a day." "Oh, that's too many, mate." "Yes, it's too many, but some days it's just right," I said. "They'll kill you in time." "Well, something always kills everybody in time. Take my grandmother. She died of deafness." "She died of deafness?" "Yes. There was this steamroller coming up behind her and she didn't hear it." "She didn't die of deafness. She died of steamroller, you twit." So the dialogue went on between fire orders. Then at midday we were in the middle of a counter-battery shoot against enemy guns at Jebel Gwessa, when we heard what I thought was an unusually loud explosion from one of our guns. I failed to get any acknowledgement of fire orders from A-Sub section. A-Sub, I called. Are you hearing me? Over? Something terrible had gone wrong. Then a startled voice came through on my headphones. Command post! Command post! We've been hit! A gasp and then silence. We all started to run to the guns, which was about 30 yards away, screened from us by a small feature in the hill. What we saw was terrible. The entire crew of A-Sub section lay dead, dying and wounded around their gun. At first we all thought it was a direct hit by Jerry, but it was an even bitterer pill to swallow. B-Sub gun, in the lee of A-Sub, had fired, and their shell had prematurely exploded as it was level with A-Sub gun, causing havoc. Lance Bombardier Ginger Roberts lay on his back, blood spurting from his neck. "Put digital pressure on it," he shouted to a gunner who was trying to stench the bleeding, but the wound was too huge. He started to lose consciousness. "I want to write to my wife." We hurried for a pencil and paper. "The bastards," he said. "The terrible bastards." He still thought it was a German shell. We let him. He started to dictate a letter, but lapsed into unconsciousness halfway through. Gunner Glanville lay face down, his entire back blown away. He couldn't have felt a thing. Others lay dead. Nichols, Wood, Glanville. The only one unhurt was Smudger Smith, but he was staggering about in a state of shock. To stop any decline in morale, the remaining guns were immediately given gunfire and were soon blazing away, while under their muzzles lay the blanket-covered figures of the dead. It was bloody awful. I went straight to Bowman Smythe. "I've never drunk whiskey before, sir, but if you have any, I bloody will like some." He looked at me. "Of course," he said. He went to his bivvy and came back with the bottle. "Try that," he said, handing me a stiff tot, consuming his from the bottle. The ambulance had arrived and the medics had bandaged up the injured, which included Sergeant Wilson, Bombardier Marston, Bombardier Powell, Gunners Convine, McCourt, Wisby and Howard. Carted them off to hospital. What a terrible day. The war had finally reached us. There was to be a short-arm inspection. How Bombardier Morton berated it. "It shouldn't be allowed," he said, in heavy Welsh tones, starting to undress. "Why not?" I said, looking forward to the occasion for a laugh. "What's down there is a man's private affair." "They're not going to make it a limited company," I said. "It's a medical inspection, that's all." "No. That down there is only for the eyes of the woman you love." "Only for her eyes? Is she a dwarf?" I said. He paced up and down, holding his trousers up with one hand and gesticulating with the other, his face set grim. Occasionally he'd gesticulate with both hands and the trousers fell down. All this because someone was going to have a quick butcher's at his wedding tackle. "I don't see any harm in a doctor looking at your tools," said Gunner Farminer. "I think a bit of air does it good, and let's face it, it's no bleeding holiday for the doctor either." Still grim and grey, Morton continued, "You have no pride, boyo." "No pride," said Farminer. "How can you be proud of a horrible-looking bloody thing like that? I mean, if it was beautiful, people would do an oil painting of it. But I ain't seen a portrait of a prick signed Picasso." Morton dismissed him with a wave of his hand. We stood in the queue. "Drop 'em," was the instruction. Professional eye would scrutinise the honeymoon area. A gesture to turn around. "Bend down." I couldn't resist it. "Good morning, sir," I said through my legs. "Nice day." "Not from where I am," said the M.O. There was a round of applause when Plunger Bailey dropped his trousers, revealing God's answer to lovely women. Even the laconic M.O. was given to nodding his head in approval. A worried gunner, whom we shall call X, asked to see the M.O. privately. What follows was told me by the medical orderly. X had been married just before he came overseas, but his wife had never written to him since. He had been harbouring a fear, which he confessed to the doctor. "I think, sir, perhaps my private is undersized, and my wife will go off with a Polish airman." The M.O. reassured him. "Lots of men have this phobia, but it's all in the mind." But Gunner X insisted. "Very well. Let's have a look," said the M.O. The surprised M.O. saw that Gunner X had indeed been sold short. "Yes," he said. "Mother Nature hasn't been very generous with you. Does it hurt you?" "No, sir. No, sir." "Does it pain or anything?" "No, sir." "Can you pass water through it, all right?" "Yes, sir." "Well, I should use it just for that, then." Battery Diary. May the 1st. Battery is still engaged in counter-battery targets. The offensive launched at the end of April has ground to a halt. What now? I didn't have to wait long for an answer. On the Major's plain to our right appeared the vehicles of the 8th Army, all painted sandy yellow, tanks, half-tracks, Brens, transports, the lot. The dust they raised was like a sandstorm. At night, they lit bonfires, and the scene looked like Guy Fawkes night on Hampstead Heath. What was happening? General Alexander had moved the 4th Indian, the 7th Armoured Div, the Desert Rats, and the 201 Guards Brigade onto our front to build up for the final battle, codenamed Strike. The accumulation of 8th Army units went on until the 3rd of May. A new officer has arrived to replace Tony Goldsmith, one Lieutenant Walker, dubbed Johnny. Blonde, blue-eyed, a cavalry moustache, 5 foot 8 inches, quite funny, i.e., laying on a hill in the dark at a very dodgy OP, I heard him draw his Colt automatic and put a round in the breech. "What's that for?" I whispered. "It's academic reasons, Milligans," he said. "Academic reasons." Away from his bivvy, he left a notice. "This is a forward officer for Dewa's whisky agent, who is authorised to taste any whisky to verify that it is of the required standard. For this service there is no charge." The arrival of hot weather brought an issue of khaki drill. The sight of white knobbly knees plus voluminous shorts brought howls of laughter. We looked like Ensa comics trying to look funny. "What are you writing inside your trousers?" said Edgington. "It says, 'These shorts must never be worn in sight of the enemy. The sun never sets on the British Empire. With these shorts it will never set on their knees either.'" "Bloody mosquitoes! I thought they'd all been killed by the British in India," said heavily bitten Smudger Smith. Indeed they hadn't. Fortunately, we were taking anti-malarial meprican tablets 3 times a day, with the unfortunate results, for some gunners turned yellow. Gunner Woods went to sleep an Anglo-Saxon and woke up as a Chinaman. "Oh, look, chop chop," I said. "You fighty, jelly soldier, disguised as Chinky Poo?" Poor Woods, a simple man, went into a depression. "It'll wear off," I consoled. "It won't. We've been trying to wash it off all morning. I rubbed the skin off and it's still yellow underneath." "What you need," said Lieutenant Joe Mosson, "is a solicitor. In your condition you could sue the British Army for altering your nationality without permission." Fortunately for the Chinese race, the effect of meprican wore off after a week. It was about this time that I saw something that I felt might put years on the war. It was a short gunner, wearing iron-framed spectacles, tied up with white sticky tape, a steel helmet that obscured the top of his head, and baggy shorts that looked like a tea-clipper under full sail. He was walking along a gully behind a troop of officers, heaped with their equipment. It was my first sight of Gunner Seacombe. What a pity. We were so near to victory, and this had to happen. I hadn't crossed myself in years. I remember saying, "Please God, put him out of his misery." I never dreamed one day he and I, and a lone RAF Irk called Sellers, at that moment in Ceylon imagining he could hear tigers, would make a sort of comic history. Not that we were not making it now. Oh no, every day was lunatic. What can you say when gunners taking mobile showers get a sudden call to action? Imagine the results, the sight of a heavy gun team in action, naked, in tin hats and boots, all save Bombardier Morton, who holds his tin hat in front of his parts because he only wants his beloved to see them. As I stood there I thought, my God, what havoc one determined German could wreak on this lot with a feather duster. You lot! "Ammunition fatigue," said Sergeant Dawson, with all the hate glands going. "Not me, Sarge," I said. "I'm a Catholic. Today's Ash Wednesday, a day of obligation." "Today's Thursday, lad." Have you ever tried offloading 200-pound shells for 3 hours on Ash Thursday? The effect on my back was more devastating than 20 minutes in bed with Louise of Bexhill. At the OP, Lieutenant Walker and Bombardier Deans were carrying out a pleasurable shoot. Now, Germans don't like 200-pound shells landing on their nice clean tanks. It spoils the paintwork. But there was Lieutenant Walker landing nearer and nearer with every shot until kaboom! "You've hit one," said Deans. "It wasn't the one I aimed for," said Lieutenant Walker. Beerson MacArthur, the Boer of Tunisia, turns up at the gun position and spends the night in the gun crew's bivvy. He starts. "Among my friends is Lord Beaverbrook, the Lord Mayor of London, Sir Edmund Spears, the Earl of Carnarvon." A voice from a dark corner. "Don't you know any fucking dustmen?" "Your Honour's charged for insolence to an NCO." "Shall I wear court dress, or could you stand me wearing KDs?" The tent went quiet save for a few stifled laughs. The offending gunner got off with a caution, and Beerson MacArthur was told by the presiding major to try and avoid boring the arse of tired soldiers with late-night fairy stories. And something else. I know Lord Beaverbrook personally, and I tell you straight, he's never bloody heard of you. The end was near for the 250,000 Axis troops. Our build-up of tanks, troops and artillery was massive. The weather was now really hot, bone dry, and dust was the most prolific element of our daily lives. May the 2nd, Battery Diary. BC to OP. Enemy battery observed, active at 62356. Engaged by 19 battery and silenced. Enemy guns active from Jebel Gwessa. Favourable meteor brings them within range of 19 batteries effective observed fire. Continued till last light. One enemy troop silenced, the others out of range. Well, that took care of May the 2nd. The 3rd and 4th continued as both sides jockeyed for positions for the final round. "Bloody hell," said an alarmed gunner Forrest, rushing at the command post. "There's bloody black soldiers fighting out there." I explained that they were the 4th Indian Div. "I didn't know they let them fight for us. I thought they were never allowed out of India. I mean, can you trust them? They're all bloody wogs. My dad said they were lazy buggers and you couldn't trust them." I explained that nearly a fifth of the 8th Army was made up of wogs, and all that lay twixt him and Jerry at this moment were in fact wogs. That night I heard he slept with a loaded rifle by his bed. "I hope the Germans give him a bloody good hiding," he said. Today that man is Alf Garnett. We continued various firing tasks, and then, 0300 on the 6th. At that hour, on a very narrow front, 600 guns in 2 hours dropped 17,000 rounds atop the baddies. The infantry moved forward. By 7:30, 6th Armoured started to move forward through a mine-free gap prepared by the 4th British Div. But alas, the job had been botched, and this slowed up the armour. Overhead there was an unending umbrella of British and American aircraft that bombed and strafed anything that moved, including us. Our battery continued firing at targets chosen by our OP. The ammunition expenditure was enormous. "This is costing us a fortune," said Lieutenant Mostyn. "Honestly, in the last 3 hours we've spent enough to have opened up 2 hat shops in Whitechapel with a £100 float still in the till." I calmed him. "Would it help if we fired slower, sir?" He shook his head. "It's too late now. If I'd have been running this war, I could have done it for half the price. I mean, what's Churchill know about business? Nothing. Give him a dress shop and in 2 weeks he'd be skint." A gown shop in Whitechapel. "Good morning, madam." Shopper. "I'd like to see a black velvet evening gown with a plunging back." Is that a dress?" Shopper. "Yes." "In 2 weeks I'll be skint." A lucky escape by Sergeant Maxon Mulliner, whose gun too prematurely exploded at the muzzle, but no one was hurt. Lieutenant Mostyn rushed to congratulate Mulliner on his escape, at the same time trying to sell him an insurance policy. In the heat of the final battle, the intense use of artillery never get much time for anything except moaning. "If this is bleeding victory, I prefer stalemates." Another one. "Even if we win the war, the bloody Germans won't admit defeat. They'll say we came second." Diary, May the 7th, 2:45. On the command post wireless, I picked up the electrifying message. 6th Armoured and 7th Armoured units on outskirts of Tunis. Whoopee! I threw the headphones in the air. It was round the battery in minutes. Everyone was grinning. We'd won. This was it. Hitlergram number 326B. A bankrupt gown shop in Whitechapel that went skint in 2 weeks. Scene, the bunker. Hitler is ironing Himmler's head. Hitler. "If we do not win this war, we will come second." Himmler. "I have the victory plan. We will burn all the top Jews." Hitler. "Idiot! London is a smokeless zone." Himmler. "Then we will only burn smokeless Jews." Terrible clanging sound as Hitler brings coke shovel down on Himmler's head. Dang! Ow! "The Major wants us to get out our white lanyards for the victory parade," said Lieutenant Walker. "Oh, well, just this once," I said. "Prepare to move. We've got the bastards holed up in Cap Bon," said Sergeant Dawson. The great chase started. We passed swarms of prisoners and gave them the usual treatment. Farts, raspberries, shouts of "Down with Hitler." We raced along the dust-choked roads to Grich el Oued. Across the great baked plain of the Gubalat, we all thundered in concert with infantry and tanks, all shouting and yelling with the excitement of the kill. The kill! For that's what it was. Here I was, anti-war, but like the rest of us, feeling the exhilaration of the barbarian. It's just under the surface, folks, so watch out. B.S. MacArthur, almost mummified in dust, goes down the column. "It's all over," he's shouting. And it was. We camped at Oued Mela, told to stand alert for a call. It never came. On May the 12th, the fighting ceased. The war in Tunis was over. "Cup of tea," said Edgerton. "Ah, cheers," I said. "Let's tune into Radio Algiers." We did. End of Volume 2. In Volume 3, I will tell of our visit to Tunis and the adventures from there on until the invasion of Italy. Christ knows when I'll get round to writing it, but stay tuned.